Chapter 41. They climbed through the dark for what felt like hours. The service shaft had become a throat of broken stone and frozen dust. Every step sent loose gravel skidding into the dark behind them, and Kazimir's breathing had turned ragged, his arms shaking with the effort of carrying her. Cleo could not feel her left hand. The brand was gone, torn open, destroyed, but the space where it had been ached with a hollow cold that had nothing to do with frost. She kept pressing the wound against her chest and kept finding it colder than her own skin. Marta stopped at a junction where the ceiling held. She pressed her frost-burned fingers to the wall and listened. "Air moves ahead," she said. "We are close to the surface." "How close?" Petar's voice came from behind, strained. He had Yelena braced against his shoulder, her frost-burned knuckles dark and swollen. 5 minutes, maybe less. They pushed on. The shaft opened into a wine cellar, vaulted and dim, where the cold bit sharper than it should. The stone floor had a rime of frost that had not been there when Cleo had passed through this level earlier. No, she realized. Yesterday. It had been yesterday. Sanko came last, sliding the service hatch closed behind her. Her frostlight had dimmed to a thread, and the white at her temples had crept wider, fresh frostcraft burn bleeding through the old scar tissue. She met Cleo's eyes across the cellar. "The wards," she said. "They are gone. All of them." Kazimir lowered Cleo onto a wine cask and did not let go of her arm. "Gone how?" "Silent." Sanko's voice was flat, the tone of someone reporting damage she had already calculated. "Not broken, not collapsed. Silent. The frost rocks that held winter at the perimeter stopped transmitting, and when I pushed my own frostcraft into the nearest anchor point, nothing answered. The system is empty." Marta turned from the door. "Empty how? The tribunal wards have stood for 400 years. "I know what I found." Cleo forced herself to focus. The cold was making her thoughts slow, syrupy. She looked at her destroyed hand, at the ruin of silver where the brand had been, and tried to remember what Ansel had said. "The deep ice learned the shape of your brand for 93 years. The wards had held winter at the border. The wards were silent, and the wrong winter was coming." "How far?" she said. Sanko's pale eyes met hers. "What?" "The wrong winter. How far has it spread?" A silence settled over the cellar. Petar shifted Yelena's weight. Marta's breath clouded in the air. Sanko pulled off her glove. Her hand was frostburned to the second knuckle, the skin white and bloodless, and a pattern was spreading across the back of it. Not the spiral. Something older. Something that looked like a crack in glass spreading from the center of her palm. "I checked the eastern gate first," she said. "The snow beyond it has stopped falling. It is just sitting there, suspended in the air, not moving. And it is not white anymore." "What color is it?" Kazimir's voice was hard. "Gray. The color of ash. The color of something that is already burned." Yelena stirred against Petar's shoulder. Her eyes were half open, glassy with pain, but she focused on Cleo with an effort that cost her. "The shrine road," she whispered. "Sabine. She has the maps. She knows where the old wards are anchored." Petar shook his head. "We do not even know if she is alive." "Sabine is always alive," Marta said. "That is her skill." Cleo stood, her legs held, barely. The wound on her hand sent a spike of cold up her arm, and she felt something shift inside the ruin, a pressure that had no right to be there. The brand was destroyed, the door was broken, but the frame, she remembered, the frame remains. She looked at Sanko's frost-burned hand. "Can you still use frostcraft?" Sanko flexed her fingers. The crack pattern shifted, web-like, and her frostlight flickered morts, pale and uncertain. "For now," she said. "But whatever is coming, it is already pressing against the empty wards. I felt it when I touched the anchor. It knows the lock is gone." Kazimir stepped up beside Cleo. His hand found the small of her back, steadying, and she leaned into the pressure without thinking. "The citadel will tear itself apart," he said. "The tribunal is leaderless, the wards are dead, and the nobles who survived the collapse will blame the nearest living Drozdov." He did not say her name. He did not have to. "I know. Then we need a plan before they find us." Cleo looked at the faces around her. Marta, frost-burned and watchful. Petar carrying Yelena, his scarred jaw set. Sanko, her frostlight guttering, the crack spreading across her hand. Kazimir, who had refused the script, who was standing beside her instead of burning the city down. She thought of what Sabine Kandar had taken, the keys to the intelligence network, the escape routes north, the shrine road. The oldest Drozdov shrine, built on the glacial fault before Frostwatch was a theocracy. "Petar," she said, "your map, the spiral routes, where do they converge?" His eyes narrowed. "The fault line, the same place the shrine road leads." "Then that is where Sabine is going. And if she is loyal to a contingency, the contingency is waiting for her there." Kazimir's hand tightened against her back. "You want to follow her north?" "I want to find out what she knows before the wrong winter finds us first." Sanko looked up from her frost-burned hand. Her expression had shifted from calculation to something sharper. A decision made. "Then we need to move before the citadel wakes up and decides who to hang for the Grand Magister's death." Marta pulled the cellar door open. The corridor beyond was empty. The frost lamps flickered, weak and failing, and the cold that bled through the stern was not the familiar chill of Valdsera. It was thinner, hungrier, a cold that felt like something breathing close to your neck. Cleo stepped through the doorway, and the wrong winter touched her face. It tasted like metal and burned ash, and the memory of a scream she had never heard. And from the silence where the tribunal wards had been, something answered. A low hum, deep and distant, rising through the stone floor like a bell struck far underground. Sanko froze. "That is not the deep ice," she said. The hum grew, and the frost lamps went out. Chapter 42. The corridor beyond the cellar was a wound. Frost lamps jutted from brackets at odd angles, their light guttering in the chest. Not dying, starved. The stone walls looked wrong in the flicker, the mortar darker than it should have been, as if the cold had found a way into the seams and was drinking the building's warmth from inside. Cleo walked without knowing which direction she was choosing. Marta moved ahead, frost-burned fingers trailing along the wall, reading the vibration of empty wards. Petar carried Yelena in a soldier's carry, her breath shallow against his neck. Sanko brought up the rear, her cracked hand held away from her body, frostlight pulsing in uneven rhythm. Kazimir stayed at Cleo's side. He did not offer to carry her. She was grateful for that. She did not want to be carried. She wanted to walk out of this citadel on her own feet, even if every step sent a cold spike through her ruined hand, even if she could not feel her left fingers anymore. They turned a corner and walked into the remnant of a court. It had been a tribunal audience hall once. The banners were still there, Frostmark's sigil hanging in tatters, the black Drozdov emblem seared through the center. The benches had been overturned, the floor was scattered with papers, cold iron filings, and the frozen smear of someone's blood. A handful of figures stood in the wreckage. Nobles. 3 of them, in the remnants of court dress, their coats pulled tight against a cold that had nothing to do with the weather. They turned when Cleo's group emerged, and their faces did not register fear. They registered calculation. The eldest among them, a woman with silver threading her dogged hair and a frost-brand scar peeking above her collar, stepped forward. She did not bow. She looked at Cleo the way a merchant looks at damaged goods, assessing what could still be sold. Lisenka Drozdova. Cleo stopped. Kazimir's hand found the small of her back, a warning pressure, but she did not need the warning. She felt the weight of the woman's gaze like a stone pressed against her chest. "The Grand Magister is dead," the woman said. "The tribunal is broken. The wards are silent. And you are still standing." "I am," Cleo said. "Then you know what comes next. The northern houses will tear each other apart trying to claim the Drozdov seat. The Lyceum will demand a regent. The military will declare martial law before sundown. If you do not take what is yours, someone else will." She pulled a ring from her pocket. A signet. Black stone set in cold iron, the Drozdov seal carved into its face. "This is yours by blood. Take it. Let us announce before the first bell that the Drozdov line continues." Cleo looked at the ring. It was beautiful. It was heavy. It would fit on her right thumb, over the scar where the cold iron signet had bitten into Lisenka's skin for 23 years. It would make her the head of the house that had manufactured treason across 8 cycles. "No," she said. The woman's expression did not flicker. "You do not understand what you are refusing." "I understand exactly what I am refusing." Cleo's voice came out flat, worn thin by pain and cold, but steady enough. "That ring belongs to the office that branded Kazimir's regiment as traitors. That ring belongs to the office that sealed 12 settlements into silence. That ring belongs to the office that raised Lisenka to be a blade, not a person. The office that kept the North alive for 200 years. The office that fed the deep ice because it was too afraid to starve it." The silence stretched. The woman's hand did not lower. The ring caught the guttering frostlight, gleaming like a promise. "What will you do instead?" she asked. "Walk into the winter with nothing? Let the houses fight over your father's bones while something worse comes through the empty wards." "I will find Sabine Kadar," Cleo said. "I will find out what contingency she was loyal to, and I will make sure the wrong winter finds a closed door instead of an open one." "That is not a plan, that is a direction. It is the only direction that matters." The woman's mouth tautened. She did not put the ring away. She held it between them like an accusation. "You look like Lisenka Drozdova. You move like her, but you do not think like her." Her eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" Cleo met her gaze. "I am the one who refused." She turned and walked past them, into the deep dark of the corridor. She heard Kazimir fall in beside her. She heard Marta's footsteps, Petar's heavier tread, Sanko's frostlight crackling as she passed. She did not look back, but she heard the woman's voice carry after her. "You will not survive the week." "Probably not," Cleo said under her breath, "but I will survive longer than the people who try to put that ring on my finger." The corridor opened into a wider chamber, a transit hall with 3 arched exits, each leading to a different district of the citadel. The frost lamps here were still alive, if barely, their light tinged with the same starved quality. Martyr stopped at the central arch. Her frost-burned fingers pressed against the stone, and she stood still for a long moment. "The eastern route is open," she said. The woman's expression did not flicker. "You do not understand what you are refusing." "I understand exactly what I am refusing." Cleo's voice came out flat, worn thin by pain and pain, but steady enough. "That ring belongs to the office that branded Kazimir's regiment as traitors. That ring belongs to the office that sealed 12 settlements into silence. That ring belongs to the office that raised Lisenka to be a blade, not a person." The office that kept the North alive for 200 years? The office that fed the deep ice because it was too afraid to starve it. The silence stretched. The woman's hand did not lower. The ring caught the guttering frostlight, gleaming like a promise. "What will you do instead?" she asked. "Walk into the winter with nothing? Let the houses fight over your father's bones while something worse comes through the empty wards." "I will find Sabine Petar," Cleo said. "I will find out what contingency she was loyal to, and I will make sure the wrong winter finds a closed door instead of an open one." That is not a plan. That is a direction. It is the only direction that matters. The woman's mouth tightened. She did not put the ring away. She held it between them like an accusation. "You look like Lisenka Drozdova. You move like her, but you do not think like her." Her eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" Cleo met her gaze. "I am the one who refused." She turned and walked past them, into the deeper dark of the corridor. She heard Kazimir fall in beside her. She heard Marta's footsteps, Petar's heavier tread, Sanko's frostlight crackling as she passed. "It is not the deep ice," she said. "Then what is it?" Cleo asked. Sanko looked at her. Her colorless eyes had something Cleo had never seen there before. Fear. It is the thing the deep ice was holding back. The hum deepened, and from the darkness ahead, a voice spoke. Not a human voice. A voice that came from the stone itself, from the mortar, from the air pressing against their skin. Cleo looked up. Archive materials bound in cold iron dakrats. Yelena stirred against Petar's shoulder. Her eyes were open now, glassy but focused. "The keys," she whispered. Sabine took the keys before she left. The intelligence network, the escape routes, the sealed confessions. She did not just flee. She stripped the citadel of its leverage. Cleo's stomach tightened. Marta turned from the wall. "Then we are already behind." "Then we run faster." Cleo stepped through the northern arch. The corridor beyond was narrower, older, the stones rougher, the mortar crumbling in places. The frost lamps here were dead. Not flickering. Dead. The only light came from Sanko's frostcraft, pale and uncertain, casting long shadows that moved like living things. The cold pressed against Cleo's face. It tasted the same as before. Metal. Burned ash. The memory of a scream she had never heard. But there was something else now beneath the taste. A hum. Faint, deep, rising through the stone floor from somewhere far below. Sanko stopped. Her cracked hand was shaking. The frostlight in her palm stuttered, and the cack pattern crept another fraction of an inch up her wrist. "It is not the deep ice," she said. "Then what is it?" Cleo asked. Sanko looked at her. Her colorless eyes held something Cleo had never seen there before. Fear. It is the thing the deep ice was holding back. Chapter 43. The ruined audience hall had no ceiling. Half the roof had fallen inward, leaving a jagged opening through which the wrong winter breathed. Stars were visible overhead, pale and distant, but the light that fell through was not starlight. It was the same ash-gray glow that had hung beyond the Easter gate. Cleo stood at the threshold, her breath shallow, her left hand a knot of cold and silence. The hall stretched before her, a chaos of broken stone, splintered benches, and the bodies of those who had not escaped when the tribunal wards failed. Some were dead, some were moving. Marta was already inside, pulling a man from beneath a collapsed pillar. Her frost-burned fingers left dark smears on his coat, but she did not stop. She did not look up. "Ivo will need space," she said. "Clear the dais." Cleo moved before she had decided to. Her feet carried her across the rubble, and she heard Kazimir behind her, his boots grinding against stone dust. Sanko followed at a distance, her crack-patterned hand pressed to her chest, her frostlight guttering. Petar lowered Yelena onto a torn banner. She was conscious but silent, her gray eyes tracking the room's movements like a person still learning where the walls were. Cleo reached the dais. It had been the tribunal's high seat, the place where judges pronounced sentences in the cold iron voice of law. Now it was a platform of cracked marble, the chair splintered, the Drozdov crest split down the middle. She began dragging the debris aside. Her right hand worked. Her left hand hung at her side, useless, the wound beneath the wrappings pulsing with a cold that did not belong to winter. Here. Ivo Mercer appeared at the edge of the dais, carrying a leather satchel and a coil of bandages. His physician's coat was torn at the shoulder, and there was blood on his collar, but his hands were steady. "I brought what I could carry," he said. "The infirmary fell before I got half the supplies out." "How many made it out with you?" Cleo asked. 3. A patient, a medic, and the guard who helped me bar the door. He crouched beside the banner and opened his satchel. "The patient died on the stairs. The medic is looking for her family. The guard stayed to hold a corridor I told him was empty." He did not sound angry. He sounded as if he had stopped expecting things to make sense. Marta arrived with the man she had pulled from the pillar. He was a tribunal judge, his leg broken, his robe still bearing the silver thread of his office. He looked up at Cleo with the hollow recognition of a person who had seen too many wrong things in a single hour. "You," he said. "Me," Cleo said. She knelt and helped Ivo brace his leg. "What is your name?" "Rask, third bench, property disputes." "Well, Judge Rask, you are going to survive this, and you are going to help me carry water and move bodies until your leg heals, because everyone who can stand is needed." He stared at her. Then he let out a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. "You sound nothing like her." "I am not her." "I know," he said. "She would have left me under the pillar." Cleo did not answer. She finished the brace and stood. The hall was filling. People were drifting in from the corridors, drawn by the sight of frostlight and the sound of voices. Servants, soldiers, a woman carrying a child who looked no older than 4. Cleo watched Marta direct them to different corners, watched Ivo triage without asking rank, watched Sanko take a child from the woman's arms and press her frostlight close enough to warm the small blue-tipped fingers. Kazimir came to stand beside her. "It would not hold," he said quietly. "I know. There are people in this room who condemned my men. I know. And I am standing in the same rubble, watching them bleed." Cleo turned to look at him. His face was hard, but his winter sky eyes held something that was not quite anger. "You are not required to forgive them," she said. "You are only required not to kill them tonight." He let out a breath that could have been agreement or resignation. "That is a low bar. It is higher than most people in Frostmarch have ever had to clear." He did not argue. The fragile truce held for another hour. Cleo moved through the hall carrying water, helping Ivo hold patients still, watching Marta organize the chaos into something that resembled order. The judge with the broken leg had been given a crutch and was directing traffic at the main entrance. A servant whose name Cleo did not know had found a pot and was boiling snow. A prisoner with a gash across his scalp was tearing bandages into strips. They were all working together. It would not last. Cleo knew that. The moment someone remembered old scores, the moment the dead were counted and the living looked for someone to blame, it would shatter. But for this hour, it held. The courier arrived just before the fraught lamps began to die. He was no older than 19, his coat crusted with ice that did not melt when he stepped into the hall. His face was the color of lard, and his hands were shaking. Marta caught him before he collapsed. "Report," she said. "Fast." He looked at her with eyes that had seen something the wrong winter had not taught Cleo to name. "The outposts," he said. "All of them. The tribunal outposts along the northern approach. They are freezing." "Freezing?" Cleo stepped forward. "The weather has been cold for months. That is not news." The courier shook his head. "Not from the outside. From inside. The ice is growing from the floors up. We found the first one 2 days ago. Sarek Station, 37 people, all dead, frozen, standing up. They were sitting, working, eating. Then the frost rose through the stones and took them. A silence spread through the hall. Ivo straightened from his patient. How many stations? 6, the courier said. 6 confirmed. The ones still sending runners say the ice is coming from below, from the foundations, as if something opened them from underneath. Cleo's left hand throbbed. She looked at Sanko, who had gone still, her crack-patterned hand pressed flat against the wall. It is not the deep ice, Sanko said. The deep ice would have taken them differently. Then what is it? Cleo asked. Sanko did not answer, but her hand left a mark on the wall, a crack spreading through the stone like roots through frozen soil. The frost ramps died. And from the darkness beyond the archway, the voice spoke again, closer now, nearer than before. Cleo's left hand throbbed. She looked at Sanko, who had gone still, her crack-patterned hand pressed flat against the wall. It is not the deep ice, Sanko said. The deep ice would have taken them differently. Then what is it? Cleo asked. Sanko did not answer, but her hand left a mark on the wall, a crack spreading through the stone like roots through frozen soil. The frost lamps died, and from the darkness beyond the archway the voice spoke again, closer now, nearer than before. Cleo Adejola. The courier screamed. It was not the voice that made him scream, it was the way the frost on his coat began to move, crawling upward, toward his throat, toward his mouth. Chapter 44. The courier's scream cut through the hall like a blade through frozen meat. Cleo moved before she thought. Her left hand, the ruined one, shot out and grabbed the frost-crusted coat at the courier's collar. The cold bit through her palm, into the scar where the brand had been, and she felt something shift beneath her skin. The frost on the courier's throat stopped climbing. She pulled him toward her. He stumbled, still screaming, and she used her body to block him from the darkness beyond the archway. Marta, light. Marta did not ask how. She struck her frost-burned fingers together once, twice, and a pale flame caught between them. It was weak, guttering, but it pushed the darkness back far enough for Cleo to see the courier's face. The frost had crawled halfway up his neck. His skin beneath was white, bloodless, the veins standing out like black threads under ice. He will not last, Ivo said, already moving toward them. Cleo did not let go of the coat. The frost on her own hand was spreading now, climbing her wrist, tendrils of cold working into the sleeve of her borrowed tunic. She could feel it searching, tasting, the same way the entity from the stone had tasted her name. She pressed her ruined palm flat against the courier's throat. The frost screamed. It was not a sound, it was a vibration, a shudder that ran through the courier's body and up Cleo's arm and into the hollow where her brand used to be. The frost on his neck cracked, flaked, fell away in dry gray powder. The courier went limp. Cleo lowered him to the floor. Ivo was there in the next breath, pressing fingers to the man's throat, checking for a pulse. He is alive, Ivo said. Barely. Cleo looked at her hand. The frost that had crawled up her wrist was gone, but her skin was mottled, gray-white in patches, and she could not feel her fingers at all. You burned it out, Sanko said. Her voice was strange, flat in a way Cleo had not heard before. I did not burn anything, Cleo said. You absorbed it, into yourself. Sanko's crack-patterned hand pressed against the wall, and the crack spread another inch. That should not be possible. Not without a working, not without a brand. Cleo looked at her scar. The wound was darker than it had been an hour ago. The edges were no longer red, they were black. The frame, she said quietly. The brand is destroyed, but the frame remained. It is still connected. To what? Kazimir asked. Cleo did not answer. She did not know the answer, but she could feel it now, beneath the stone, beneath the broken wards and the dying frost lamps. Something that had been held at bay by the deep ice's weight. Something that was rising through the channels the deep ice had carved. The hall was silent. Everyone was looking at her. We need a plan, she said. Not for tomorrow, for now. She turned to Kazimir. The courier said 6 outposts are already dead. If the ice is spreading from below, through the foundations, it will reach the city before dawn. Then we leave? Someone said. A soldier standing near the broken entrance. We take what we can and move south. To where? Cleo asked. The south does not want us. The south has been feeding Frostmarred soldiers for decades because they feared what lives beneath the ice. If we arrive as refugees carrying news that the ice is breaking loose, they will seal the passes and let us freeze. The soldier did not argue. Kazimir stepped forward. She is right, he said. Running will not save anyone, not from this. Then what will? Marta asked. Kazimir did not answer immediately. He looked at the survivors in the hall, at the wounded lying on torn banners, at the child Sanko had warmed with her frostlight. His jaw tightened. I will help you hold this city, he said, but I will not serve it. No one is asking you to serve, Cleo said. You are asking me to stand beside the people who built the machine that murdered my men. I am asking you to stand beside the people who are still alive. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. Once. One night, he said. I will give you one night, and then I make my own choices. That is all I have ever asked. The tension in the hall eased, but only barely. Petar appeared at the edge of the light, his scarred face harder than Cleo had ever seen it. Kazimir, he said. A word. Kazimir crossed to him. They spoke in low voices, too low for Cleo to hear, but she saw Petar's hand move, saw him draw a shape in the air with his finger, a map of the northern approaches. When Kazimir turned back, his face was pale. The frontier cells are moving, he said. Made old network. They heard the tribunal fell. They think we are free. They are not wrong, Cleo said. They are not right either. They are marching on the northern garrison. 2,000 men, weapons, cold iron. They will reach the outer wall by morning. And then? And then they will take the gate, if we do not stop them, or join them, or die between them. Cleo stared at him. Civil war and invasion, racing toward each other, and the wrong winter rising beneath both. She looked at her black-rimmed scar, at the dead frost lamps, at the survivors gathered in the broken hall, and she understood that the script she had tried to break was not the only one wanted for this world. There were scripts within scripts, older than the deep ice, older than the Drozdov bloodline, older than any story she had ever read. And she was standing in the middle of all of them. Then we go to the gate, she said, and we meet them before they reach the wall. And say what? Marta asked. That the Drozdov heir refuses the ring, that the tribunal is ash, that the ice is waking, and that the north needs soldiers, not rebels. Yes, Cleo said. They will not believe you. They will not believe Lisenka Drozdova, Cleo said. But they might believe the woman who refused the brand. They might believe the commander who refused to become a weapon. She looked at Kazimir. Will you stand with me? He did not answer, but he did not look away, and in the silence, the frost lamps flickered once, twice, and then held steady, as if something in the darkness had decided to wait. Cleo did not know how long that patience would last, but she knew where she had to go. The gate, the wrong winter, and the men marching toward a war that had already changed shape. Chapter 45. The lower wards of Fulsara smelled of tallow, damp wool, and the sharp metallic tan of fear. Cleo walked through the central passage, with her ruined hand visible, the black-rimmed scar catching the lamplight like a wound that had never learned to close. Marta flanked her left. Kazimir walked a half-step behind, close enough to intercept, far enough to let her lead. She had insisted on coming alone. They had refused to let her. The first family she passed pressed themselves against the wall. A mother pulled her children behind her skirts, eyes fixed on Cleo's face with the particular dread of people who had learned exactly what that face was capable of. The youngest child, a boy no older than 7, began to cry. Cleo kept walking. She did not stop. She did not speak. She had learned weeks ago that words from Lisenka's mouth sounded like a scalpel, no matter how carefully she chose them. The passage widened into a shelter hall where 200 survivors had gathered. Someone had lit a fire in the central brazier, but the warmth barely reached the edges. People sat on bundles, on fallen stone, on the frozen ground itself. They looked up when she entered. The silence was worse than screaming. A man near the fire stood slowly. He was middle-aged, with the thick hands of a laborer and the hollow eyes of someone who had lost everything. His wife held his arm. "You," he said, not a question. Cleo stopped. "I remember you," the man said. "You came to our settlement 3 winters ago, before the tribunal took my son." She did not have the memory. Lisenka's was buried too deep, or Cleo's presence had already begun overwriting the old recordings. But she did not need to remember. She could see it in his face, the exact moment he recognized the woman who had destroyed his family. "I am not who I was," she said. "Words," he said. "Words from that mouth. Then watch." She held up her scarred hand. "Watch what I do next." She turned to the crowd. "The wards are dead. The ice is rising through the foundations. You have hours, not days, before it reaches these walls." She paused. "I am going to the east gate to stop the war that is about to break at our threshold. If you want to stay here and wait for the ice to take you, that is your choice. But if you want to live, you will follow people I leave behind to the upper galleries, where the stone is older and the foundations run deeper." The man who had spoken spat to the side. "And why would we follow you?" "Because I am the one who refused." She turned her hand so the scar caught the light fully. The black edge gleamed, wet-looking, wrong. "This is what it cost to refuse. I burned through the door. I broke the ritual. I killed the Grand Magister's script with my own hand, and I will do the same to the thing rising beneath us." The silence held. Then a woman near the back of the hall stepped forward. She was old, her face seamed with frostburn scars that marked her as a former Frostcraft user. Her left eye was clouded white. "Let me see your hand," she said. Cleo held it out. The old woman crossed the hall slowly, her gait uneven, one leg dragging. She took Cleo's wrist in both hands, her fingers dry and cold as paper, and turned the scar toward the firelight. Her breath caught. "This is not a brand," she said. "This is a broken seal." "I know. You do not understand." The old woman looked up, her clouded eye fixed on Cleo with unnerving precision. "The seal was never meant to close. It was meant to hold, and you have cracked it open. I destroyed the door. You destroyed the lock." The old woman's grip tightened. "The door is still there. It has always been there. The brand was the thing that kept it shut from your side. Without it, they do not need you to open anything. They only need you to be close enough for the door to recognize you." Cleo felt the cold in her palm pulse. "The ice is rising because you broke the seal," the old woman said, "not despite it." The hall erupted. Voices crashed over each other, accusation and terror, and the sharp edge of panic sharpening into violence. Someone threw a piece of broken stone. It struck Cleo's shoulder, hard enough to bruise. Kazimir stepped forward. Enough. His voice cut through the noise like a blade through frost. The crowd went still. She bled for you, he said. She burned her own hand to keep the hand off my face. She refused the throne her fuffer built on bones. If you want to throw stones at her, you throw them at the only person in this city who has ever chosen to lose instead of kill. The man who had spoken first stared at him. And who are you to speak for her? Someone she saved, Kazimir said, despite every reason not to. The old woman still held Cleo's wrist. Listen to me, she said, her voice low, meant only for Cleo. The seal is broken, but the frame remembers. Every person who wore that brand before you, every Lisenka who walked the same path, they are still in the door, and the door knows your name now. I know, Cleo said. It spoke to me in the dark. Then you know what is coming. I know something is coming. Cleo pulled her hand free, but I do not know what it is yet. The old woman's face tightened. The seventh mouth, she said, the thing the deep ice was built to cage. The first winter, the one that never ended, the one the old stories say will return when the Bloodline fails. The Bloodline has not failed. The Bloodline has ended. The old woman looked at her with something like pity. You are the last, and you have refused the role. The seal is broken. The mouth is waking. The ground trembled. A low sound rose from beneath the stone, not the hum of the deep ice, but something else. Something with a voice. And that voice spoke Cleo's name from the bedrock itself. She turned to the east, where the gate stood, where the frontier cells were marching, where the wrong winter waited. The old woman's hand shot out and grabbed her arm. Do not let the ice finish opening you, she said. Whatever you do, whatever you face at that gate, do not let them use the frame to pull you open. Cleo looked down at her black-rimmed scar, at the crack spreading across her palm, at the thing that ligged beneath the stone, speaking her name with a hunger older than the Bloodline. The frost lamps flickered, and in the dark between their dying and their return, someone in the crowd began to scream. Chapter 46. The old woman's grip did not leave Cleo's arm until the screaming stopped. It stopped the way a candle gutters, not with a bang, but with a wet choke and a gasp. The man who had been screaming stood frozen, his hands pressed to his own throat, his eyes wide with the kind of terror that does not fade. The frost lamps held. Cleo turned from the crowd. The old woman's hand fell away. Where is Sabine's archive? The question landed like a stone in still water. Marta's head came up. Sanko's pale eyes sharpened. The intelligence archive, Cleo said. The one she abandoned when she fled. Where is it? Marta answered first. The West recording chamber, below the old scriptorium. She kept it sealed even from the tribunal. Take me there. Kazimir moved to follow. Cleo shook her head. Stay with the hall. If the lamps go out again, keep them calm. His jaw tightened, but he did not argue. He stepped back into the crowd, his presence a wall the others pressed against. Sanko fell in beside Cleo without being asked. Marta led, her frost-burned fingers tracing the walls as if reading something written in the cold stone. The West recording chamber was smaller than Cleo expected. A narrow room lined with shelves of oilcloth bundles and stacked ledgers, the air thick with dust and the faint chemical tang of old frost-graft residue. A single frost lamp burned at the far end, its light weak and wavering. Sabine had left in a hurry. A chair lay overturned. A cabinet stood open, its contents rifled but not emptied. A scattering of loose papers covered the floor like fallen leaves. Sanko knelt immediately, lifting a page by its corner. She burned some of it. She held up a fragment with charred edges, but she did not have time to finish. Cleo moved to the shelves. Her ruined hand throbbed as she pulled down a bundle tied with leather cord. The oilcloth crackled as she unwrapped it. Lists. Names, dates, amounts of coin, supplies routed to settlements that had never requested them. Cold iron shipments logged to stations that had been declared abandoned years before. Protected assets, Cleo said. Sanko looked up. What? She was running a network, not for intelligence, for extraction. Cleo turned a page. These are people she moved out of Frostwatch before the collapse. Witnesses, officials, their families. What does she want with them? Leverage. Cleo set the bundle aside. Or protection. Or both. Marta had moved to a locked chest in the corner. She pressed her frost-burned fingers to the seal, and the lock cracked open with a sound like breaking teeth. Inside, a single leather folder. Marta lifted it carefully, opened it, and went still. What is it? Marta's face was unreadable. Forged confessions. She held up the first page. A name Cleo did not recognize, a crime she had never heard of, a signature that looked genuine but was dated 3 months after the supposed signatory had died. He was preparing, Marta said quietly. The Grand Magister. He built a legal framework for the aftermath. If the ritual failed, he had already written the verdicts. Cleo took the folder. The weight of it was heavier than paper. He knew the ritual might fail. He prepared second Locus. Sanko rose. Where? Cleo flipped through the pages. Names, dates, locations. A pattern emerged, a spiral of sites stretching northward along the glacier roads. Each one marked with a seal she recognized. The Drozdov seal. Every shrine, she said. Every one of the old Drozdov shrines. He reinforced them, not as places of worship, as anchor points. For what? Whatever the second Locus needed. She found it at the bottom of the folder, a single page folded and sealed with black wax. The seal was not the Drozdov crest, it was older. A spiral within a spiral, the same pattern that had scarred her palm. Marta held the lamp closer as Cleo broke the seal. Inside, a map. Not a frost march, of the glacier itself, a cross-section of the ice, drawn in precise lines, with a single chamber marked at the deepest point. A chamber shaped like a mouth. The oldest shrine, Cleo said, below the glacial fault. That is where Sabine is going. Sanko's voice was flat. That is where she has been going all along. Cleo looked at the map in her hands, at the chamber marked at the deepest point, at the spiral seal that had bled through the page. He was not trying to open the door, she said. He was trying to keep it closed. And when he failed, he built a second lock. Then why did Sabine take the keys? Cleo looked up. The question hung between them like frost in the air. Because she was not loyal to Anselm, Cleo said. She was loyal to the contingency. The lamp flickered. Cleo folded the map carefully and tucked it inside her coat. Her ruined hand throbbed, the black-edged scar cold against her skin. We need to move, she said, before she reaches the shrine. And the city? Marta's voice was careful. The frontier cells at the gate? Cleo looked at the lists of names, the forged confessions, the escape routes Sabine had prepared. Kazimir can hold the gate. Petar knows the frontier cells. The city will survive or it will not. Sanko's pale eyes held hers. But if Sabine reaches the shrine first, if she opens whatever Anselm built as a second lock, then the city does not matter. Cleo nodded. Then we go now. She turned toward the door. The scream came from outside, not from the hall but from the street, sharp and cut short. Marta moved first, her frost-burned hand already glowing. Sanko followed, a blade in her grip. Cleo stepped into the corridor and saw what had made the scream. The wrong winter had reached the lower ward. Gray, ash-colored snow drifted through the open archway at the far end of the corridor, falling upward, each flake hanging in the air as if deciding where to land. And in the center of the drift, a figure stood. It wore the shape of a woman, but its edges were wrong, blurred like a reflection on disturbed water. Its face was Cleo's face. Its hand was raised, palm open, the same spiral scar on its skin. But the scar was not black-edged. It was white, burning. The figure spoke with a voice that came from everywhere at once, from the stone, from the ice, from the marrow of Cleo's own bones. Cleo Adejola. The sound of her real name in that raw mouth made her stomach clench. You have broken the seal. You have opened the way. The figure smiled with Cleo's lips, but you do not know what you have let through. The ash snow swirled, the figure stepped forward, and the frost lamps went out. Chapter 47. The ash snow swallowed the corridor. Cleo hit the ground as Marta's frostlight died. Someone grabbed her arm, pulled her sideways into a recessed doorway. Someone wecked the store under Scasey at Wretch Title. Someone grabbed her arm, pulled her sideways into a recessed doorway. Kazimir's voice, low and close to her ear. Do not move. The figure wearing her face drifted past the archway. Its feet did not touch the stone. The spiral scar on its palm burned white, casting no shadow. And where the light touched the walls, frost bloomed in branching veins. Cleo pressed her ruined hand against her chest, the black-edged scar cold and thrumming. The figure paused, turned its head, looked directly at the doorway where they hid. Then the ash snow swirled once, and the figure was gone. The frost lamps did not realize she was holding. Up, Kazimir said. We need to move before it comes back. They found the chapel 2 levels up, tucked behind a collapsed column where the ceiling still held. Someone had already dragged braziers inside and lit them. The flames threw orange light across broken pews, a cracked altar, and the faded mural of a winter saint whose face had been chiseled away. Cleo dropped onto a stone bench and pressed her palm to her thigh. The black-edged scar ached in the heat. Kazimir stood at the chapel entrance, watching the dark corridor. They will not come, Marta said from the far corner, where she sat with her back to the wall, frost-burned hand resting on her knee. Not yet. The thing that wore Cleo's face has moved on. The normal cold will take a little longer. She sounded tired, which was the closest Marta came to fear. Tonko had stayed behind with Petar and Elena to hold the shelter hall. The group had split, half to guard the living, half to find a place where Cleo could think without 400 eyes on her. Kazimir turned from the doorway. He crossed the chapel, dropped onto the bench beside her, and did not leave a hand of space between them. You look like you are about to fall over. I have not slept in 3 days. That is not what I meant. Cleo looked at her hands, the right one whole, the left one scarred, black at the edges, mottled gray-white across the palm. A seal she had broken, a door she had unlatched. I know what you meant. The braziers crackled. The winter saint's chiseled face stared blindly at the ceiling. Anselm knew, she said. He knew the brand was a seal, not a door. He knew breaking it would wake something worse, and he prepared a second lock anyway because he expected to fail. Or because he expected you to fail. It was not cruel the way he said it. It was careful, like a man testing ice before he stepped on it. Making a choice the machine never let us make before. The floor trembled, not the deep ice rhythm, not the wrong winter's searching pulse, something deeper, older, a groan from the bedrock itself. Kazimir released her hand and stood. That was not the ice. Cleo rose beside him. The braziers had dimmed, the flames shrinking as if the air had grown thinner. Marta was already at the doorway, her frost-burned hand glowing. East, she said. The gate. Something hit the wall. Kazimir looked at Cleo. No strategy between them, no script, just two people who had chosen each other inside a world that worded them dead. Together, he said. It was not a question. Cleo nodded. Together. They moved toward the door. The second impact came before they reached it, a shock wave that knocked Cleo sideways into Kazimir's chest. He caught her, steadied her, and she felt his heart hammering against her shoulder blade. The Winter Saint's chiseled face criped down the center. The brazier flames went out. And in the darkness, from somewhere below, a voice that was not the deep ice and was not the wrong winter began to sing. Chapter 48. The singing from below stopped when the third impact hit the eastern gate. Cleo felt it through the chapel floor, a shock that traveled up through her boots and into her teeth. Marta was already moving, crossing to the broken window where the wrong winter's ash-gray light bled through the chiseled saint's face. That was not the gate, Marta said. That was the wall beside it. Kazimir was at Cleo's side before she could steady herself. His hand found her elbow, held, released. How many impacts can the outer ward take before the stone fails? I do not know. Marta's frost-burned fingers pressed against the sill. No one has tested it. The walls were built to hold against winter, not against what strikes from inside. Cleo's scarred palms throbbed. The black edges of the wound had spread since the chapel, fine veins of darkness threading toward her wrist. Sabine's agents, she said. They would not wait for the ice to do the work. They would use the panic. Kazimir's jaw tightened. Divide the survivors. Turn them against each other before anyone can organize a defense. That is what I would do. They moved through the corridors without speaking. The frost lamps flickered at irregular intervals, some holding steady, others dying as they passed. The air had changed, thicker, colder, carrying a smell like old iron and wet stone. The first shouts reached them at the junction where the east corridor opened into the great hall. Her bed and his blood. The commander fucked the Drozdov whore, and now he commands the city. A man's voice, young, trembling with manufactured outrage. Cleo stopped at the archway and looked into the hall. The space had been organized for triage. Makeshift beds lined the walls, wounded survivors stacked in rows, Ivo Mercer moving between them with a basket of bandages. But the order was fracturing. A cluster of men had gathered at the center, their voices rising above the wounded. I saw them together in the chapel. Another voice called. She was in his arms, Lisenka Drozdova and the prisoner she was supposed to brand. They are making their play while the city dies. Cleo felt Kazimir's presence at her back, not touching, close enough that she could feel the heat of him through the cold air. Staged, she said quietly, but the fear is real. Marta had already slipped past them, moving through the crowd with the practiced invisibility of a woman who had spent decades reading runes before entering them. She circled the agitators, her frost-burned fingers tracing patterns against her palm. Cleo watched her work. The man who had spoken first was young, barely 20, with a laborer's build and a face that had never known hunger. The second was older, lean, with frost-scarred knuckles and the flat gaze of someone who had killed before. Outside, the fourth impact shook the walls. The wounded screamed. A woman carrying a child stumbled, and Cleo caught her arm before she fell. The child was crying, a thin, exhausted sound that cut through the shouting. Let me pass, Cleo's voice carried. She did not raise it, but the silence that followed was immediate. I am going to the gate. The crowd parted, Not trust, not loyalty. The old fear of Lisenka's name still running through their reflexes like a wire. The young agitator stepped into her path. "You are not going anywhere, Drozdov. You have done enough." "I know you." Cleo studied his face. "You were in the shelter hall. You threw the stone." His mouth tightened. "You remember one stone. What about the 3 winters you sent my village? The children the tribunal took from my sister's house." "I took no one from your sister's house." "You wore that face when you did it." Cleo felt the weight of the accusation. It was true. Not her hands, not her choice, but the face was the same. The body was the same. The memory of those children existed in Lisenka's bones, even if Cleo had never ordered them taken. "I wore this face," she said. "I did not give the order." Words. The older agitator stepped forward. His frost-scarred hand moved toward his coat. "Pretty words from a woman who has never paid for what she did." Kazimir moved. Not fast, not aggressive. He simply stepped past Cleo and placed himself between her and the older man. His weight settled, his hands visible and open. "You want payment," he said. "I have more claim than you." She watched them cut into me. She stood beside the table while the brandmasters heated the rods. She did not stop them. The older agitator's hand stopped moving. "But she also took the brand onto her own hand," Kazimir said. "She bled for this city. She refused the ritual that would have opened the door. So if you want to kill her for what Lisenka did, you get through me first." The hall held its breath. Cleo watched the older agitator's face. She saw calculation there, not rage. He was measuring odds, counting allies, deciding whether the riot would spread far enough to cover what he was actually here to do. "Take him," Marta said. She was behind the young agitator, her frost-burned fingers pressed against the base of his skull. The frost light beneath her skin pulsed once, and the young man's knees buckled. The older agitator lunged. Cleo caught his wrist before she knew she had moved. Lisenka's reflexes, still living in her tendons, she twisted, felt the joint strain, and he went down with a pained grunt. Kazimir was there a second later, pinning the man's arms, pressing his face into the stone. "Who armed you?" Quietly, Chillis. "I've been warrant of the Reitmans on my head. I know I'm just between the eyes. I had a constant great. I think it's apart. I am also glad that we think things are here. I leave the blood, making my eyes a pot of the teeing era. I am so tableful to take will with you many times. Just try to talk the way." "Take him," Marta said. She was behind the young agitator, her frost-burned fingers pressed against the base of his skull. The frost light beneath her skin pulsed once, and the young man's knees buckled. The older agitator lunged. Cleo caught his wrist before she knew she had moved. Lisenka's reflexes, still living in her tendons, she twisted, felt the joint strain, and he went down with a pained grunt. Kazimir was there a second later, pinning the man's arms, pressing his face into the stone. "Who armed you?" "I was armed by the same hand that—" His voice stopped. His body convulsed once, a violent shudder that arched his spine off the floor. Frost bloomed across his chest, spreading from the inside out, a white lattice that cracked through his coat and skin and ribs. Ice. From his lungs. Cleo dropped his wrist and stepped back. The frost spread in silence. By the time Marta reached them, the agitator's eyes were frozen open. His breath stopped. His heart larked at a cage of his own blood turned to crystal. No one in the hall spoke. Cleo looked at the body. At the frost that had killed him before he could name who had sent him. "Sabine did not arm him," she said slowly. "She would not need to silence him. She is already ahead of us." Kazimir's hand found her elbow. "Then who did?" Cleo looked at the frost still spreading across the dead man's chest, at the pattern it made, identical to the crack marks on Sanko's frostcraft hand. "The seventh mouth," she said. The hall went dark. Not the wrong winter's oush gray night. Darker. And from the eastern gate, a fifth impact, followed by the sound of stone giving way. Chapter 49. The dark did not lift. It thickened, pressed against the walls like a held breath, and Cleo stood in it with the dead agitator's frost still spreading across the stone. The fifth impact had taken the eastern gate. She heard it in the silence that followed, a different quality of quiet, one where the city's edge had opened and nothing had yet decided to enter. "We cannot stay here," Marta said. Her voice came from somewhere to Cleo's left, flat and practical. "The gate is gone. Whatever walked through it will reach this hall before we finish arguing over what killed him." Cleo looked down at the frozen body. The frost lattice across his chest glittered faintly in the last dying glow of a single frost lamp. The pattern was unmistakable. It matched Sanko's crack-marked hand. It matched the wards that had gone silent. It matched everything the old woman in the shelter hall had warned her about. "The seventh mouth did not send him to start a riot," Cleo said. "It sent him to delay us." Kazimir's hand was still on her elbow. She felt the heat of his palm through the fabric, a small anchor in the darkness. "Then we stop being delayed," he said. They moved. Marta took point, her frost-burned fingers producing a thin, pulsing light that did not so much illuminate the corridor as make the shadows deeper around its edges. Behind them, the great hall dissolved into murmurs and panic, someone shouting orders, someone else crying. Cleo did not turn around. She could not save everyone by standing still. Yelena was where they had left her, in a narrow chamber off the archive corridor, surrounded by fragments of parchment and a single frost lamp that had not died. She looked up when they entered, her ink-stained hands frozen mid-reach over a spread of torn survey sheets. "The eastern gate," she said. "Gone," Cleo said. "How much of the survey did you recover?" Yelena's gaze dropped to the fragments. Her pale gray eyes moved across the damaged parchment with the focus of someone holding panic at arm's length by concentrating on details. "Most of it. The vault took damage when the wards collapsed, but the chest was iron-lined. The fire did not reach the inner layers." She touched a sheet where the edge had been burned away, leaving a black lease of ash. "What I am missing is the final page. The seal on the oldest shrine is drawn on it, but someone cut the plinth before it was printed." Cleo moved to the table. The fragments had been arranged by sequence, not by geography. Yelena had been reconstructing the survey as a timeline rather than a map, and that choice told Cleo something about how the archivist's mind worked. She was looking for a story, not a route. A chain of small marks ran along the glacial fault line, each one a shrine. The oldest ones carried no name, only a symbol that predated the Drozdov seal by centuries, a spiral within a spiral, identical to the scar on Cleo's palm. "There are 12, Yelena said. "The first 10 are markers, warning points. They do not hold power, they only point toward the trace that does." "Point toward the oldest shrine." "Yes." Yelena pressed her palm flat against the final fragment, where the chain ended in a blank space where the seal should have been printed. "But without the follow page I cannot tell you what the seal actually does. Only that the Drozdovs adopted it before Frostmarch became a theocracy. Before the tribunal existed. Before anyone wrote down why they built a shrine at the deepest point of a glacial fault." Cleo studied the blank space. She had read about this seal. In the serial, it appeared only once, in a passage that had been edited out of the final published version. The academic edition included an appendix with the author's working notes, and Cleo had taught from that appendix for years. She had photocopied the missing passage, annotated it, and lectured on it as an example of world-building that was too revealing for the narrative to sustain. The seal was not a lock. It was a warning. A warning written by someone who had already seen what the seal contained and had built the shrine to mark the place where it slept. Not to cage it, but to remember where to find it when the time came. The final page was not lost, Cleo said slowly. It was cut. Yelena's head lifted. Cut? From the printing plate. Someone removed the seal before the survey was distributed. They wanted the shrine marked, but not the symbol explained. Kazimir moved closer to the table. His shadow fell across the fragments, and Cleo saw him trace the chain of shrines with his gaze, reading the geography the way a commander reads terrain. Who cut it? Cleo looked at the blank space where the seal should have been. The edges of the missing image were clean, a precise removal made by someone who knew exactly what they were taking out. I recognize the cut, she said. The words came out before she had decided to speak them. Yelena's hands stilled. How? You have never seen this survey before tonight. Cleo had no answer that would make sense. Not in this room, not to these people. But she knew the shape of the missing image because she had seen its ghost in the academic appendix, and she knew the hand that had removed it because she had spent 10 years grading essays in a cramped office with a professor whose marginalia she had learned to read at a glance. The same hand, the same precise, deliberate excision of a detail that should not exist. There was a scholar, Cleo said, in the place I came from. Someone who studied the same text I studied. They knew about the seal. They wrote about it in notes that were never published. Kazimir's voice was quiet. A scholar from your world left a mark on a servo printed in ours. I know how it sounds. You knew how everything sounded. He did not say it cruelly, and you were right. Yelena pulled the fragment closer, staring at the blank space as if she could force the missing image to reappear through sheer attention. This scholar, she said, would they have wanted the seal hidden or revealed? Cleo thought about the marginalia she had read for a decade. The professor who shared her office had been meticulous, obsessive, and terrified, not of the text, but of what the text described. She had cut the seal from the serial not to suppress knowledge, but to buy time. Hidden, Cleo said, until someone was ready to read it. The frost lamp flickered. Marta's head came up. We have company. Cleo heard it then, a soft scraping from the corridor outside, not footsteps but something dragged across stone. The wrong winter did not make sound. It moved through silence like a held thought. This was different. This was something with weight, a body that touched the floor. Kazimir reached for the cold iron blade at his belt, and the door opened. Standing in the threshold, with frost-cracked lips and a voice Cleo had not heard since the ritual chamber collapsed, was a woman she had last seen bleeding into the rubble of a fallen ceiling. Sabine Kadar, Chapter 50. Sabine Kadar stood in the threshold with frost-cracked lips and a stillness that did not belong to a woman who had crawled out of rubble. Her coat was torn across one shoulder, the fabric dark with dried blood, but her hands hung loose at her sides, and her eyes moved across the room with the flat assessment of someone who had already decided what she would do. Cleo's scarred palm throbbed once, a deep pulse that had nothing to do with blood. Seal the door, Sabine said. Marta moved before the words finished. Frostlight flared at her burned fingers, and the chamber door groaned shut, the iron bolt scraping home. The scraping sound from the corridor continued beyond it, something dragging itself past the threshold. Sabine did not turn to look. She kept her eyes on Cleo. You survived. Cleo heard how flat her own voice sounded. I saw the ceiling come down on you. You saw a ceiling come down. Sabine's mouth moved in something that was not quite a smile. You did not see it land. Kazimir had not resheathed his blade. The cold iron caught the frost lamp's glow as he shifted his weight, positioning himself between Sabine and Cleo without being asked. Say what you came to say, he said, before I decide the chamber collapse was not thorough enough. Sabine's gaze flicked to him, then back to Cleo. The seventh mouth has been inside the citadel for 3 days. Not agents, the thing itself. It came through the broken seal before the ritual chambers collapsed. It has been wearing faces and reading memories since the first hour. Yelena made a sound, a small, compressed exhale. Her ink-stained hands pressed flat against the map fragments, as if she could anchor herself to paper. "How do you know?" Cleo asked. "Because I watched it kill a man in the lower archive who did not know he was dead." Sabine reached into her torn coat with slow, deliberate movements and withdrew a folded sheet, its edges blackened by frost. "I took this from the Shrine Road cache before I doubled back. The scholar who cut the seal left more than a missing page. She left a root." Cleo did not reach for the sheet. "You were heading for the oldest shrine with the keys. You told Yelena's network you were going north." "I told Yelena's network what it needed to hear." Sabine's voice carried no apology. "The keys were not for the shrine. They were for the cache. I buried them before Anselm's contingents became my problem, and I went back to retrieve what the scholar left behind because I realized I was not the only person who knew the seal was a warning." The scraping sound from the corridor faded. Cleo looked at the folded sheet. The same precise hand. The same deliberate excision of detail that she had recognized in the missing seal. "You knew the scholar," Sabine said. It was not a question. Cleo did not answer. Kazimir's blare did not lower. "How long do we have?" Cleo said instead. Sabine's frost-cracked lips pressed together. "The wrong winter reached the eastern gate 2 hours ago. It is not trying to breach the wall. It is reading the stone, learning the shape of what held it back. When it finds the gap the seventh mouth left in the ward memory, it will come through like water through a cracked cup." Sanko spoke from the doorway, where she had appeared without sound, her crack-patterned hand pressed against the stone frame. "She is telling the truth." Cleo turned. Sanko's face was pale, the frost white at her temples spreading further than it had been an hour ago, but her colorless eyes held steady. "The wards are not silent," Sanko said. "They are listening, waiting for instructions from something that no longer exists. The wrong winter is reading the absence the way a tongue reads the gap where a tooth was pulled." Kazimir lowered his blade a fraction. "You believe her." "I believe what the stone tells me." Sanko stepped into the room, her crack-marked hand leaving a fine web of fissures across the doorframe. "Sabine Kadar has been moving against the seventh mouth for longer than any of us knew. She was never Anselm's instrument. She was watching him the way she watches everyone, waiting for the pattern to show its seams." Sabine's expression did not change, but something in her shoulders shifted, a release she had let allowed herself until now. "The compact," she said. "You need one. An emergency authority that holds rebel soldiers, Lyceum mages, and tribunal functionaries under the same banner long enough to reach the shrine. I have names. People who will stand down if they see you standing together." Cleo looked at her scarred palm. The black veins had not receded. They were waiting, patient and full. "How many names?" "Enough to hold the eastern corridor for the time it takes to move the column through." Sabine held out the folded sheet. "But only if you move now. The wrong winter is not waiting for permission." The frost lamp flickered. Kazimir stepped forward and took the sheet from Sabine's hand. He unfolded it with the economy of a man who had read battlefield maps under fire, studying the route while the room held its breath. "It follows the fault line," he said. 12 shrines, 11 of them dead markers. The oldest sits at the convergence point where the glacier meets the bedrock. If the scholar left anything there, we will find it before the wrong winter finds us." He looked at Cleo. "Or we die on the road and the city dies behind us." Cleo met his gaze. There was no certainty in his eyes, no promise of survival. There was only the same choice she had made when she refused the brand, when she tore the door open, when she stood in the ruined hall and told 200 people the truth. Act or be acted upon. Open the door, she said. Marta pulled the bolt. The corridor beyond was empty. The scraping sound had stopped, and the stone was cold and still, bearing no trace of whatever had dragged itself past. Sabine moved first, stepping through the threshold with the confidence of someone who had already survived worse than whenever waited in the dark. Sanko followed, her crack-marked hand raised, frost light flickering along the fissures like a pulse looking for a vein. Kazimir fell in beside Cleo. Together, he said. It was not a question. They moved through the citadel's lower corridors, past shattered doors and empty guard posts, past walls where frost had bloomed in patterns that matched Sanko's hand. The silence was wrong, not the absence of sound, but the presence of listening. The east gate came into view through a collapsed archway, a jagged wound in the stone where the fifth impact had driven through. Beyond it, the wrong winter hung in the air, gray ash snow suspended in columns that should have fallen. Cleo stopped. The snow was rising, against the wind, against gravity, in long, slow tendrils that curled upward like fingers reaching for something they had found. The tendrils turned, they pointed toward her, and the wrong winter began to move. Chapter 51. The wrong winter did not rush. It unspooled, a column of gray ash snow unraveling at the edges, tendrils tasting the air where Cleo stood. The collapsed archway framed it like a mouth opening wider, and she felt the cold before it reached her. Not the bite of frost, but the absence of everything that had ever been warm. Kazimir's hand found her elbow. Don't freeze. His voice was flat, a commander's tone stripped of urgency. She understood. Panic would hollow her out faster than the cold. She forced her feet to stay planted, her gaze on the moving wall of ash, and breathed through the part of her mind that wanted to run. The tendrils stretched. They were longer now, reaching through the breach like fingers testing the shape of an opening, and Cleo felt the pressure behind her scarred palm. Not pain, but recognition, as if something in the wound remembered the touch of this cold. A figure stepped past her. Sanko moved into the archway with her crack-marked hand raised, frost light flickering along the fissures in her skin. The light was wrong, gray instead of white, and the cracks spread as she raised her arm, crawling past her wrist toward her forearm. Stay behind me, Sanko said. The wrong winter answered. It did not strike. It spoke. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, from the ash particles themselves, from the stone beneath their feet, from the space between breaths. It was vast and ancient and patient, and it knew her name, Cleo Adejola. She felt the words in her marrow, in the bones of her skull, in the hollow where Lisenka's memories lived. The wrong winter did not shout. It whispered, and the whisper filled every gap in her attention. You read about this world. You judged it. You taught it to students who underlined your favorite passages and wrote essays about the tragic inevitability of the warlord's rise. The tendrils curled closer. Sanko's frostlight flared, and a crack shot through the stone at her feet. But you were not a reader. You were a variable inserted into a closed system. The deep ice did not summon you by accident. It found you because you were already leaking. Cleo's throat closed. The years you spent studying the pattern made you visible. Every annotation, every lecture, every late night tracing the spiral routes on a classroom map was a signal reaching through the ice. The deep ice read your attention the way a tongue reads a tooth. Kazimir's grip tightened on her arm. It is lying, he said. It is trying to make you believe you were always part of its design. The voice did not acknowledge him. Lisenka Drozdova was not chosen. She was cultivated. The bloodline was shaped over centuries to produce a vessel with the exact neural architecture that would recognize the pattern when she saw it. Every version of her was a draft. You are the final edition. Cleo's scarred palm burned. You were written into the cycle before you were born in the word you remember. Teaching the Long Thaw was not a career. It was a preparation. The deep ice has been waiting for you to arrive for a very long time. She wanted to deny it. She wanted to believe it was manipulation. Nothing but a weapon of fear aimed at her weakest point. But that the voice spoke with a kind of intimacy that felt like memory, like something that had been watching her read at her desk, grade papers in the dark, walk home through empty campus streets. You did not choose to come here. You were called. And everything you have done since you arrived, every deviation, every refusal, every act of mercy, has been read and filed and understood before you made it. The wrong winter touched the archway. Stone crumbled. Sanko shouted something, her frostlight detonating in a burst of gray-white that threw the tendrils back, but the voice did not stop. You want to know what the seventh mouth is. Every hair on Cleo's body rose. It is what the deep ice was built to contain. Not a colder winter, not an older entity, a mouth that speaks one word, and the word is the end of the cycle. The deep ice is not a cage. It is a throat that never learned to stop swallowing. Sanko's frostlight guttered. The tendrils surged forward. Cleo moved before she understood what she was doing, her scarred hand rising, the black-veined palm catching the wrong winter's first touch. The cold hit her like a blade, not through the skin, but through the door the brand had left open, and she felt the wrong winter inside her, in the gap between her ribs, in the space behind her eyes. You will hear the word before you see the mouth that speaks it. The voice was inside her now, not outside. The seventh mouth is waking because you break the seal. You did not cause the waking. You removed the hand that was holding it shut. And when it opens fully, the first thing it will devour is the pattern that made you possible. Cleo screamed, not in pain, in refusal. She pushed back, not with Frostcraft, not with Lisenka's training, but with the part of her that had spent 20 years refusing to let a story tell her what to think. She pushed with every essay she had ever returned covered in red ink, every student she had forced to read more carefully, every argument she had lost because she was not surrender the shape of a sentence. The wrong winter recoiled, not defeated, surprised. The tendrils pulled back through the archway, the ash snow resuming its slow suspension, and Cleo stood in the sudden silence with her scarred hands still raised, her breath ragged, her mind full of a phrase she had not chosen. The seventh mouth is waking. Sanko caught her before she fell. I have you. Cleo's knees hit the stone. Kazimir was there, his hands on her shoulders, his face close to hers, his breath warm against her cheek. You are here, he said. You are still here. She nodded, but she could not speak. The phrase was still burning, carved into her thoughts like a scar that would not close. The seventh mouth is waking. And she understood, with a cold that had nothing to do with the winter outside, that the voice had not been threatening her. It had been warning her. Through the archway, beyond the suspended ash, the wrong winter waited. But it was not moving toward her anymore. It was listening. Waiting for the word that would end everything. It's the compass start of complete personal unload. Petar's found her in the passage outside the triage hall, where she had been sitting with her back against the wall for maybe 5 minutes, maybe 20. Time had gone shapeless since the wrong winter retreated. The ash snow still hung beyond the archway, suspended and waiting, but the pressure had eased, and Sanko was leaning against the opposite wall with her crack-marked hand wrapped in a strip of her own coat. You look like you are about to fall over, Petar said. Cleo looked up. His face was hard to read in the frost lamp glow, but the old suspicion was muted, replaced by something closer to assessment. "I am about to fall over," she said. "That is not the same as being about to stop." He studied her for a long moment, then he jerked his head toward the corridor behind him. "Come with me." Kazimir stepped forward, ready to intervene, but Petar raised a hand. "Alone. She will be safe. I want her to see something." Cleo pushed herself up, her legs held. Her scarred palm throbbed with every heartbeat. "Where?" "The lower quarters, where your father's soldiers used to bring people for questioning before they were processed into the northern holding." She followed him. The corridor narrowed as they descended, the frost lamps thinning to rusted brackets that had not been maintained in years. The air changed, growing dense with the smell of damp wool, old smoke, and something metallic she did not want to name. Petar walked ahead without looking back. "The first time I saw a falsara," he said, "I was 18, fresh into Kazimir's scout company. We were sent to deliver a prisoner transfer manifest to the tribunal archives. 2 days in the city, and I spent both of them trying not to look at the walls." "What was on the walls?" "Names." He stopped at a junction where the corridor opened into a wider chamber, low-ceilinged, crowded with bedrolls and stacked crates, and people who went still when they saw her face. "Families that got processed through the Drozdov holding system and never came out. The tribunal clerks kept a record of every person who vanished into the northern transit. It was not a secret. It was a deterrent." The refugees in the chamber watched her with flat, exhausted eyes. A woman with a child pressed against her hip. An old man with frost-scarred hands wrapped in rags. A young woman with a bandage across her throat who looked at Cleo and did not flinch. Petar stopped in the center of the chamber and turned to face her. "You want to know why I do not trust you?" he said. "Even after everything you did in the ritual chamber. Even after the brand." Cleo said nothing. "Because I know what Lisenka Drozdova did to the people in this room." He gestured without looking, a sweep of his arm that took in the whole crowded space. "I know the names, I know the dates, I know which of them watched their children taken into tribunal custody, and which of them were told their children were already dead when they were still alive in the northern transit." The woman with the child shifted. The child, a boy of maybe 6, stared at Cleo with the unreadable stillness of someone who had learned not to react. "I am not Lisenka," Cleo said. "I know." Petar's voice was flat. "That is the only reason you are still standing in this room. But I need to know if you understand what carrying that face means. Not the court version, not the Grand Magister's version, the version that lives in the bodies of people who survived her." He stepped aside, clearing the space between Cleo and the refugees. "Stay," he said. "Listen. Let them tell you what they remember, and then I will decide if I can guide your expedition north." The silence stretched. Cleo looked at the woman with the child, at the bandaged throat of the young woman, at the old man with frost-scarred hands who had not taken his eyes off her since she entered the chamber. She did not know what to say. She had spent her life reading stories about suffering, analyzing them, teaching them to students who would never feel the cold of a Drozdov holding cell. She had no language for the reality of it, no framework that would make her presence in this room anything but a violation. So she did the only thing she could think of. She sat down. Cross-legged on the stone floor, her ruined hand visible, her scarred palm open in her lap. She did not speak. She just waited. The old man with frost-scarred hands was the first. "My daughter was taken in the 8th year of the occupation," he said. "She was 14. They told me she was transferred to a northern settlement for resettlement. I never saw her again." The woman with the child spoke next. "My husband was a scribe in the tribunal registry. He copied transfer orders. Every night he came home with ink on his fingers and no voice left. They executed him for destroying a page. The page was never destroyed. It was lost in transit. They executed him for a clerical error. The young woman with the bandaged throat did not speak. She could not, but she pulled down the bandage to show the scar, a clean line across her throat, and held Cleo's gaze until Cleo nodded. Petar stood at the edge of the chamber, watching. Cleo stayed. She listened to 11 names, 11 stories, 11 lives that Lisenka Drozdova's face had touched with cruelty or neglect or bureaucratic indifference that looked the same as cruelty in the end. She did not defend herself. She did not explain that she was not the woman who had done these things. She just sat with the weight of it, let it press down on her, let it hurt. When the last voice fell silent, the chamber was quiet except for the distant groan of ice shifting beneath the citadel. Petar crossed to her. "You did not try to fix it." "I cannot fix it." "No." He crouched in front of her, his scarred face close to hers. "You cannot, but you stayed. That is the difference between you and the woman who wore that face before." He stood. "I will guide the expedition north, on one condition." "Name it." "Kazimir leads." He held her gaze. "Not you, not Sabine, not some emergency compact of people who have never been north of the glacier road. Kazimir Solanke, with his scouts on his flanks and his decisions in his own hands. If you can live with that, I will take you to the shrine road." Cleo looked at the refugees around her, at the faces that had trusted her with their dead. "Yes," she said. Petar nodded once. "Then we leave at first watch." He turned and walked toward the corridor. Cleo stayed where she was, the stone cold beneath her, the weight of 11 names pressing against her ribs. And in the silence that followed, she heard something that should not have been possible. A child's voice, singing. From somewhere deeper in the refugee quarters, a melody she did not recognize, pitched in a key that made the frost lamps flicker. The old man with frost-scarred hands went rigid. "That song," he said, "has not been sung in Sostmarch for 40 years. The child's voice rose, thin and clear, threading through the stone like smoke through a cracked wall. Cleo's scarred palm burned. Chapter 53. The child's voice threaded through the stone like meltwater through cracked ice, thin and ancient and wrong. Cleo's scarred palm burned with each note, the black edges of the frame pulsing in rhythm with the melody she did not recognize, but her body remembered. The old man with frost-scarred hands stood slowly, his joints cracking in the silence between phrases. "That song was sung at the old shrines," he said, "before the Drozdovs, before the tribunal, when the ice still answered to something older than law." The child's voice rose again, and this time Cleo felt it in her teeth, in the marrow of her ruined hand, in the hollow where her brand had been torn open. She pushed herself up from the stone floor. "Where is that child?" The old man shook his head. "There are no children here. Not anymore. They were taken north. All of them." Petar had stopped in the corridor, his lean frame silhouetted against a dying frost lamp. He turned back slowly. "I heard that song once," he said, 40 years ago, from the glacier road. A woman sang it as she walked into the ice. She did not come back." The child's voice stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Cleo's scarred palm cooled, the burn fading to a dull ache, but the memory of the melody stayed in her bones like a splinter she could not extract. Ivo Mercer appeared at the corridor mouth, his physician's coat streaked with ash and something darker, his lean face tight with exhaustion and a newer, sharper alertness. "I need 10 minutes with her," he said, jerking his chin at Cleo. "Before we move again." Petar looked at Cleo. "Make it 5. Ivo led her to a storage alcove whose door had been torn off its hinges. Inside, Frost sketched white arabesques across the walls, and a single lamp cast a circle of amber light, just large enough for 2 people to stand in. He closed the remaining shutter partially, sealing them into a cramped intimacy. "Show me your hand." Cleo extended her arm. The scarred palm lay open under the light, the black edges of the frame now veined with faint silver lines that branched toward her wrist like the roots of a dead tree. Ivo did not touch her immediately. He studied the scar with the same stillness she had seen him use on tribunal patients, the same diagnostic patience that didn't survive years of Frostmark's legal cruelty. "That should not be possible," he said finally. "You tore the brand open. The deep ice should have lost its grip on you." "It did not. No." He drew a small bone-handled blade from his coat and a strip of clean linen. "May I?" She nodded. He pressed the blade gently against the edge of the frame, collecting a thin smear of blood on the tip. Then he pulled a small glass vial from his coat, tipped the blood into it, and held the vial up to the lamp. The blood did not settle. It moved, slow and deliberate, forming a spiral pattern against the glass that matched the shape of the scar on her palm. "The Drozdov bloodline conduit," Ivo said quietly. "It is not in the brand alone. It is in the blood, in the marrow, in the cells that remember who your body is supposed to be." He set the vial down on a shelf where the spiral pattern continued to turn. Anso's failed binding did not just leave a residue, Cleo. It keyed you to the old conduit network. The shrines, the wards, the glacier paths, they all know the shape of Drozdov blood. They are waiting for instructions you never gave. Cleo's throat tightened. "Instructions that the deep ice can give for me." "That is the risk, yes." Ivo's voice was flat, clinical, but his eyes were not. "If whoever opens the second locus at the oldest shrine before we reach it, the deep ice will not need to be physically present. It will speak through the network, through you, from any distance." He wrapped the linen strip around her palm, not to bandage but to cover the scar from sight. "That song we heard, that melody, it is older than any Drozdov. It was sung at the shrines before Frostmarch existed, when the ice was young and the thin beneath it had not yet known to hunger. If a child in the lower quarters knows that song, it means the seventh mouth has been seeding the old language into the survivors." "Using children?" "Using whatever is left." Ivo looked at her directly. "The seventh mouth does not kill everyone. It prepares some, sings into them, plants the words that will open the deeper doors." The lamp flickered. Cleo's scarred paw burned again, but this time the heat did not fade. It spread up her forearm in slow waves, and she heard the child's voice again, faint, distant, singing the melody that made the frost lamps tremble. "I can feel it," she said. "The old road, the shrines, they are pulling." Ivo caught her wrist, his grip firm and grounding. "That is the network recognizing its key. You are the door that survived destruction, the Drozdov bloodline's last walking fragment. Every shrine between here and the glacier knows you are coming. Then we go faster. Or we do not go at all." She met his eyes. "That is not an option." "No." He released her wrist. "I did not think it would be. But you need to know what you are carrying into that ice. You are not just Cleo Adejola, literature professor who fell through the wrong world. You are a Drozdov conduit with a broken door in your palm and an ancient network that has been waiting for new instructions for 93 years. He packed the vial into his coat, the spiral pattern still turning against the glass. "Every step you take toward that shrine will make the network louder. Every shrine you pass will key you deeper. By the time you reach the convergence point, you will not need the seventh mouth to open the second locus. You will be the locus." The lamp did not flicker again. It went out. In the darkness, Cleo heard the child's voice one more time. Close now. Close enough to be standing just outside the alcove's missing door. She did not move. The voice stopped. A small hand reached through the gap in the shutter, fingers pale as frost, and set something on the stone floor before withdrawing into the dark. Ivo struck a frostlight. The pale glow revealed a single object on the threshold. A Drozdov signet ring, identical to the one Cleo had refused and left behind in the tribunal hall. And scratched into the stone beside it, in a child's uneven letters, "The shrine remembers you." Chapter 54. The lamp did not come back. Cleo stood in the dark with the ring cold against her palm, and the child's letters scratched into stone at her feet. Ivo's frostlight had burned out. She heard his breath go tight, heard the small shift of his weight as he turned toward the missing door. "She is gone," he said. "Whoever sent her." Cleo closed her fingers around the ring. It was identical to the one she had refused. Same weight, same cold iron band, same Drozdov seal pressed into the metal, a spiral within a spiral within a spiral. "She will come back," Cleo said. "The seventh mouth does not send its vessels once." Ivo said nothing. She found Kazimir in the passage beyond the storage alcove, his back against the frost-bloomed wall, his eyes fixed on the point where the shutter gap let darkness through. He had heard everything. The child's hand, the song, the ring. He did not ask what she was holding. "Petar says first watch," he said. "We need rest." "I know." Neither of them moved. The passage was empty. The refugees had retreated deeper into the lower quarters. The frost lamps flickered at half strength, casting long shadows across the stone. Somewhere above, a door groaned on its hinge, and the wind pushed through the broken citadel with a sound like breath drawn through teeth. "We are not going to sleep," Cleo said. "No." She turned without deciding to, and he followed without asking where. They climbed. The stair was narrow, a service shaft that had escaped the worst of the collapse, and it wound upward through 3 levels of abandoned watchrooms and empty scryed alcoves. The air changed as they rose, thinner, colder, less human. The wrong winter's gray glow bled through cracks in the stone, but it did not reach the top landing. Kazimir pushed the last door open with his shoulder. The watchroom was small, built for a single sentry who had once scanned the eastern road for glacier patrols. Its window was a long slit cut into the outer wall, wide enough to see the broken gate and the ash-gray snow suspended beyond it. The room held nothing but a stone bench, a rusted brazier, and the memory of a fire that had not burned in years. Cleo crossed to the window and pressed her unmarked hand against the stone sill. The wrong winter hung motionless beyond the wall, tendrils of ash snow still raised, still pointing, still waiting. It had not moved since she refused it. It was watching, listening, learning the shape of what had pushed it back. "It should not be able to see you," he said again, slower. "Because you refused it. Because you are not Lisenka. Because you pushed it back with nothing but a nave and a will that should not exist inside that face." "It exists." "Yes." He stepped forward finally, and the door swung shut behind him. "That is what I cannot reconcile." They stood 3 feet apart in a room barely large enough for a cot and a brazier. Cleo's hand was still on the stone sill. The cold from the outer wall bled through her sleeve, but she did not pull away. "I've been trying to understand you," Kazimir said. "Since the prison keep, since the vaults, since you took the brand that was meant for me. I have been trying to fit you into a shape I'll recognize, a strategy, a betrayal, A long game I could not see. And I cannot. His voice dropped. Because you are not a shape I know. You are something the tribunal never prepared me for. Is that a problem? It is a problem that I cannot stop trying. The air between them had changed. Cleo felt it in her chest, a pressure that was not pain and not cold, a tension that pulled her toward him and held her still at the same time. She had felt it before. In the Archive vaults when he had turned his back to her. In the ritual chamber when he had held her against the collapse. In the priest room when he had kissed her scarred knuckles and promised her together. But they had never had time. There had always been a door opening, a wall breaking, a voice calling from the dark. There had always been a reason to stop. The watchroom had no voices. The watchroom had only the gray light, the suspended snow, and the space between them shrinking by inches she did not remember closing. Kikis is not easy. Yes. He stepped forward finally, and the door swung shut behind him. That is what I cannot reconcile. They stood 3 feet apart in a room barely large enough for a cot and a brazier. Cleo's hand was still on the stone sill. The cold from the outer wall bled through her sleeve, but she did not pull away. I have been trying to understand you, Kazimir said. Since the prison keep, since the vaults, since you took the brand that was meant for me. I have been trying to fit you into a shape I recognize. A strategy, a betrayal, a long game I could not name. Cleo's hand left the stone sill. She caught the front of his coat, pulled him closer, and kissed him back with everything she had not said in weeks, of running everything she had not let herself feel because feeling it would have made the danger real. The cold of his coat, the heat of his mouth, the way his fingers threaded into her hair and held her like she might disappear, all of it was real. She was not a door. She was not a locus. She was a woman who had died grading essays and woken in a story that wanted her to bruck. And she was kissing a man who had been written as a monster and refused to become one. The kiss broke for breath. Kazimir's forehead pressed against hers. His chest rose and fell in a rhythm that matched her own. His thumb traced the corner of her mouth once, so as once today, and said of someone worth using. I saw what the tribunal tried to destroy. And I see what the ice tried to make you. His voice cracked on the last word. You are not Lisenka. You never were, and I am done pretending I do not know the difference. The bell tolled. It came from the outer wall, deep and iron-bellied, a sound that vibrated through the stone and into Cleo's chest. Once, twice, 3 times. The signal for a gate opened from within. Kazimir's hands tightened on her face. That was not the wrong winter, he said. I know. They opened the gate. Someone inside the citadel opened the gate. The gray light beyond the window shifted. The wrong winter's tendrils began to move. Chapter 55. The bell's third note hung in the stone. Cleo's hand went to the sill. The wrong winter's tendrils moved like slow breath, shifting through the gray light beyond the broken wall. Not rushing. Not yet. The gate being open changed the geometry of the city. There was now a straight line between the wrong winter and the interior courts. We need to get down, she said. Kazimir was already moving, his hand catching her elbow, pulling her from the sill. They took the service shaft in silence, boots scraping rusted rungs, the dark thickening around them as they descended. The bell had stopped, but its vibrations still lived in Cleo's chest, a shudder that did not fade. The passage below was empty. Frost lamps flickered at the far end, their light thin and uneven. The corridor smelled of wet stone and cold iron, and something else, something sharp, like a held breath about to release. Kazimir stopped at the junction. Voices. Not the wrong winter's voices. Human voices, raised in sharp commands, the sound of boots on stone moving fast, and beneath it, the low grind of a heavy door being forced. "Armory?" Kazimir said. "Or the detention block?" "Which one?" "Armory backs onto the east doors. Detention block fronts the inner court." He was already reading the sound, mapping known architecture against the chaos. Both are close. A figure appeared at the far end of the corridor. Cleo's hand tensed before recognition caught up. Marta Zorkic, moving with the flat, efficient stride of someone who had been running and had stopped running because whatever she had found required her at a walk. Her frost-burned fingers were black at the tips. "Saban's people," Marta said, no greeting. "The ones who stayed loyal to her network. They are trying to open the detention cells." "Prisoners?" "Hardliners. Tribunal enforcers who were locked in after the collapse. The ones who followed Amsel's doctrine to the letter." Marta's voice was clipped, each word costing breath. "If they get the cells open, those enforcers will take the east stores and the armory before the expedition can muster. We lose the supplies or we fight our own city to keep them." "How many?" 20, maybe 30 in Sabine's remnant. The detention block holds 40 hardliners." Kazimir was already moving. Cleo followed without thinking, her ruined hand pressed against her thigh, the Drozdov ring a cold weight in her pocket. She had not put it on. She had not decided whether she would. The inner court opened ahead of them. Blue-white hail fell in slanting sheets, driven by a wind that should not have existed inside a city wall. The wrong winter's influence was already seeping through the opened gate, not as invasion, not yet, but as weather, as permission. The kind of weather that made blades slip, that turned cobbles treacherous, that blinded and chilled and slowed anyone not born to it. 6 figures stood in the court's center. Sabine's remnant. Cleo recognized the set of their shoulders, the way they moved in practiced pairs, the disciplined economy of people who had served intelligence operations long enough to know exactly where to strike. One of them carried a pry bar. Another held a ring of detention keys, swinging them in a steady rhythm. Beyond them, the detention block's outer door showed fresh chisel marks around the lock frame. Kazimir did not announce himself. He crossed the court at a dead sprint, boots catching on the hail-slick stone, and hit the first remnant with his shoulder before they saw him coming. The impact carried through both bodies, the remnant's pry bar spinning across the cobbles, the figure collapsing in a spray of blue-white slush. Sanko arrived from the opposite side. Cleo had not seen her approach. The frost ronge came out of the hail like she had been waiting in it. Her crack-marked hand raised, frostlight flickering along the fissures that spread from her palm to her wrist. She did not use frostcraft. She used her body, her training, the hard discipline of a Lyceum prodigy who had learned to fight before she learned to cast. Her fist connected with a remnant's jaw. The woman crumpled. The court erupted. Cleo pressed herself against the wall, watching the geometry shift, the way Kazimir and Sanko moved in a rhythm they had never practiced together, but somehow matched. Kazimir took the center, drawing attention, forcing the remnants to commit to angles they could not hold. Sanko worked the edges, picking off the ones who tried to flank. The hail thickened. Blue-white light bled through the falling ice, making the figures hard to track, turning shadows into solid shapes, and solid shapes into shadows. Cleo's scarred palm burned. The wrong winter was watching. Not attacking, not yet. Watching from the weather, from the cold that should not have been here, from the opened gate. A remnant broke from the main fight. Young man, pale coat, moving toward the supplied store at the side entrance with a torch. Not a weapon, a torch for the dry goods stored in the back aisles. Cleo saw the intent before she could stop herself. If he burned the stores, the expedition could not provision. If he burned the stores, the expedition did not leave. She moved before she had finished thinking. Her boot slid on the hail. Her ruined hand caught the wall, steadying her as she closed the distance, and she hit the remnant at the same moment Marta did, the Chamberlain's frost-burned fingers closing on the wrist with a grip that should have been impossible for her age. The torch fell. Cleo stamped it out. The hiss of ice meeting flame sounded like a scream. The remnant's eyes found hers. "You," he said. "You think you are leaving." "I think I am trying to." "You are a door." His voice was not his own. It had a second note beneath it, a resonance that did not belong in a human throat. "You will open whether you walk north or south." The severed mouth. Cleo's scar flared. The pain drove through her palm, up her arm, into her chest. The remnant's eyes went white. Then Sanko's hand was on his throat, and the frost mage's thumb pressed hard against the pulse point, and the man collapsed. Sanko looked at Cleo. "Was that?" "Yes." The cord had gone quiet. Kazimir stood at its center, breathing hard, the last of the remnants on their knees before him. 3 down. 4. The rest had scattered into the side passages, fleeing into the hail instead of standing their ground. The detention block's outer door was scratched but unopened. The stores still held. Marta was already checking the fallen remnants, turning pockets, lifting collars. Chapter 56. The column assembled in the inner court as the first light bled through the wrong winter's gray. Not dawn, a paleness that came from no direction, filtering through the suspended ash snow like light through dirty ice. Cleo stood at the head of the formation, with her scarred hand wrapped in strip cloth, the Drozdov signet ring pressed into her coat pocket like a brand that had not yet burned through. She had not put it on. She did not know if she would. Behind her, the column sorted itself into rough order. Petar's scouts, tribunal survivors who had chosen to follow the broken authorities' last heir instead of starve in a city that no longer answered. The cracked frost mages Sanko had pulled from the debris. Marta with a pack full of bandages and what little food the stores still held. Ivo with his leather satchel riding his hip. Yelena carrying the map fragments against her chest like a shield. Kazimir stood at the column's center, where Petar had placed him. Cleo had not argued the formation. Neither had Kazimir. The scouts needed to see him as commander, not as the woman wearing Lisenka's face. And that meant he stayed where the column could see him, not where he could watch her back. The gate stood open. Not the eastern gate, the one the wrong winter had shattered. The northern service gate. A narrow iron door set into the curtain wall that Petar had claimed still moved on its hinges. Beyond it, the glacier road curved into white, its stone markers burrowed under ice that had not been there yesterday. Cleo looked back once. Valtsa the Red rose behind her, black stone against gray sky, its walls scarred, its wards silent. Its survivors pressed into lower chambers where the cold had not yet learned to reach. The city still stood. That was all she could call a victory. The column began to move. Marta walked beside Cleo in silence. The frost-burned Chamberlain's face told nothing, but her hand stayed close to the blade at her belt, and her eyes moved across the ruins before them with the patience of someone who had spent a lifetime learning to read danger in stillness. The first mile passed without incident. The second mile brought the cold. Cleo felt it before she saw it, a change in the air's texture that had nothing to do with temperature. The wrong winter's presence here was thinner than inside the walls, but it was present, threaded through the wind like a voice too low to hear directly. She pressed her palm against her coat. The scarred skin beneath the bandage throbbed in answer. "The network is waking," Yelena said from behind her. Cleo turned. The archivist was studying the horizon with the focused unease of someone reading a text in a language they did not fully speak. Every shrine between here and the fault, Yelena continued. I can feel them through the map, like pulses, like something pressing against the surface. Sanko appeared at Cleo's elbow, her crack-marked hand wrapped in fresh bandages. The frost mage looked tired in a way that went deeper than exhaustion, her pale eyes tracking the same invisible signals Yelena was reading. She is right. The wards are not silent here. They are waiting for the Drozdov blood to reach the oldest shrine so they can wake. And if we never reach it? Sanko's mouth tightened. Then the seventh mouth opened to the door through a vessel that already carries the old language. The children, the ones who learned the song. The column crested a rise, and the glacier road opened before them. Cleo had seen it on Petar's map, drawn in charcoal and memory. The real thing was worse. The road curved north into a landscape that should not have existed this far south. Ice fields stretched to the horizon, their surface veined with cracks that glowed faint blue in the gray light. The peaks beyond them were sharp, angular, wrong. The ice is younger than it should be, Ivo said quietly. I have seen glacier formations before. This is not natural. This is something pressing up from beneath. Petar called a halt. The column stopped. Frost lamps guttered in the wind, and the scouts spread into a perimeter without being ordered, their movements economical and afraid. The scouts were villagers mostly, a few exiles from the tribunal who had trained in Petar's sporadic campaigns. They were not soldiers, they were learning on the road. Kazimir walked to the front. Cleo watched him come, the way his weight settled into the ice, the way his eyes swept the horizon like a man checking the seams of a room for the place it would break. 2 more hours of light, he said. Maybe 3 if the cloud cover holds. And then? Then we camp on open ice, or we push for the first shrine. Petar shook his head. The shrine is 4 hours north at forced march. We push, we arrive in dark. We do not know what waits there. We know what waits everywhere, Martyr said flatly. Cold, the seventh mouth, the wrong winter watching. The only variable is how close the nearest enemy gets before we face it. Cleo looked at the road. The ice gleamed. The ring in her pocket felt heavier than iron, heavier than the Drozdov bloodline, heavier than any choice she had made since waking on that marble floor. She had refused the signet once. She had refused the name, the inheritance, the role Lisenka's body was built to fill. But the shrine remembered her, and the road north would not forgive her for hesitating. 4 hours, she said. We push. The column began to move again. Cleo watched him come, the way his weight settled into the ice, the way his eyes swept the horizon like a man checking the seams of a room for the place it would break. 2 more hours of light, he said. Maybe 3 if the cloud cover holds. And then? Then we camp on open ice, or we push for the first shrine. Petar shook his head. The shrine is 4 hours north at forced march. We push, we arrive in dark, we do not know what waits there. We know what waits everywhere, Marta said flatly. Cold, the seventh mouth, the wrong winter watching. The only variable is how close the nearest enemy gets before we face it. Cleo looked at the road. The ice gleamed. The ring in her pocket felt heavier than iron, heavier than the Drozdov bloodline, heavier than any choice she had made since waking on that marble floor. She had refused the signet once. She had refused the name, the inheritance, the role Lisenka's body was built to fill. But the shrine remembered her, and the road north would not forgive her for hesitating. 4 hours, she said. We push. The column began to move again. Cleo watched him come, the way his weight settled into the ice, the way his eyes swept the horizon like a man checking the seams of a room for the place it would break. 2 more hours of light, he said. Maybe 3 if the cloud cover holds. And then? Then we camp on open ice, or we push for the first shrine. Petar shook his head. The shrine is 4 hours north at forced march. We push, we arrive in dark, we do not know what waits there. We know what waits everywhere, Marta said flatly. Cold, the 7th mouth, the wrong winter watching. The only variable is how close the nearest enemy gets before we face it. Cleo looked at the road. The ice gleamed. The ring in her pocket felt heavier than iron, heavier than the Drozdova Bloodline, heavier than any choice she had made since waking on that Martha floor. Chapter 57. The village appeared at dusk, a cluster of stone and timber buildings huddled against a ridge that should have sheltered them from the worst of the wind. It did not. The wind cut through the ridge anyway, howling over the top and down the slope in a constant stream that had worn the ice into ripples like frozen water. The villings stood in the lee of that stream, but the stream had found them anyway, had wrapped around the ridge like a hand closing over a throat. Cleo stopped at the edge of the first street. No smoke rose from the chimneys, no frost lamps glowed behind the shuttered windows. The snow in the street was undisturbed except for a single track. A sled, half loaded, its runner frozen into the ice as if the cold had seized it mid-turn. The sled was still hitched. The animals that had pulled it was gone. They were evacuating, Marta said quietly. Her breath fogged and vanished. They did not make it out. Petar moved past Cleo with his blade drawn, his steps careful, testing the ice before committing his weight. His scouts fanned into the side streets with the same economical caution, their frost lamps held low, their faces unreadable. Cleo followed. The first house she passed had its door open. A stool lay overturned in the entryway. A cup of something frozen solid had spilled across the threshold. The liquid turned to a black slick that looked like oil in the gray light. The wrong winter had not done this. The wrong winter was a siege, a presence, a watching thing. This was something else. This was cold that had fallen on the village like a hammer, too fast for anyone to run, too complete for anyone to survive. Cleo? Kazimir's voice pulled her attention to the end of the street. He stood at the village square, where a well had been capped with ice so thick it looked like a second skin. Behind him, the village shrine rose from the frost, a smaller version of the dome they had found on the glacier, its stone surface etched with spirals that caught the light and threw it back in fragments. But the shrine was not silent. It hummed, a low, constant vibration that Cleo felt in her chest before she heard it. A frequency that made the air around it shimmer like heat rising from summer pavement. The hum came from the walls themselves, from the ice that had grown over the stone, from the memory of what had happened here. Yelena reached the shrine before Cleo could stop her. The archivist pressed her ink-stained hand to the door and went still. Her pale gray eyes widened, and her lips moved without sound, as if she were reading something written on the inside of her own skull. Yelena? Cleo caught her arm. What do you see? The evacuation. Yelena whispered. They heard the wrong winter coming. They knew the gate had fallen. They tried to reach the shrine road, tried to reach the old protections. Someone made it out? Ivo asked from behind Cleo, his leather satchel clutched to his chest. No. Yelena's voice cracked. They are all still here. Every one of them. The cold took them before they could run. The cold took them and it kept their voices. It is keeping them. The hum grew louder. Cleo felt it in her scarred palm, in the silver veins that branched from the black edges of the wound toward her wrist. The shrine was responding to her bloodline, to the Drozdov presence she carried, even when she refused the ring in her pocket. Something moved in the corner of her vision. She turned. A window across the square reflected the village as it had been an hour ago, a day ago, a week frozen and forgotten. In the glass, the street was full of people. They were mid-step, mid-breath, mid-scream, their mouths open, their hands raised, their eyes locked on something coming from the north. Cleo looked away. When she looked back, the window showed only frost. Every reflective surface, Sanko said. She stood at the edge of the square, her crack-marked hand pressed against a wall. They are trapped in the ice that remembers them. The village itself is a recording. Can we free them? Kazimir asked. No. Sanko's voice was flat. They are dead. What we see is the moment of their death, preserved. The cold took them whole, but it did not take them alive. The shrine drow groaned. Yelena had pushed it open. The archivist stepped inside before Cleo could call her back, her ink-stained hands reaching for the darkness beyond the threshold. The hum changed pitch as she entered, rising into something that felt like speech, like a question asked in a language older than Frostmarch. Cleo followed. The shrine cellar was smaller than the one beneath Vatsaraha, a single room carved into the permafrost with walls lined by shelves. The shelves held scrolls, bound in leather that had cracked and split with age, their edges glazed with frost that did not melt under the warmth of Cleo's breath. Yelena stood at the far wall. Her hands were pressed against a shelf that had been pulled away from the stone, revealing a cavity behind it. Inside the cavity, a single scroll lay on a pedestal of ice, its surface untouched by frost, as if something had kept it warm long after the cold took everything else. I know this hand, Yelena said. She lifted the scroll with trembling fingers and unrolled it across the pedestal. The symbols were not Drozdov's script. They were not Frostmark chordhand. They were the careful, precise annotations of a scholar from Cleo's world, the same handwriting that had marked the missing page of the survey map. Cleo stepped closer. The scroll contained a record of a prior cycle, not the cycle that ended at the tribunal, not the one where Kazimir became the warlord. A cycle that had continued past the broken branding, past the fall of the citadel, past the point where all the known stories stopped. The annotations were in English. Cycle 17 continued for 217 days past the tribunal collapse. The shrine network held. The second locus was not opened. The expedition reached the convergence point and sealed the door. Cycle 17 failed because the vessel carrying the Drozdov blood to the oldest shrine refused to wear the ring until it was too late. The vessel was Lisenka. Cleo's scarred hand burned. The hum in the walls changed again, dropped into a lower register that vibrated through the floor and up through her spine. The scroll's ink shimmered, and the final line of the annotation shifted as she watched, rewriting itself in fresh, wet strokes that steamed in the cold air. Cycle 17 failed because she hesitated. Do not hesitate. The ring in Cleo's pocket grew heavy, heavy as a stone, heavy as a decision she had been running from since she had first seen it in the darkness of the watchroom. She had not put it on. She had told herself she was refusing the role, refusing the bloodline, refusing the shape the story wanted her to fill. But the shrine remembered. The village remembered. And the voice in the walls, the voice that hummed through the eyes in the stone and the frozen faces in the windows, the voice that had been waiting for her since before she was born, began to sing. The song was the same one the child had sung in the refugee quarters. The melody made the frost lamps flicker. The melody made the silver veins in Cleo's palm glow. And from outside the shrine, from every window in the village of Glass Wind, a dozen thousand mouths began to sing along. Chapter 58. The storm came down from the ridge without warning, a wall of white that ate the sky and the trail ahead in the same breath. Cleo pulled her hood up and pressed forward, but the wind had teeth. It cut through wool and leather, through the layers between her skin and the cold, and left her gasping. Behind her, the column had stopped. Horses shied. Someone shouted a command that the wind swallowed before it reached the second word. Kazimir appeared at her elbow, his face already filmed with frost. "We need to find shelter," he said. "This is not natural." She knew. She had felt it before the first flake fell, the shift in pressure behind her ribs, the way her scarred palm had begun to burn before the wind arrived. The storm had not come from the north. It had come from beneath. "The ridge," put a comb from somewhere ahead. "There is an overhang half a click east. We can hold there." The column moved. Cleo moved with them, because stopping meant dying. But her scarred hand pulled at her attention like a thread, and she could not tell if it was warning her or guiding her. The overhang was a shelf of ice-crusted rock that jutted from the valley wall like a broken tooth. They crowded beneath it, 40 people pressed shoulder to shoulder, breath fogging the air between them. Marta counted heads. Ivo checked the injured. Yelena held the shrine scroll against her chest as if it might be torn from her by the wind. Cleo stood at the edge of the shelter, watching the storm. It moved wrong. The snow fell sideways, but the gusts circled as if the air itself was pacing, looking for a way in. The light beneath the clouds was not the gray of ordinary winter, but the blue-white of old ice, deep and cold and patient. Kazimir came to stand beside her. "It is looking for something," he said. "Us." "No." He shook his head slowly, his winter-pale eyes fixed on the churning wall of white. "I have seen this before. On the glacier road, the winter after my regiment was destroyed. The storm did not hunt. It waited." "Waited for what?" "For me to make a decision." The wind dropped. The silence was worse than the howling. It lay across the valley like a held breath, heavy and expectant. The snow stopped falling. The clouds stopped moving. Everything stopped except the faint hum that Cleo felt in her teeth, the same frequency she had felt at the shrine. Then the shapes began to form. They rose from the snow like frost spreading across a window, but faster, deliberate, each one taking the shape of a man in uniform. Rime coated their shoulders and crystallized in the hollows where their eyes should have been. They stood in a loose formation across the open ground before the overhang, 24 soldiers made of ice and memory, their faces frozen in expressions Cleo could not read. Kazimir went still beside her. She heard his breath catch, heard the small, involuntary sound he made, a sound she had never heard from him before, not in battle, not in pain, not in the dark of the watchroom when he had held her and told her he wanted to survive. "No," he whispered. The nearest figure stepped forward. Its boots left no prints in the snow. Its coat was fractured with cracks that glowed faintly blue, and its face was a young man's face, frozen in the moment of death, with a wound across the throat that had never healed. "Soldier," the figure said. Its voice was the sound of ice cracking. "You left us." "I did not." Kazimir's voice was raw, scraped clean of its usual control. "I came back. I searched. The tribunal had already—" "You left us," the figure repeated. "You survived." Behind it, the other figures stirred. They moved as one, turning their frost-crusted faces toward Kazimir, and each of them spoke the same words in the same cracked ice voice, a chorus of accusation that echoed off the rock and made the horses scream. "You survived. You lived. You walked out of the valley while we stayed." Cleo grabbed Kazimir's arm. "Do not listen. This is not them. This is the storm using your memory against you." He did not shake her off, but he did not answer. His eyes stayed on the figures, tracking across their faces, and she saw recognition in every flicker of his gaze. He knew each one. He had buried each one, or tried to, or failed to. You wanted vengeance, the first figure said. It took another step. The ice beneath its feet cracked, as if the ground itself could not decide whether to hold it or swallow it. You wanted to burn the tribunal to ash. You wanted to make them pay for every drop of blood they took. You wanted it so badly you could taste it. Kazimir said nothing. It is still there, the figure said. The want, the hunger. You carry it under your ribs like a second heart. You think you have changed. You think she changed you. The cracked head tilted toward Cleo, and the empty sockets where eyes should have been seems to find her anyway. But the want is still there. It has not faded. It has only learned to wait. Kazimir said nothing. It is still there, the figure said. The want, the hunger. You carry it under your ribs like a second heart. You think you have changed. You think she changed you. The cracked head tilted toward Cleo, and the empty sockets where eyes should have been seemed to find her anyway. But the want is still there. It has not faded. It has only learned to wait. Kazimir suddenly stepped in the move. Cleo tightened her grip on his arm. Do not. The figure raised a hand. Its fingers were long and jagged, formed of ice that caught the blue-white light and threw it back in fractured rainbows. It pointed past Kazimir, past the overhang, toward the eastern slope where the trail continued into the storm's white heart. Finish it, the figure said. The men who gave the orders are still alive. Magistrate Rogan, the quartermaster who signed the false manifests, the archivist who burned the original deployment orders. They are within reach. You know where they are. You have always known. Kazimir's jaw tightened. You could be there before dawn, the figure said. You could end it. One night, one blade, 1 hour of the justice you were denied. And then you could come back to her, clean, finished, no longer carrying the weight of what they did to you. Cleo's heart hammered. The ring in her pocket pressed against her thigh like a brand. And Kazimir, her Kazimir, the man who had chosen her over the Canon, the man who had refused the deep ice's vision of massacre, stood motionless, his eyes on the figure's face, and did not answer. Echo, the figure said. The word was not a command, it was a name. Kazimir flinched. That is what they called me, the figure said, because I always repeated the last words of the dying. You remember, the night before the valley. You told me your plan. You told me what you would do if you survived. You told me the names of the men you would kill, and in what order, and how long it would take you to reach each one. The figure's cracked mouth stretched into something like a smile. I remember every word, it said, because I am Echo, and I am still here, waiting for you to keep your promise. Kazimir's hand moved toward his blade. Cleo saw it, saw the muscle in his forearm tense, saw the old habit rise, the trained response to threat and accusation and grief all tangled into one. Do not, she said again. He is right. Kazimir's voice was barely audible. I told him. I made a vow. I swore on his body, on the bodies of every man who died in that valley, that I would burn the tribunal to the ground. I swore it. You were different then. I am still the same. No! She stepped in front of him, forcing him to look at her instead of the figure. You are not. The man who made that vow had not yet met me. He had not yet seen the record. He had not yet learned the cycle. He was a weapon pointed at the wrong target. Kazimir looked at her. His eyes were the pale winter sky gray she had first seen in the prison keep, the color of a storm sheeting in from the north. But there was something else beneath the grief, something that had not been there in the cell, something that had grown in the watchroom, in the dark, in the moments when they had held each other and chosen to survive. "I do not know how to let it go," he said. "You do not have to let it go." She held his gaze. "You have to let it change." The figure laughed. The sound was ice cracking across a lake, sharp and wrong and final. "Pretty words," it said, "but words do not bring the dead back. Words do not balance the scales. Words do not make the tribunal accountable for what it did to us." It lowered its hand. "You know where Magistrate Rogan is," it said. "You know where the quartermaster fled. You know the archivist's name. You have always known. You chose not to act. You chose her instead." The figure's grin widened. Was it worth it? The storm howled back to life. Snow slammed into Cleo's face, into the overhang, into the packed bodies of the column. Horses screamed. Someone fell. The figures dissolved into white, their shapes scattering across the wind, and the last thing Cleo saw before the storm swallowed everything was Echo's face, its cracked ice grin, its empty eyes, and its hand pointing east. Toward the trail. Toward the names. Toward the vengeance Kazimir had promised and never claimed. And in that last moment, before the wind tore the shape apart, Echo said one more thing. A thing that was not part of the accusation. A thing that was not aimed at Kazimir at all. It was aimed at Cleo. 217 days, it said. That is how long Cycle 17 lasted after the tribunal fell. Do you know what ended it? The wind took the rest. But Cleo understood. The ring in her pocket vibrated once, sharply, as if answering a question she had not yet asked. And she knew, with the cold certainty of a woman who had spent her life reading stories, that Echo had not been sent by the storm. It had been sent by the shrine. And it had come here not to tempt Kazimir, but to deliver a message that could not be trusted to any living voice. The storm howled. The column pressed closer to the rock, and Kazimir, his hand still on his blade, his eyes still fixed on the place where Echo had stood, did not look at Cleo for a long, terrible moment. When he finally turned, his face was unreadable, but his voice was steady. "Magistrate Veller Rogan," he said. "He is alive. He fled north after the tribunal collapsed. I know where he is." Cleo's blood went cold. "He is at the seminary," Kazimir said. "The one on the glacier road, the place the expedition was supposed to reach tomorrow." The storm howled again, and from somewhere beneath the wind, Cleo heard the shrine's song, low and patient, humming through the ice and the rock and the frozen air, waiting for her to put on the ring, waiting for her to become the door, waiting for her to finish what Cycle 17 had begun. Chapter 59. The storm had not stopped so much as withdrawn. The gray light that replaced it was heavier than any blizzard, pressing down on the column as they crawled out from under the overhang and shook ice from their coats. Kilo's scarred palm ached with a low, persistent burn. The ring in her pocket weighed like a stone lodged against her thigh. Kazimir walked at her side, his hand never leaving his blade. He had not spoken since the name Rogan left his mouth. The silence between them was not cold, but it was not warm either. It was the silence of a man holding a vow in one hand and a promise in the other, not yet sure which would break first. Petar rode ahead with 2 scouts, reading the trail for the storm's aftermath. The column followed at a staggered pace, Marta and Sanko flanking the pack animals, Ivo checking a scout whose arm had frozen stiff during the night. Yelena carried the scroll from Glass Wind, pressed against her chest, her ink-stained fingers white with cold. They had been moving for less than an hour when Petar's scout came back at a gallop, riding a horse that was not theirs. Cleo saw it first, a thin gray rider with a torn coat and a strip of white cloth tied to a frost-cracked spear. The rider raised the spear as the column halted, the white flag snapping in the wind. Sabine Kadar. She looked nothing like the woman who had stood in the archive doorway with blood on her collar and secrets on her tongue. Her face was wind-burned and hollow. Her coat was stitched with frost damage, one sleeve hanging in strips. She dismounted slowly, favoring her left leg, and planted the spear in the ice between them. "I am not armed," she said. Her voice was hoarse, scraped raw by cold and hard travel. "I am not here to fight. I am here to bargain." Kazimir stepped forward before Cleo could speak. "You do not get to bargain." His voice was flat, almost gentle, the tone of a man who had already decided someone's fate and was simply informing them of it. "You helped build the machine that killed my men. You watched Ansel prepare the branding. You would have let him finish it." "Yes." Sabine did not flinch. "I did. I built the machine. I watched. I would have let him finish it. And then I saw what came through the door we opened, and I understood that the machine was never meant to hold anything. It was meant to keep us busy until the real work was done." She pulled a fluidous sheet from inside her coat. The paper was dry, unmarked by frost, protected with care. "The missing page," she said. "The one your scholar cut from the survey. Anselm had it copied before the seal was removed. He knew the pattern. He knew the cycle was not a prison for the seventh mouth. It was a gestation." She held the page out toward Cleo. "I am not asking for forgiveness. I am asking for asylum. I am the only person alive who had read the Doctrine of the Ninth Channel, and it predicts you. By name." Cleo's hand moved before she thought. The page was in her grip, cold and crisp, and she unfolded it with a reverence that felt like dread. The script was the same scholar's hand, English, precise. The diagram beneath it showed a spiral of 7 concentric rings, each labeled with a cycle number in Drozdov ink. The center was empty, marked with a single word in a language Cleo did not recognize. The annotation beneath read, "Cycle 8. The outward reader arrives. The door does not open from this side. It opens when the reader steps through. She will recognize the pattern because she has studied it. She will try to break it. The ice expects her deviation. Deviation is the key that turns the lock. If she wears the ring before the door opens, the cycle ends. If she does not, the seventh mouth opens through her anyway. There is no third path." Cleo read the words twice, 3 times, her breath fogging the ink as if she could blur it into meaninglessness. "This is from the scholar," she said, "the one who came before me." "The same," Sabine said. "He left this in the archive before Anselm buried it. I found it after I took the keys. I burned the copy. I kept the original because I needed to know if I was helping a monster or a mechanism." She met Cleo's eyes. "You are the variable. The cycle does not break if you fail. It breaks if you succeed, and the ice has been planning for your success since before you were born." Kazimir moved. His hand closed around Sabine's wrist before anyone could stop him. Not hard, not violent, but final. "If this is a trap," he said, "I will kill you before the ice has a chance." "It is not a trap," Sabine's voice cracked on the last word. "The trap is the seminary. Rogan is not hiding there. He is waiting there. The seventh mouth sent me to bring you to him. I came here instead." She looked at Cleo. "I know what I helped build. I know what I am. but I do not want to be the woman who delivers you to the mouth." Behind her, the ridgeline shifted. Cleo saw it first, a figure standing against the gray sky, silhouetted against the wrong winter's glow. Then another. Then a row of them, armed, motionless, as if they had been waiting for this moment all along. Sabine's face went pale. "I told you," she whispered. "The trap." The figure at the center stepped forward. He was lean, gray-haired, wearing a tribunal officer's coat that had been stripped of rank insignia. He carried no weapon, but he did not need one. He was the man from Cazimir's memory, the man whose name had been carved into the vengeance vow. Magistrate Veller Rogan. Sabine. Chapter 60. The wind carried Rogan's voice across the ice like a blade drawn slowly from its sheath. Cleo's fingers tightened around the folded page. The scholar's handwriting, the annotation predicting her arrival. The two paths, neither of which led anywhere but the mouth. Sabine stood frozen between the column and the ridge, her defection caught mid-breath, her escape route already closed. "I told you," she whispered. "I told you he was waiting." Kazimir's hand was still on Sabine's wrist, but his attention had shifted entirely to the ridge, to Rogan, to the man whose name had been carved into his vengeance vow for years. "Petar," he said, voice flat and controlled. "How many?" 12 visible, maybe more behind the ridge. "Archers?" 4, I can see. The rest are carrying glades." Cleo's mind moved faster than her body. The page in her hand contained an annotation written before she was born, a prediction that her deviation would be the key that turned the lock. If Rogan had been waiting for her since before her first essay on the Long Thaw, then he had known she would arrive at this ridge, at this moment, with Sabine's defection. The trap was not the seminary. The trap was the entire journey north, and she had walked into it with her eyes open. Rogan stepped closer. His boots made no sound on the ice. Sabine was striving a truce, flapping, slipping. Sabine, slim and again with sturdy expertise, sleeping around it in ridge. 12, swisting, maybe more behind the ridge line. Archers? 4, I can see. The rest are carrying blades. Cleo's mind moved faster than her body. The page in her hand contained an annotation written before she was born, a prediction that her deviation would be the key that turned the lock. If Rogan had been waiting for her since before her first essay on the Long Thaw, then he had known she would arrive at this ridge, at this moment, with Sabine's defection. The trap was not the seminary. The trap was the entire journey north, and she had walked into it with her eyes open. Rogan stepped closer. His boots made no sound on the ice. "Sabine," he called, "you were never supposed to read the Doctrine. You were supposed to deliver the vessel and disappear. That was the arrangement." Sabine's jaw tightened. "The arrangement changed when I saw what the seventh mouth does to its servants." "You saw what the ice allowed you to see." Rogan spread his hands, calm, unhurried. "The doctrine of the ninth channel is not a warning. It is an invitation. The outworld reader arrives precisely when the cycle requires her. Your interference only confirms that you were never meant to understand the pattern." Kazimir moved. He stepped between Sabine and the ridge, his body a shield, his hand dropping from her wrist to the blade at his belt. "Rogan," he said. The name came out like a stone dropped into still water. Rogan's smile did not waver. "Commander Solanke. I was wondering when you would speak. You look better than the last time I saw you. Less broken, more angry. You executed my regiment, many. I applied the law. The law required their removal. Your sentiment does not change the geometry of necessity. Cleo's pulse hammered in her throat. The page in her hand felt like it weighed more than the entire column behind her. She looked down at the annotation again, the familiar handwriting, the precise English letters that should not exist in this world. Cycle 8. The outworld reader arrives. The ice expects her deviation. Deviation is the key that turns the lock. She looked up at Rogan. How do you know that handwriting? Rogan tilted his head, curious, patient. I watched him write it. He sat in my study for 3 days before he walked into the ice. He told me you would come. He described you with unsettling accuracy. The red pen on your fingers, the obsessive marginalia. The way you never let a student finish a sentence you had already decided was wrong. Cleo's breath caught. He knew me. He studied you. Rogan's voice softened, almost kind. The same way you studied the Long Thaw. He saw the pattern before you did. He knew the cycle needed a reader who would try to revise the ending. That is why you are here. Not to save the North. To break the lock open from the inside. The ridge line shifted. The armed figures moved in unison, flowing down the slope like water through a broken dam, their blades catching the gray light. Kazimir shouted a command. Petar's scouts formed a line. Marta drew her frost-cracked blade and stepped shoulder to shoulder with Sanko, whose crack-marked hand began to glow with a sick, pale light. The first arrow came from nowhere. It took Sabine in the shoulder, spinning her sideways, her cries swallowed by the wind as she fell against the ice. The paper slipped from Cleo's grip, caught a gust, and spiraled toward the ridge like a wounded bird. Cleo lunged. She caught the page an inch from the ice, her scarred palm screaming as she pressed it flat against her chest, and rolled to her feet in time to see the assassins hit the column's flank. There were not 12. There were 20. They came from the ice itself, from behind the ridge, from the wrong winter's gray haze, as if the cold had birthed them from the stone. They moved with the same coordinated precision as the whites in the archive vaults, but their eyes were human. Their blades were cold iron. Their faces were cuttered. Their hands were raised. And the wind began to sing, Chapter 61. The page was still against her chest. Cleo could feel the ink bleeding where her blood touched the paper, could feel the cold rising through her coat as the assassins kept coming. Tanko's hand closed around her arm and hauled her upright. You cannot keep taking blades for people who tried to kill you. Watch me. The wind was singing now, not the shrine's melody, but something thinner, higher. A whistle through the ridgestones that made Cleo's scarred palm pulse in rhythm. The white-robed priests on the ridge had not moved. Their hands were still raised. Their faces were still covered. And the assassins were driving the column east. Cleo saw it before anyone spoke. The attacks were not aimed at killing. They were aimed at pushing. Every blade strike forced the column away from the glacier road, away from the open ice, toward a jagged ravine where the ground fell away into darkness. Petar, she called. They're hurting us. Petar was already scanning the terrain, his scarred jaw tight. I see it. If we go into that ravine, we lose the high ground. We lose the high ground or we die on it. Behind her, Sabine was on her feet, Evo's bandage already dark with blood through her coat. Her face was pale, her eyes fixed on the ridge where Rogan still stood, watching them like a man reading a book he had already finished. He wanted me to deliver you to the seminary, Sabine said. Rogan, he needs your blood at the convergence point, not your body. He needs the conduit open at the correct hour. Then why is he trying to kill us? He is not. Sabine's voice was thin, almost wondering. He is trying to separate you from your commander. Cleo turned. Kazimir was still at the front of the column, blade raised, his back to her as he held the line against 3 assassins who moved in perfect synchronization. They were not trying to flank him, they were trying to pull him away from her. "Marta," Cleo said, "we need to hold the center. If they separate us—" An arrow split the air between them. It did not come from the ridge, it came from the ravine, from the darkness below, where the white-robed priests had not been standing a moment before. The shaft took Marta in the shoulder. She went down without a sound, her blade spinning across the ice, her body folding like a marionette with its strings cut. The arrow had struck from behind, from the direction they were being herded, meaning the ravine had been waiting for them all along. Cleo ran. She was already moving before the arrow landed, her bleeding lips screaming, her scarred palm burning, the page still pressed to her chest as she crossed the ice and dropped to her knees beside Marta. The arrow had gone through clean. The wound was below the collarbone, high enough to miss the lung, close enough to the throat to turn the snow beneath them a deep, spreading red. Marta's eyes were open, her face a mask of controlled pain. "Get clear," she said. "I can hold." "You cannot hold. You are bleeding into the ice." "Then leave me. I am a servant. You are the door." Cleo's hand pressed against the wound before Marta could argue, the scholar's page still trapped between her palm and the blood-soaked coat. The ink was lifting, transferring to her skin, the annotation bleeding into her scarred hand as if the paper was giving her its last message directly. Above them, the assassins had stopped. The whistle in the wind had changed. It was not a melody now, it was a sequence. 3 short notes. A pause. 2 long notes. A pause. 3 short notes. Cleo did not recognize it. Kazimir did. She saw the recognition hit him like a blade to the chest. His blade lowered, his head turned toward the ravine, toward the priests who had melted into the darkness, and his face went pale. "That is my regiment's signal." Marta's hand closed around Cleo's wrist. "What does that mean?" Cleo did not answer. She was watching Kazimir, watching the way his grip tightened on the hilt of his blade, watching the way his jaw worked as if he was swallowing something that wanted to tear out of his throat. "It was the retreat signal," he said. "The one we used when we were surrounded and had to scatter through the ice fields. Only my regiment knew it. Every man in that regiment swore he would take it to his grave." Petar was at his side now, his face carved from the same cold stone. "Kazimir, the men who taught that signal are dead." "I know." "Then who is using it?" The wind carried the answer before Kazimir could speak. The 3 short notes came again, closer now from the ravine's edge, where the white-robed priests had vanished. And beneath them, rising from the darkness, a voice that should have been buried years ago. "Commander Solanke, the 9th Channel sends its regards." The speaker stepped out of the darkness. He was not a priest. He wore no robe. He wore the black and gray of a March scout, the same uniform Kazimir had worn when he commanded the Glacier Road. His face was young, younger than Petar, younger than the years that should have passed. His eyes were white. And in his hand, he carried a standard that had been rolled and preserved with meticulous care. The standard of the Northern Expeditionary Regiment. The one the tribunal had declared destroyed, its colors burned, its names struck from every record. Petar's breath caught. "That is impossible. I watched them burn that flag." The man smiled. It was not his smile. The teeth fit wrong. The muscles moved a beat too slow, as if something inside the skin was still learning how human expressions worked. "The 7th mouth does not burn what it can wear." Behind him, the ravine was no longer empty. They were rising from the ice. Dozens of them, dressed in the same black and gray, their eyes the same milky white, their movements synchronized in a way that had nothing to do with human discipline. A dead regiment. And at the front, still smiling with a dead man's face, a scout who raised the collapsed standard and planted it in the ice. "The 9th channel ends at your feet, Commander," he said. "And your outworried reader has already bled the key." Chapter 62. The dead regiment did not attack. They stood in the ravine, a wall of black and gray uniforms stretching 40 men deep, their milky eyes fixed on the column with the patience of something that had already won. The scout who wore Kazimir's dead soldier like a coat tilted his head, the movement too smooth for a living neck. "You can run," he said. "The seminary is 2 hours east. Rogan is waiting there with the altar prepared. Or you can stay and watch what the 7th mouth does with the bodies it has been saving." Kazimir's blade did not lower. "I will cut through every one of you." "You will try, and the 7th mouth will wear your bones next to theirs." Cleo felt the ink on her scarred palm pulse. The scholar's annotation was no longer legible, the letters dissolving into her skin like water into sand, but she felt the shape of them settling into her blood. The scout smiled with teeth that had never fit that mouth. "The key is reading itself." "Good. The altar needs the full text." Sanko grabbed Kilia's arm. "We cannot hold this ground. The ravine cuts off our retreat and the ridge is too exposed. If the dead charge, we are surrounded in minutes." Petar was already scanning the eastern slope. "There is a game trail through the scree. It angles toward the glacier road. If we move now, we can reach the seminary before they close the gap." Marta was on her feet, one hand clamped over her shoulder wound, her face bleached white but her eyes clear. "Then move. I can run." Kilo looked at the dead regiment. They had not advanced. They were waiting, forming a corridor toward the east, herding exactly as Sabine had warned. "They won us at the seminary," Kilo said. "This is not an attack. It is an escort." Kazimir's jaw tightened. He knew. She saw it in the way his grip shifted on his blade, in the way his winter-pale eyes tracked the line of dead soldiers forming a funnel toward the eastern slope. "Then we go. But not because they want it. Because if we stay here, we die on their terms instead of ours." He turned and led the column up the game trail, his blade still drawn, his back to the dead because there was no other direction to face. The seed does not move. The seed waits for the hand that will water it. Kilo ran with the ink burning under her skin and the ring heavy in her pocket, and behind her, the dead regiment began to march at an unhurried, synchronized pace that needed no command. The seminary emerged from the snow 2 hours later. It was older than Frostmarch, built into the glacier fault like a splinter driven into stone, its walls carved from the same black rock as the oldest shrine. The windows were dark, the doors stood open. Ivo found shelter in a collapsed stable block 50 yards from the main entrance, where the roof still held and the wind could not reach. He laid Sabine across a stone trough, her arrow wound still seeping through the field bandage Cleo had pressed against it. "I need light and I need space," Ivo said. "The arrowhead is barbed. Pulling it wrong will tear the artery." Marta stood guard at the stable entrance, her good hand on her blade, watching the dead regiment halt at the edge of the seminary grounds. They did not enter. They surrounded, patient and silent. Kazimir stood at the far wall facing the open door, his back to the others. Sanko circled the stable perimeter, her crack-marked hand wrapped fresh, her pale eyes reading the snow for tracks that should not be there. Kilo crouched beside Sabine as Ivo cut the bandage away. The wound was ugly. The arrow had twisted on impact, tearing a channel through muscle and cartilage. The barbed head was visible beneath the collarbone, hooked around something vital. "I am going to cut it out," Ivo said. "You will scream. Try not to move." Sabine's lips were bloodless, her face the color of old rocks, but her eyes were clear, and they found Cleo's. "You want to know why?" "I want to know everything," Sabine laughed. It was a thin, wet sound that cost her more than she wanted to show. I served Anselm because I believed he was containing something worse. The deep ice, the cycles, the bloodline, on of it. I told myself the cruelty was a price, not a preference. That the terror he inflicted was the only language the North understood. Ivo made the first cut. Sabine's breath caught, her fingers curling against the stone. I built his intelligence apparatus because I thought I was choosing the lesser evil. That if I did not do it, someone worse would. That my hands were cleaner because I knew what I was doing. The second cut, blood welled up, black in the dim light. I was wrong. I was never clean. I was just too cowardly to stop. The arrowhead came free. Ivo pressed a wad of clean cloth against the wound, his jaw tight. She will live if the wound does not fester, but she will not be combat ready for days. Sabine's hand reached out, her fingers brushing Cleo's sleeve. Rogan is not a magistrate anymore. He shed that tie the day I condemned the regiment and walked north. He has been living at the convergence port for years, tending the second Locus, waiting for the next outworld reader to arrive. The second Locus, Cleo said. The oldest shrine. It is not a shrine. It is a wound in the ice that never healed. The Drozdova built a seal over it, but the seal was a cage for the seventh mouth, not a cure. And when you break the brand, the cage cracked. Now he is holding it open, and he has been waiting for you to arrive so he can use your blood to keep it from closing. Let the warmth of the staving mean something while it lasts. We must keep moving. Rogan is not an obstacle. He is a consequence of a cycle that has not yet learned to break. Whatever he does will only worsen with delay. Kilo, Sabine said. The arrowhead is bobbed. Pulling it wrong will tear the artery. Marta stood guard at the stable entrance, her good hand on her blade, watching the dead regiment halt at the edge of the seminary grounds. They did not enter. They surrounded, patient and silent. Kazimir stood at the far wall, facing the open door, his back to the others. Sanko circled the stable perimeter, her crack-marked hand wrapped fresh, her pale eyes reading the snow for tracks that should not be there. The dead have halted, Marta said from the entrance. They are surrounding the grounds, not advancing. They are waiting for something. No deaths allowed in the scenic outpost until the dialogue delivers its payload. Make the dead wait. The narrative pivot has not yet arrived, and we have miles to cover before the next confession. Chaos has no function. The window remains open. The cold can wait. They are waiting for me to do something. The ink in her palm pulsed once, as if answering a question no one had asked aloud. And I am about to give them exactly what they expect. A crystalline structure of compressed cold, moving against the wind, reshaping the air itself. It was shaped like a door, and it was walking toward them through the gentle white landscape. Chapter 63. The seminary emerged from the snow as a collapsed bell tower and a single standing wing, its windows dark, its doors hanging open like a mouth that had stopped mid-word. Kazimir raised his hand. The column halted. Petar slid forward with 2 scouts, vanishing into the drifts. 5 heartbeats. 10. He reappeared at the main door and signaled, "Clear." They moved inside. The interior had been stripped of anything useful. Pews gone, altar stone cracked down the middle, but the walls were untouched, and what covered them made Cleo stop breathing. Names. Thousands of names, written in the same precise tribunal hand, climbing from floor to ceiling in columns that branched and twisted like a family tree designed by a mad botanist. Drozdov, Drozdov, Drozdov. Each branch split into lesser houses, marriage lines, bastard lines, debt lines. Genealogies, Yelena breathed behind her. Every Drozdov bloodline for... She ran her fingers along a column. This one predates the Citadel. This is older than Frostmarch. Keo stepped closer. The ink had faded to a grayish-brown in the oldest sections, but the later entries burned black and fresh. Her own name, Lisenka Drozdova, written at the base of the last column with a line that continued into blank space, waiting. Marta touched her elbow. The cells are this way. The novice cells lined a narrow corridor behind the main hall. Each door had been removed, replaced by a heavy wool curtain. Cleo pulled the first one aside. The cell was small, barely wide enough for a cot, but the cot was gone. In its place stood a stone table carved with a spiral pattern that matched the one in her scarred palm. The walls had been papered with pages, hundreds of them, covered in the same genealogical script. They have been using these rooms for something, Sanko said from behind her. Recently. Cleo moved to the next cell. The same stone table, the same pages, but these walls bore a different pattern, a circle divided into 7 segments, each one labeled with a name she did not recognize. The 7th mouth, Sabine said from the corridor. Cleo turned. Sabine leaned against the wall, her face pale, her bandaged shoulder darkening the edge of her coat. The 7 mouths of the old faith. Each one speaks a different kind of ending. The first mouth closes the throat. The second mouth silences the witness. The third mouth, I know what they are. Sabine's eyes met hers. Then you know the 7th mouth is the one that speaks the final word. The corridor curved deeper into the building. Cleo followed it alone, leaving the others behind. The ink in her palm hummed, pulling her forward like a compass needle finding north. The library stood at the end of the corridor. Its door had been torn from its hinges, and the room beyond had been ransacked, shelves toppled, books scattered across the floor like leaves after a storm. But the reading table in the center remained untouched. A single book lay open on it. Cleo approached slowly, her scarred palm throbbing in time with her pulse. The book was a copy of the Long Thaw, the original serial, bound in cracked black leather with willed lettering she recognized from her own office shelf. She reached out and turned a page. The margin was covered in annotations. The handwriting was hers. The same slanted letters, the same habit of underlining key phrases in red, the same tendency to write questions in the margins that answered themselves 3 paragraphs later. Hesitation is the door, she read aloud. The 7th mouth does not need blood. It needs a reader who stops to ask whether the text is true. She turned another page. The annotation continued in her own hand. The cycle does not repeat because the deep ice forces it. It repeats because every Lisenka has been educated to believe there are only 2 options. The scholar who came before understood this. He walked into the ice to stop asking questions. But the questions are the only weapon that works. Below it, a fresh line, written in ink that still glistened. You are reading this at the seminary. You have already begun to answer the wrong questions. Cleo's hand trembled. She closed the book. The ink in her palm had stopped moving. It had settled into a pattern she had not noticed before. 7 concentric circles spiraling outward from the center of her scar. The 7th mouth did not need to possess her. It needed her to interpret the text, to read the world into the shape it wanted, to turn her scholar's instinct into a door. Cleo? Kazimir's voice. She looked up, and he stood in the doorway, his face hard. The door of cold. It has stopped moving. It has found what it was looking for. He stepped into the room. What is that? She held up her scarred hand. The 7 circles gleamed against her skin, writing themselves into existence as she watched. It found me. Chapter 64. The first impact shook the seminary walls. Cleo felt it through her boots, a deep shudder that traveled up through the stone and settled in her ribs. She turned from the annotated book, her scarred palm burning against the leather cover, and met Kazimir's eyes. What was that? He was already moving toward the corridor, not the door. A second impact followed, harder, and the lamps flickered. Through the library's single window, Cleo saw something move across the courtyard, low and fast, shaped like a person but wider at the shoulders, as if the ice had learned the proportions wrong. Sanko appeared in the doorway, frost already gathering on her crack-marked hand. The perimeter is breached. They are coming through the walls. Who? Not who. Sanko's colorless eyes held hers. The ice is making copies. It watched us enter and learned the shape. Cleo pressed her palm flat against the table. The 7 concentric circles in her scarred hand pulsed in a rhythm that did not match her heartbeat. The ink had settled deep beneath her skin, and the marks felt like they were reading the building around her, tasting the stone for something hidden. The third impact cracked the wall behind the altar. Marta arrived at a run, one hand pressed to her shoulder wound. The cells, the stone tables are humming. Cleo moved. She did not choose the direction. Her hand chose it, pulling her forward like a dog on a lead, dragging her past Sanko and Marta, and into the corridor where the walls had begun to weep frost. The 7 circles in her palm flared white with each step, and the seminary answered. The floor sloped downward. She had not noticed the incline before. The corridor looked flat, but her body felt the angle shifting, the stone tilting beneath her feet, as if the building was folding itself around something buried beneath the altar. Cleo. Kazimir caught her arm. Where are you going? I do not know. He did not let go. He kept his hand on her elbow, matching her pace, and she felt his presence like an anchor in the current pulling her forward. The corridor ended at a wall of uncut stone, older than the rest of the seminary, fissured with veins of black ice. Cleo's scarred hand pressed against it before she told it to. The ice did not burn her. It welcomed her. The surface softened under her palm, the black veins glowing a dull blue, and the wall parted along a seam she had not seen. Beyond it, stairs descended into a chamber where the air tasted like iron and old salt. Stay here, she said. Kazimir's jaw tightened. No. She did not have time to argue. The stairs were narrow and slick, and she took them fast, her hand guiding her down into the dark. His footsteps followed, steady and sure, and she felt the weight of his trust like a second pulse. The chamber beneath the altar was small and round, its ceiling low enough that she had to duck. A single stone pedestal stood at the center, and on it rested nothing but the imprint of a hand, 7 circles spiraling outward, matching her scar perfectly. The ward roots. They ran from the pedestal into the floor and walls, veins of silver-white frost that pulsed with the same rhythm as the marks in her hand. The roots were old, older than the seminary, older than Frostmarch, and they were fraying at the edges, the silver light flickering where the ice had begun to crack them open. The breach, Cleo breathed. The door of cold is feeding on the roots. Above them, another impact. The ceiling shed dust and stone chips. Kazimir stood at her shoulder, his eyes on the pedestal. Can you close it? I can try. She looked at her scarred hand, but the only way to seal the roots is to let the conduit open through me, just long enough to backfeed the ward pattern. Open through you. His voice went flat, like the deep ice tried. Not the same. The deep ice wanted to keep the door open. This is the opposite, using the conduit direction, letting the pattern flow from me back into the roots instead of from the ice through me. He did not answer. His silence was louder than any refusal. There is no other way, she said. The roots are already compromised. If I do not seal them now, the ouse will be inside the seminary within minutes, and everyone in this building will be wearing the seventh mouth's face before dawn. His hand found hers, his fingers laced through the gaps between the 7 circles, and he held her scarred palm against his chest. Can you survive it? She did not know. The scholar's annotations had not covered this. The cycle had never required one of its Lisenkas to open the conduit and then close it again, to use the door as both entrance and exit. Yes, she said. It was not the truth. It was the choice she needed him to accept. He let go. Cleo pressed her scarred hand onto the pedestal's imprint. The fit was exact. The 7 circles in her palm aligned with the spirals carved into the stone, and the ward roots flared white, silver, then a blue so deep it licked black. The cold climbed up her arm like a living thing, sliding beneath her skin, curling around the bones, and she felt the conduit open. It did not hurt. That was worse. The emptiness was vast, a space inside her that had always been hollow and she had never noticed. The ice flowed into it, and the roots drank from her, and for 3 seconds she was not Cleo Adejola or Lisenka Drozdova. She was the passage itself, the archway through which something bold and patient reached toward the world. And in that emptiness, it spoke. You were never the deviation. The voice was not the deep ice, it was not the 7th mouth, it was older, thinner, a whisper of something that had been watching before the first cycle was written. He was chosen first. You were chosen to unmake his choice. The ward roots sealed, the silver light stabilized, the cold receded from her arm, retreating like a tide pulling back from shore. But the whisper stayed. Kazimir Solanke was the first disaster. You were the correction. Cleo wrenched her hand from the pedestal. The 7 circles in her palm had darkened to the color of old blood. The chamber was silent. The frost on the walls had stopped spreading. Kazimir caught her as her knees beckoned. What did you see? She could not tell him. Not yet. Not until she understood what it meant. Above them, a new sound. Not an impact, a scraping, like claws on stone, moving through the corridor they had just left. The creatures had found the entrance. The Tanko. Kraka my prom. Motor hand. Mentor air is not near it. Falls me, it was much the disaster had not governed this. He was over, if I do not know. She just happened to sir, again this curl seal Maxo, and I did not answer her the controls. 2, wall. I just saw Igsman. I let Missen's bit love slightly. I know she didn't make his chest. This looks like just slap like bass. I swear to be feeling you'd and core. We didn't do this long this time, and it gets out of the dirty, a sound pedal do not agree. The knowing is over this machine, but it is all for me. It is a way to worst, whatever is it test. I know against to his event, then give it that fraud, many ways many, we had very likely thankful for my purpose all of them. And now, would you still stick because he feels? The big year will oversee propose solely. I think this plays its ass for math. Chapter 65. They made it up the stairs with the creatures scraping behind them, their claws finding the stone where Cleo's boots had been a breath before. Kazimir pulled her through the corridor door and slammed it shut, breecing it with a fallen beam, while Marta dragged a storage chest across the gap. Where? Marta demanded. Chamber beneath the altar. Cleo's voice came thin. Sealed. For now. Kazimir's eyes found hers, and she saw the question he had not asked yet. What did you see? She looked away. The main hall smelled of frost and old wool. Yelena sat at a reading table surrounded by the Drozdov genealogies, her ink-stained hands pressed flat against a column of names. The wall above her held centuries of script, births and deaths and blank spaces where children had been born and never recorded. Something is happening to the text, Yelena said without looking up. These names, they are shifting, resettling. Cleo crossed to her, her scarred hand throbbing with each pulse. What do you mean shifting? Yelena touched a line halfway down the last column. This column was blank when we arrived. I checked because I wanted to see where your name sat at the bottom, but now there are names above yours that were not there before. Older names. Cleo leaned in. The handwriting was uniform, a single archivist hand, but the names themselves were wrong. Not Drozdov, not Frostmar at all. Lucas, Elena, Marek, Adola. Her breath stopped. The last name sat where it should not have been able to sit, jammed into the margin in a script that predated the Citadel itself. Not spelled as she knew it. Adejola. The letters, warped by centuries of transcription, passed through mouths that had never heard the syllables spoken aloud. That is my name, Cleo said. Yelena's hand went still. It cannot be. It is. Cleo touched the parchment. The ink was dry, old, integrated into the fibers as if it had been there for generations. Transliterated, passed through an older language. But that is Adola. Kazimir moved to her shoulder, his presence solid in the cold. Your family name was in the Drozdov genealogies before you ever crossed into this world. The implication landed like a blade. She had not been summoned. She had been a thread in the pattern long before she ever opened the Long Lan, long before she taught her first seminar, long before she was born. How far back does it go? Cleo heard her own voice as if from a distance. Yelena was already tracing the column upward, her finger moving through generations of names that had been hidden or inserted, working their way through the Drozdov bloodline like a quieter current beneath the main river. The Adola variants appeared every third or fourth generations, sometimes as mothers, sometimes as cousins, once as stillborn. 17 appearances, Yelena breathed. The first is here at the base of the genealogy, before the Citadel was built, before Frostmarch. Cleo looked at the spot where the name sat, written in a different hand, older, darker ink that had cracked with age. Adejola, daughter of no father, witness to the first closing. The words beneath it had been scratched out so thoroughly that the parchment was nearly torn through. What is someone trying to erase? Cleo asked. Yelena shook her head slowly. I do not know, but it is not only your name that is appearing. Look here. She pointed to a name 3 rows above Cleo's on the column. Solanke, Marek, Scout. Cleo's skin went cold. Kazimir leaned in, and she saw the tension in his jaw, the way his hand curled at his side. That name should not be there either. Solanke is not Drozdov, Yelena said. There is no Solanke in the genealogies, there never has been. The tribunal kept strict records of every commanding bloodline, and Solanke was never registered as a noble house. Cleo looked at the name again. Solanke, Marek, out. The handwriting was the same as the Adola entry, that older, darker script, and it sat in the same marginal space, as if someone had been recording a parallel history beneath the official one. We are in the wrong story, Cleo said. We have been in the wrong story from the beginning. The genealogies were never about blood, they were about position, function. The pattern needed certain kinds of people at certain generations, and the names were placed here to ensure they arrived. Kazimir's hand found her wrist, his grip careful. That is impossible. It is impossible that my name appears in a document written before my world discovered this continent. But here it is. The silence stretched. Above them, a crash. The creatures had breached the upper corridor. Marta appeared in the doorway, her face hard. We have maybe 5 minutes before they reach this hall. Where are we going? Cleo looked at the column of names, at the 17 appearances of her bloodline woven through the Drozdov record, at the Solanke name scratched into the margin like a footnote no one was meant to read. Yelena, copy everything. Every name that does not belong, every marginal note, every scratched out line. Yelena was already pulling parchment from her satchel, her ink-stained hands moving with desperate speed. There is too much. I cannot copy it all. Copy what matters. The names, the positions, the dates. Anything that connects to us. Kazimir moved to the door, checking the beam. And then? Cleo looked at the name Adejola, daughter of no father, witness to the first closing. Something cold and certain settled in her chest. Then we find out who has been writing this history from inside the margins. Yelena worked fast, her pen scratching across the parchment. Cleo watched her hands, the way they moved from one cluster of names to the next, pulling out the threads that did not belong, the patterns that had been hidden in plain sight. Marta counted the remaining supplies in a low murmur. Kazimir stood at the door, listening to the creatures scrape and shift beyond the wood. Done, Yelena said, holding up a bundle of pages. 17 names, all connected to you or to Kazimir, all recorded before any of us were born. Cleo took the bundle. The pages were warm from Yelena's hands, the ink still wet in places. The door shuddered. Time to move, Marta said. They went through the rear passage, the one Petar had scouted earlier, a narrow service corridor that led toward the eastern wall and the glacier road beyond. The air was cold and still, the frost on the walls catching the light of their single lantern. Cleo held the bundle against her chest, the names pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. At the eastern exit, they stopped. The door was open. Not breached. Open. The lock had been turned from inside, and the bundle was gone. Cleo's hands were empty. She had been holding it. She had been holding it a moment ago. Yelena turned, her face white. I saw him. A man in a gray coat. He took it from your hands while we were running. You did not feel it because his frostcraft deadened your nerves. Cleo looked down at her right hand. There was no sensation in her fingers. A thin line of frost traced her wrist where the thief had touched her. Which way? The glacier road, toward the shrine. Cleo turned. The road stretched east, pale and empty, the door-shaped crystalline structure still visible in the distance, waiting. I can catch him, Sanko said, stepping out of the shadows. Her crack-marked hand was already glowing, frost curling from her fingers. But I need to go now. Go, Cleo said. Sanko vanished into the gray light, her boots finding the road at a sprint. Cleo looked at her hand, at the frost still climbing her wrist, at the place where the bundle had been. 17 names, 17 appearances of her bloodline in a history that should not have known her name. And now, Vela Rogan's people had them. Chapter 66. The glacier road curved east, the frozen riverbed below cutting a deep silver channel through the stone. Cleo ran with the others, her breath tearing at her throat, the stolen names burning in her memory. Sanko had left tracks, fresh ones, boot prints pressed deep into the frost where she had sprinted after the gray-coated thief. The prints led through a narrow pass between two cracked rock faces, then opened onto a plateau overlooking the Shrine Valley. And there, at the edge of an ice bridge spanning the gorge, stood Villa Rogan. He held the bundle of pages in his bare hands, reading them as if they were a letter he had been waiting for his entire life. The gray-coated thief knelt at his feet, head bowed. Sanko stood 20 paces from Rogan, her crack-marked hand glowing, frost curling from her fingers. She had not attacked, she was waiting. Cleo stopped at the plateau's edge, Marta and Yelena behind her, Kazimir a half step ahead. Rogan looked up from the pages. His lean face was calm, almost satisfied, the same expression he had worn on the ridge when he had called her Outworld Reader. "You found the genealogies," he said. "I wondered how long it would take." Cleo's voice came out flat, controlled. "Give me the pages." In a moment, Rogan turned a page, his gray eyes scanning the marginal notes. 17 Adejola entries. Did you know the first one dates from before the Citadel even had a name? Daughter of no father. Witness to the first closing. I always wondered what first closing referred to. Did you find that answer in the scratched-out text beneath? You tell me. You are the one who has been studying this for decades. Rogan smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. I have been studying it since before you wrote your first essay on the Long Thaw, Cleo Adejola. Since before you were born, in fact. The pattern does not care about individual lifetimes. Kazimir stepped forward. His voice was low, controlled, the kind of control that came from gripping something very tightly. The treason charges, the false manifests, the archivist who burned the deployment orders. You. Rogan's gaze shifted to Kazimir, and for a moment something flickered in his eyes. Not guilt, recognition. Commander Solanke, I wondered when you would be the one to ask. Yes, I signed every manifest, I approved every transfer order, I sat in the chamber when your regiment's execution was ratified, and I wrote the legal justification myself. Cleo felt Kazimir tense beside her. She put her hand on his arm, felt the muscle trembling. Why? Kazimir's voice cracked on the word. Rogan looked down at the pages in his hands, then back up at Kazimir. His expression shifted, and for a moment Cleo saw not a magistrate or an architect of ruin, but a man who had spent his life holding a door shut with his own body. Because history only holds, Rogan said, if pressure is applied in the right places. The deep ice does not break through strength, it breaks through cracks, through mercy that arrives too late, through kindness that softens the seal, through love that makes people hesitate. He took a step forward onto the ice bridge. The structure groaned. Your regiment was not executed because of treason, Commander. It was executed because your loyalty to your soldiers was a crack. The tribunal needed a warning, yes, but more than that, the pattern needed a wound deep enough that the next generation would remember. That your commander would drag the scar into every subsequent choice. Kazimir's hand went to his blade. Your suffering, Rogan continued. Lisenka Drozdova's role as the instrument of that suffering, Cleo Adejola's arrival from a world that should not know this continent exists, all of it was part of the containment proof. Variables in a larger equation. The deep ice engineers cycles. I engineer the countermeasures. Cleo's throat tightened. You knew I would come. You prepared the seminary, the genealogies, the annotations in my own handwriting. You made the scholar leave those messages for me. I did not make him. He understood the pattern the same way I did. The difference between us is that he thought the answer was to help you break the cycle. I think the answer is to hold the locus closed with the only tool that works. Rogan held up the bundle of pages. Your names, your positions, your functions. 17 generations of Adejola women, each one arriving at the exact moment the pattern needed a deviation. And every time, the deviation was contained. The door stirred shut, the cycle reset, until you. He looked directly at Kazimir, until the first disaster, the one the pattern never accounted for. Kazimir's blade came free. The sound was sharp, clean, a promise. I am not going to kill you, Kazimir said. I have imagined it for years, waking, dreamt it. I can describe the exact angle of the blade, the resistance of bone, the temperature of your blood on my face. But I am not going to do it. Rogan tilted his head. No? Because that is what the pattern expects. The warlord killing the magistrate who killed his regiment. That is the door opening the next cycle. I will not be your variable. The ice bridge groaned again. A crack raced across its surface, a silver fault line that spread from the far anchor point. Rogan smiled, not with satisfaction this time, with something closer to grief. You were never going to be the one who killed me, Commander, but you were right not to trust the pattern. I am not the magistrate who condemned your regiment. I am the magistrate who chose to be condemned by history. Every nail you carry, every scar, I made myself the target so the pattern would have a place to focus its vengeance, so it would have a single face to hate. He stepped backward toward the far side of the bridge. The pages will not help you. The genealogies will not save you. The only way to close the second locus permanently is to understand that you're never meant to win. You were meant to hold, to endure, to keep the door shut with your own body so that the next generation has something to stand on. Kazimir moved, faster than Cleo had ever seen him, his blade cutting through the frozen air toward Rogan's chest. Rogan did not flinch. Instead, he raised his free hand. The ice bridge shattered. Not a crack, not a groan, a detonation. A white explosion of frost and stone that threw Cleo backward, slammed her into the rock face, sent Kazimir tumbling over the edge. She heard Yelena scream, Marta curse, Sanko shout something that was swallowed by the roar of fallen ice, and Rogan's voice, clear and calm, cutting through the chaos as the bridge collapsed into the gorge. The pattern will find another way, Cleo Adejola. The question is whether you will be the one holding the door shut, or the one who opens it. Cleo lunged forward, her scarred hand outstretched, reaching for the edge. For Kazimir, the ice gave way beneath her. Chapter 67. The cold hit first. Not the dry cold of the surface, but something denser, wetter, hungry. The fall had ripped the air from her lungs and the world into fragments. Ice and stone, the scream still echoing above, and then nothing but dark water closing over her head. She kicked. Her coat dragged, her boots filled. The surface was somewhere above, a gray smear through fractured ice. But which way was up when her body did not know which direction the world had been? A hand found her wrist. Kazimir. His grip was unmistakable, the calluses, the strength, the way his fingers locked around her forearm like he had been reaching for her before they even hit the water. He pulled. She kicked again, and her head broke the surface, gasping, coughing, the air so cold it burned her throat like a blade. Hold, he said. Hold on to me. They found a ledge, a shelf of stone, where the gorge wall had folded inward. Cleo hauled herself onto it, her scarred hand numb, her lungs heaving. Kazimir climbed beside her, water streaming from his face, his breath coming in violent clouds. The cavern was vast. Above them, the ice bridge had left a wound in the frozen ceiling, a hole that let in a single column of gray light. The water below was black, so still it looked like polished slate. And the walls were ice. Not dirty river ice, not the cracked shelf ice of the glacier road. This was clear, deep, ancient, and inside it, shapes moved. Kazimir went still beside her. Cleo saw them. Figures frozen in the ice, not like bodies trapped, but like images suspended, moments held. A woman with ash-blonde hair pressed her palm to a stone door. A man in a commander's coat stood on a battlefield of frozen bodies. A version of Kazimir, older, scarred deeper, his eyes the color of empty winter, raised a hand and the sky went dark. Another frame, a version of Cleo wearing the Drozdova ring on her thumb, standing before the second locus as it opened into a mouth of stars. Another. Kazimir kneeling beside her body, her face slack, her scarred hands still. "This is not real," Cleo said. Her voice echoed. "It is real," Kazimir said. "It is what really. Kazimir Sadama, it is what nearly happened, what the pattern would have made of us." The ice showed them variant after variant. The branding taken, the branding refused too late. The bridge falling with only one of them surviving. The cycle where she wore the ring and he became the warlord, and they met on opposite sides of a burning city. "I have seen these," Kazimir said quietly. "In the visions beneath the citadel. Every version of myself that the deep dice guided me to become." Cleo turned to face him. His face was half lit by the column of gray light, water still dripping from his jaw, his winter-pale eyes fixed on a frame where they stood together, his hand on her face, the ice behind them sealed and silent. "That one," she said. "What happened in that one?" He looked at her. The silence stretched. "We survived," he said. "And we were happy. For a time." The words hit her like a blow. She had been running so long, fighting so hard, that she had not let herself imagine an end where she got to keep him, where the cycle broke and they were both still breathing. "Kazimir." She said his name like a test, like she was checking if the world would let her speak it. "I lied to you. Beneath the altar, I told you I could survive opening the conduit." "I know. I did not know if I would survive. I still do not know. The voice that spoke through me said you were the first disaster, that I was chosen to unmake your choice. And I do not know what that means. I do not know if it means I was always going to hurt you, or save you, or neither." He was watching her, that careful, measuring gaze she had first seen through cell bars, through hatred, through years of damage. "You are not the correction," he said. "You are not the punishment for something I did before I knew what I was choosing. You are the woman who took a brand meant for my face and did not ask me to forgive her for it. You are the woman who lied to survive instead of letting the ice through. You are the woman I kissed in a watchroom 3 levels above the city, the one who tasted like salt and fear and something I did not want to name because naming it would make it real. Kazimir, I am naming it now." He stepped closer. His hand came up, hesitated, then settled against her jaw. His paw was freezing. His fingers were shaking. "I love you," he said. "Not because you saved me, not because the pattern chose you, because you are the first person in this entire frozen world who looked at me and saw someone who could choose differently, not someone who needed to be managed into virtue. And I will not let the ice take that. I will not let this version of us freeze into another frame on the wall." Cleo's throat closed. She pressed her forehead against his. The steam of their breath mingled in the cold. "I love you," she said, "and I am terrified. Because the voice said you were the first disaster, and I was the correction. And if I believe that, then every choice I make for us becomes doubt. But if I do not believe it, then I am trusting what I feel over what the ice showed me." "Then trust it," he said. "Trust that we are more than variables in an ancient calculation. Trust that when I held you on that bridge, I was not performing the Psyche's script. I was choosing you, Cleo. Not the deviation from the warlord's path. You." She kissed him. The kiss was cold and desperate and tasted of river water and copper. His arms came around her, pulling her against him, and for a moment the cavern fell away. No ice, no frames, no future watching them through frozen walls. Just his mouth on hers, his hands holding her like she was something he would not let the cold take. When they broke apart, the light had shifted. The column of gray was brighter, wider. The water below them had begun to move, a current that pulled toward the far wall of the cavern. And the ice above the waterline had changed. The frames were gone, replaced by a single image. The Shrine Valley, the second Locus. Rogan's figure, small against the vast ice aperture, as the mounds carved into the stone began to open. "He is starting the sequence without us," Cleo said. Kazimir looked at the water, at the current, at the fissure in the far wall that led to open air. "We are not too late," he said, but his voice was not certain. Cleo looked back at the last frame. It showed the Locus open, the mouths speaking. And in the center, a figure in gray robes, holding the stolen genealogies, raising a hand to begin the inheritance. The figure was not Rogan. It was someone else, someone whose face the ice had not yet let her see. The current pulled harder, the ice groaned, and somewhere above, the seventh mouth began to speak. Chapter 68. The current pulled harder. Cleo grabbed Kazimir's wrist and they plunged into the dark water together, the cold slamming through her ribs like a blade. The fissure in the far wall widened as they swam, the current dragging them through a channel that narrowed until her shoulders scraped stone, then opened again into a space where light bled through from above. They surfaced gasping. The Shrine Valley spread before them, but it was no longer the frozen basin she had seen from the plateau. The ice had woken. Drozdov's sigils burned along every surface, lines of silver-white fire older than the citadel, older than Frostmarch, older than any language Cleo had ever read. They spiraled across the valley floor, converged on a central aperture, a wound in the ice that gaped wide enough to swallow the Seminary whole. Around its rim, mouths carved into the stone, 7 of them, each shaped for a different kind of ending. The 7th mouth was stirring behind the rest. It did not speak. It breathed. The air above the aperture rippled with cold so dense it looked like heat distortion in reverse. Cleo felt her scarred palm respond, the 7 circles pulsing in time with whatever was rising from beneath. Rogan stood at the edge of the aperture, the stolen genealogies spread across a stone lectern before him. The gray-robed figure from the ice frame knelt at his side, head bowed, one hand pressed to the frozen ground where the sigils converged. He was not reading the records. He was feeding them. Blood, Cleo realized. Not his own. The ink of the genealogies was bleeding into the stone, the names dissolving as the sigils drank them. Each erased name flared brighter, feeding the mouths with grammar the prior cycles had written. "The inheritance," she breathed. Kazimir pulled her toward the eastern ridge, where a collapsed section of the stone rim offered cover. They crawled onto the ice, water freezing against their clothes, and she saw the full shape of the valley. The sigils were not random. They were a map. Every Drozdov generation was a line in the diagram. Every Adejola entry was a node. Every erased name was a step in a sequence that had been written before the first stone was laid, before any Drozdov had ever worn the signet. And the figure at the center, the one in gray, was not using the genealogies as reference. She was rewriting them. Her free hand moved across the lectern, tracing lines that did not match the original script. New names appeared in the bleeding ink, filling columns that had been blank for centuries. "Who is she?" Cleo whispered. Kazimir's hand tightened on her arm. "I do not know." But the scar on Cleo's palm knew. The 7th circle burned, then the 6th, then the 5th, each one lighting in sequence as the gray-robed figure wrote a name Cleo could not see, but could feel taking shape in her own blood. The 7th mouth breathed again, and this time the sound had edges. Movement on the far flank. Chanko emerged from the scree slope, her crack-marked hand glowing, the recovered notes clutched against her chest. She saw the sigils, saw the aperture, saw Rogan and the kneeling figure, and her stride did not falter. She kept running. "Chanko!" Cleo's voice cracked across the valley. Rogan looked up. His face was calm. The face of a man who had already accounted for every variable, who had spent decades building toward this moment, and would not be surprised by a single frost mage with a damaged hand. "By law," he said, "you brought the annotations." Chanko stopped 20 paces from the aperture, her breath plumed. Her glowing hand did not lower. "The annotations that prove your doctrine is a lie," she said. "The scholar wrote that kindness does not break the seal, it renews it. You have been torturing the North for generations, and you were wrong." Rogan did not flinch. "Kindness renews the seal because kindness keeps the human heart open," he said, "and an open heart is exactly what the seventh mouth need speaks through. You have not disproving me, Belia. You have confirmed the cost." The kneeling figure raised her head. She was young, younger than Cleo had expected. Dark hair, pale skin, a face that could have been any novice from the seminary, except for her eyes, which were white. Not the white of blindness, the white of something looking through her. The seventh mouth spoke. It came from all 7 mouths at once, a voice that was not sound but pressure, not words but the shape of meaning pressed directly into Cleo's skull. The reader hesitates. The door opens. This is the opening the old faith promised, not the closing the Drozdovs built. Cleo's scarred hand burned through to the bone. She looked at the aperture and understood, with the clarity of cold water poured into her lungs, that the seventh mouth had never needed Rogan to complete the sequence. Rogan was a tool. The gray-robed figure was a tool. Even the genealogies were a tool. The seventh mouth needed a reader who would stop to ask the wrong questions. And Cleo had been answering the wrong questions since the moment she read the first annotation at the seminary. "You," she said, "you put the annotation in my own handwriting. You knew I would find it. You knew I would read it as a scholar instead of a weapon." The young woman smiled. It was not her smile. "Every Lisenka was educated to believe there were 2 options," the voice said, using her mouth, using her throat. "You were the first to see the page instead of the cage, and now you are here, holding the key in your blood, exactly where the first closing left a door for you." Rogan turned. He looked at Cleo with something that might have been grief. "I tried to keep you from the path," he said. "The branding was supposed to make you obedient. The fire was supposed to keep you silent. Your deviations should have been contained before you reached the glacier." "But you failed," Cleo said. "Yes." He picked up the last page of the genealogies, the one that still held the first Adejola entry. "And now the seventh mouth will use your blood to write the ending it promised, before the Drozdovs ever set foot in this valley." He dropped the page into the aperture. The sigils flared white. The seventh mouth spoke, and the valley answered. Chanko threw herself forward, frack-worked hand extended, but the sigils erupted before she reached the rim, a wall of cold that threw her back across the ice. Kazimir was moving. Cleo grabbed his arm. "Wait. For what?" She looked at the aperture, at the gray-worfed figure, at the seventh mouths carved into the stone, each one beginning to form a syllable that would spell an ending no one in this world had ever heard spoken aloud. For her to finish the sentence, Cleo said, because she had seen it now, the thing the scholar had left for her, not in the annotations, not in the genealogies, but in the gap between what the seventh mouth expected and what the first Adejola had witnessed. The first closing had not been sealed by suffering. It had been sealed by a choice. And the seventh mouth had been telling the story wrong ever since. Chapter 69. The seventh mouth spoke again, and this time the sound had shape. Not words. Not quite. But Cleo felt the meaning press against her skull like a hand finding the soft seam between thought and memory. The 7 mouths opened wider. The aperture behind them deepened, and something stirred in the darkness at its throat. Something that had been waiting since before the Drozdovs built their first seal. Rogan stood motionless at the lectern, the last genealogy page dissolving into white fire between his fingers. The gray-robed figure knelt with her white eyes fixed on the aperture, her hands still moving across the columns as if she could feel the names she was writing on the other side of bone. Cleo's scarred hand burned through to the elbow. The reader hesitates. The door opens. This is the ending the old fate promised. Liar. The word came out before Cleo knew she had spoken it. Her voice was raw, hoarse from cold and rutting and the pressure of the seventh mouth against her thoughts. The mouths paused. The white eyes of the kneeling figure shifted, fixed on Cleo. Every cycle, Cleo said, you needed a Lisenka who would perform the cruelty. You needed the brand to go through. You needed Kazimir to become the warlord so you could feed on the violence he unleashed. She took a step forward. Her scarred hand pulsed, but she did not stop. But the first closing was different. Someone made a choice that sealed you in so deep you could not move. And you have been telling the story wrong ever since. Rogan's jaw tightened. Cleo. She ignored him. She looked at the 7 mouths carved into the ice. At the aperture that had begun to widen, a black seam opening behind the stone lips. You want me to read as a scholar, she said. You want me to hesitate, to ask the wrong questions. That is how you find the door through interpretation, through the reader who stops to wonder instead of acting. She lifted her scarred hand. Then hear me read. She did not command. She did not chant. She spoke the annotations the way she had spoken them in her seminar room for years. Not as orders, not as magic, but as witness to what lay beneath the text. Cycle 1, she said. The Lisenka of that cycle refused to strike the first blow. She was branded for it. The record says she died in the holding cells, but the annotation beneath the official entry reads, she saw the seam and did not tell. The 7th mouth's pressure faltered. Cycle 3, Cleo said. The Lisenka of that cycle wore the ring. She performed every cruelty the tribunal required. The annotation reads, she learned the names of every woman she was ordered to brand, and she remembered them into the ice. The sigils around the aperture flickered. Rogan's hands went still. Cycle 7, Cleo said. The Lisenka of that cycle reached the shrine before the convergence. She found the first Adejola's name carved into the wall behind the altar. The annotation reads, she scratched her own name beneath it with a broken nail, and the ice accepted them together. The kneeling figure made a sound. Not a word. A sharp inhale, as if something had been struck inside her chest. Cleo kept speaking. She told them all. Every annotation the scholar had left, every marginal note that had been written across the cycles by women who had seen the trap and could not escape it. She spoke them not as revelation, but as testimony, the way a court clerk read evidence into the record so it could never be unwritten. The 7th mouth's voice began to fragment. Not because Cleo's words had power in the way Frostgraft had power, but because she was reading the truth of what had been done, and the 7th mouth had built its entire opening on the story that the Lisenkas had performed their cruelty willingly. The aperture began to contract. Rogan stared at the sigils. The genealogies in his hands had stopped dissolving. The white flames guttered. You are breaking the sequence, he said. I am finishing someone else's sentence, Cleo said. The one the first Adejola started when she chose to seal the wound instead of let it speak. She opened her mouth to name that choice, and the ice answered. Not the 7th mouth, not the mouths carved into the stone. Something bolder, deeper, the pressure that had been watching her since the moment she pressed her palm to cold stone in the Citadel corridor. It spoke in her own voice. You were always better at editing than living. Cleo's throat locked. Kazimir Solanke was a text you wanted to revise. The brand was a scene you wanted to cut. The cycle was a draft you could improve if you just found the right revision. The words came from inside her skull, warm and reasonable. The tone she used when she wrote marginal notes in a student's essay. Admit it, Cleo, you did not come here to save him. You came here to author him into a version you could love without guilt. Kazimir was at her side. She felt his hand on her arm, but she could not look at him. Every time you stopped him from killing, every time you chose his path for him, you were editing. You were fixing him the way you fixed broken paragraphs. And you called it love because you did not have the courage to call it what it was. The apertures stopped contracting. The seventh mouth waited. Cleo stood in the center of the valley with her own voice telling the truth she had been hiding from since the moment she woke in Lisenka's body. She had read people like texts her whole life. She had believed that if she understood the pattern, she could control the outcome. She had edited Kazimir's choices the way she edited essays, shaping them toward the ending she wanted. She had told herself it was love, but somewhere underneath, in the dark she had never examined, it had been the same quiet control she had always used to keep the world manageable. The seventh mouth's pressure shifted. It was not angry, it was pleased. There. Now you see. The first closing was sealed by a choice, yes, but the choice was not made by the woman who refused cruelty. It was made by the first Adejola, a woman who crossed worlds, who saw what the pattern demanded, and who chose to love the man she was supposed to destroy even when she knew it would cost her everything. Cleo understood now. The first closing had not been sealed by suffering, by refusal, or by sacrifice. The first Adejola had sealed it by choosing to love someone the pattern had marked for ruin, knowing the love itself would not save either of them, and choosing it anyway. And the seventh mouth had been telling the story wrong ever since. Because that kind of love could not be weaponized. It could not be predicted. It was the only thing the pattern had never learned to contain. Cleo looked at Kazimir. I love you, she said, and she spoke the first Adejola's name into the aperture. Chapter 70. The name hit the aperture like a stone dropped into deep water. For one breath, nothing. The silver-white sigils held their positions. The gray-robed vessel remained frozen, with her hand pressed to the blank column. Rogan stood at the lectern, the last genealogy page, nothing but ash between his fingers. Then the ice answered. Not with words, not with pressure. The aperture opened wider, wider than it had been, wider than the stone mouths could frame, and the vision flooded out like a held breath finally released. Cleo saw Frostmark burning. Not the slow, wrong winter she had walked through. This was a single detonation of cold that cracked every wall simultaneously, that turned the citadel's black stone to dust, that froze the river mid-current and snapped the bridges from their foundations. The tribunal courts, the temple archives, the refugee quarters where the children sang their forbidden song, all of it shattered in one pulse. And at the center of it, wreathed in frost that moved like living ash, stood Kazimir. He was older in the vision, scarred differently, not by the brand she had taken, but by years of walking through fire that left no mark on his skin. His eyes held the same pale winter sky color, but something had settled behind them, something that had stopped fighting and started consuming. He raised one hand. The northern cities fell in sequence, not by siege, not by war, by simple command, as if the cold itself had learned to obey his voice instead of the deep ices. The vision spoke. "This is what the pattern prepared you for." The voice was not the seventh mouth, not the deep ice. It was older, smoother, the tone of something that had been waiting since before the first cycle began. Every version of you that reached this point saw this door. Every version refused it because the cost felt too high. But you are not every version. You are the one who loves the woman who broke the script. The vision shifted. Cleo stood beside the Kazimir of the vision, but not as herself. She wore the Drozdova ring. Her scarred hand was healed, the spiral mark gone, replaced by clean skin. She stood at his side without fear. "The pattern has offered you pyre before, but always won. Become the warlord," it said, "and lose everyone. Endure the isolation, and the north is yours." But this version offers something else. Rule together. The vision showed them both seated in a hall that was not Frostmarch, a city of black glass and warm light, where snow fell gently beyond windows that did not frost over. People moved freely in the streets. Children ran. The cold was tamed, held at bay by something that lived in the foundations and answered to them. You can be the destroyer the pattern always wanted, or you can be the builder it never predicted. The power is the same. The difference is whether you hold it alone or beside her. Cleo felt the vision pull at her own chest. It was beautiful. It was the kind of impossible future she had never let herself imagine. A world where the cycle was broken, where she and Kazimir built something instead of surviving something. Beside her, Kazimir was still. She felt her hand on her arm, not gripping, just present, the way he had stood through every trial since the Citadel. But she felt something else too, a tremor in his stillness, the weight of a door opening in front of him that he had never expected to see. "You have been offered vengeance your entire life," the voice said. "I am offering you purpose." The aperture pulsed, and Cleo understood. This was not the seventh mouth's trap. This was the deep ice's countermove. The first Adejola's name had stalled an opening, but the deep ice had another path. It could not reach Cleo through the old story, so it was reaching Kazimir through a new one. Not by forcing him into cruelty, by offering him a reason for it. Kazimir is inclusive. This was not the seventh mouth's trap. This was the deep ice's countermove. The first Adejola's name had stalled the opening, but the deep ice had another path. It could not reach Cleo through the old story, so it was reaching Kazimir through a new one. Not by forcing him into cruelty, by a serviship despiances, which was not about our mountains to know my fear on your alligats. The came up euclid with the once of their stare. One believed would made contented neighbors, but liverin isn't a primary detail. The people would swapping into faced me, absolutely gather so confident, I know the weight, table like darkness media. I know it is a trap. I know every version of me that saw this door, refused it. I know the pattern wants to become the thing that destroys the North, so it can reset the cycle and start against me. And the cycle would keep turning, just with different names. He turned back to Cleo. "I do not want a reckoning. I want a life. I want to wake up beside you without planning how to survive the day. I want to watch the wrong winter retreat without having to become its opposite to drive it back." The vision screamed, not with sound, with pressure. The same pressure that had been building since the first Adejola spoke her name into the ice. The aperture convulsed, and the silver-white sigils that had been contracting began to twist, to writhe, to reach for something they could still claim. They reached for Cleo. The conduit lashed around her before she could move. Not physical, not measurable, but she felt it close around her ribs like a second skeleton, pulling her toward the aperture with the same inexorable force that had dragged the genealogies into the stone. She heard Kazimir shout her name. She felt her feet drag across the ice. The gray-robed vessel raised her head, white eyes fixed on Cleo's face, and the seventh mouth spoke through her one last time. The first Adejola closed the seal with love. But love requires two, and we only need one. The aperture yawned. Cleo felt herself lift off the ground, and Kazimir moved. Not toward the aperture, not toward Rogan, who stood frozen at the lectern, watching the sequence collapse. He moved toward the gray-robed vessel, not to kill her, not to strike her down, but to grab the edge of the stone lectern and upend it. The genealogies that had been feeding the sigils scattered across the ice. The vessel staggered. The conduit around Cleo's ribs slackened for one heartbeat. Kazimir caught her as she fell. He held her against his chest, one arm locked around her back, and he did not look at the aperture. He did not look at Rogan. He looked at the passage that had just opened beneath the shrine, where a child's face peered up from the darkness, terrified, holding a candle that flickered against the cold. Novices, prisoners, people the tribunal had hidden below the shrine because there was no other place to put them. Kazimir saw them, and he chose. He let go of Cleo's hand and moved toward the passage, toward the children. Toward the prisoners who had no one, who had been written off as collateral, who would freeze to death in the dark if the shrine collapsed. He turned his back on Rogan. He turned his back on the vengeance he had wanted his entire life. And he started pulling people out of the dark. Cleo lay on the ice, her ribs burning where the conduit had gripped her, and watched the man she loved choose not to become the weapon the pattern had spent generations forging. The aperture howled behind them. The seventh mouth was not done. But Kazimir Solanke was, and had become something else entirely. Chapter 71. Kazimir was still pulling children from the passage when the aperture stopped howling. The silence snapped down like a blade. One heartbeat, the air was full of screaming ice and the convulsive grind of stone against stone. The next, nothing. Cleo pushed herself up on her elbows, ribs screaming where the conduit had gripped her, and saw Rogan standing alone at the lectern's wreckage. The gray-robed vessel had stopped writing. Her white eyes were fixed on something beyond the aperture, something that had changed in the moment the sound died. The 7 stone mouths ringed the wound in the ice, their carved lips frozen mid-word, and the silver-white sigils that had been writhing across the valley walls hung motionless. Rogan turned. He looked at Cleo, at the scattering of genealogies across the ice, at the children climbing out of the dark behind Kazimir, and he understood with the same cold precision he had applied to everything in his long life that the sequence had not simply failed, it had been redirected. "The second lock," he said. His voice was quiet, not broken, not surprised. Quiet in the way a man sounds when he reads his own death sentence and finds the spelling correct. "You did not break the sequence." He looked at the aperture where the wound had stopped contracting and stopped howling and simply waited. "You broke the seal on the deeper door." Cleo felt it before she saw it. A shift in pressure. Not the pressure of the deep ice, not the pressure of the seventh mouth, but something older. Something that had been sleeping beneath both of them, waiting for the moment the first lock failed and the second lock cracked, and the third lock became the only thing left standing. The aperture began to widen. Not with violence, not with force. It widened the way a wound widens when the thing inside it has finished healing and decides to move. The stone mounds groaned. The 7 carved lips, which had been shaped for endings, began to stretch. Not to open, to distort, warping into expressions the masons had never cut, as if the ice beneath them was rewriting the faces into something the old fate had not authorized. "The deeper aperture was never supposed to open," Rogan said. "I spent my life making sure it stayed sealed. I became the monster of this story, so no one would look past me for the real one." He looked at Cleo, and for the first time she saw something other than certainty in his face. "I failed." The ice beneath his feet cracked. Not the surface, the deep ice. The ice that had been there since before the first Drozdov carved the first name into the first wall. The ice that remembered things no living person had ever known. Rogan did not run. He turned toward the aperture, toward the widening wound, toward the 7 mouths that were no longer mouths, but gaps, and he raised his hand. The same frostcraft that had detonated the ice bridge, the same power he had used to contain, to seal, to burn, to brand. He used it one last time. Not to close the aperture, he knew it was too late for that. He used it to step into the aperture, to place himself between the widening dark and everyone behind him, and to hold the deeper door just long enough for its pressure to pass through him instead of them. The ice took him. Not the way it took the dead regiment wearing their bodies. Not the way it took the gray-robed vessel, speaking through her like a puppet. The ice took Rogan the way a river takes a stone, absorbing him into the current without changing the water's direction. He did not scream. He dissolved. One moment he was there, lean and gray-haired, stripped of rent insignia, standing alone against a wound in the world. The next he was gone, and the aperture was not a wound anymore. It was a window. Cleo crawled forward, not because she wanted to, because she had to see. Because the thing the old archives had feared, the thing the scholar had known about, the thing the first Adejola had sealed with love instead of suffering, was not a door. It was a horizon. Through the aperture, Cleo saw ice. Not the ice of the valley, not the ice of the glacier road, not the ice of Long Thaw. Chapter 72. The ice beneath Cleo's knees had gone silent. No pulse, no whisper. Nothing but the cold seeping through her coat, through her bandages, through the 7 circles on her scarred palm that still glowed faintly against the frozen ground. She could not stop looking at the window. The horizon of cycles lay open beyond the aperture, cities and histories frozen into dimensions that hurt to hold in the mind. And somewhere in that vastness, her own face had pressed a palm against the ice and called her reader. "Cleo?" Chanko's voice came from behind her, flat and practical. Cleo turned. The frost mage stood at the edge of the scattered genealogies, her crack-marked hand wrapped in fresh linen, her pale eyes fixed on the aperture with the exact expression Cleo had seen on every field surgeon who had ever told a patient they would lose the limb. "How bad?" Chanko did not pretend. "The aperture is a wound, not a door. You cannot seal a wound. You can only narrow it until the body has time to close around the edges." "That sounds like you have a plan." "It sounds like I have a price." Kazimir stepped closer. His coat was dark with water, and his hand still held the shape of the child he had carried from the passage. He looked at Chanko, then at the aperture, then at Cleo. "Say it plainly." Chanko's jaw tightened. "The Counter-Sigil needs a living conduit anchored at the valley center. Someone whose blood has already been written into the ice. Someone whose scar matches the mark on the ground." She looked at Cleo when she said it. Cleo's scarred hand curls into a fist. "How long would it take?" "Long enough that you would not walk out." "Then I should start now." "No." The word came from 2 directions at once. Marta had crossed the scree without Cleo noticing, her shoulder still bandaged, her frost-burned fingers gripping the edge of her coat like she was holding herself together by will alone. You do not get to decide this alone. Cleo stood. Her knees were wet and her hand was singing with cold, and she wanted to argue because arguing was easier than standing still. Who else would you send? Chanko's hand is cracked. Yelena has no frostcraft. Sabine is gone. You are wounded. Kazimir has no mark. I am the one who was written into the genealogies. I am the one the seventh month came looking for. This is what the pattern expects. Marta's face did not change. The pattern expected you to die in the branding chamber. You refused. The pattern expected you to wear the ring. You refused. The pattern expected you to let Kazimir become the weapon. You refused. So do not tell me you are doing what the pattern expects when you volunteer to burn yourself into the ice. Cleo's breath caught. Marta stepped closer, close enough that Cleo could see the fine tremor in her frost-born fingers. I have served the Drozdova house since I was 12. I have watched every version of Lisenka walk toward her ruin with the same expression you are wearing now. Certainty, righteousness, the belief that there is no other way, because you have already decided you are the one who pays. Her voice cracked. I will not watch another one throw herself into the dark and call it virtue. Cleo felt the words land like a blade she had not seen coming. Not because they were cruel, because they were true. She looked past Marta, past the scattered pages of genealogies that no longer mattered, past the gray-robed vessels still frozen at the rim of the aperture with her white eyes fixed on nothing, and she found Kazimir. He had not moved. He stood exactly where he had been when she turned, his hands still open at his side, his face stripped of certainty in a way that made him look older and younger at the same time. You said you stopped treating me like a text you could edit. His voice was quiet, not accusing, testing. Did you mean it? Yes. Then stop treating yourself like one. Cleo opened her mouth, closed it. You are not a sacrifice sentence at the end of a chapter, he said. You are not the cost the story demands to balance its violence. You are the woman who broke the script because she refused to let it finish. Do not become the ending now. The silence stretched. Chanko broke it. There is another way. Everyone turned. The Counter-Sigil needs a conduit, but conduit does not have to mean a single person. She lifted her crack-marked hand. If the outer ring is held by someone who can carry the pressure without being written into the ice, and the anchor is still you at the center, the damage spreads across the structure instead of through your body. How much damage? Chanko's mouth twisted. The outer ward would fail. The person holding it would take the fake collapse of the Counter-Sigil's recoil. Who survives that? No one. Cleo looked at the aperture, at the horizon beyond it, at the frozen cycles where her own face had greeted her from a world she could no longer reach. Then she looked at Kazimir. I am not asking permission. He held her gaze. I know. But I am asking you to stay beside me while I do it. Something moved behind his eyes. Not acceptance, not surrender, something deeper. Then stay alive while you do it. Cleo pressed her scarred hand to the ice at the valley center. The 7 circles flared, the aperture groaned, and the horizon of cycles began to shift, and from the other side of the window something answered the Counter-Sigil before it had even begun. Not alone. The voice was not the 7th mouth, not the deep ice. It was the voice of the woman who had pressed her paw against the ice and called Cleo Reader. You were never meant to close it alone. The aperture rippled, and a hand pushed through from the other side. Chapter 73. The hand that pushed through the aperture was not the scholar's, not the first Adejola's. It was a hand Cleo knew. Sabine Petar pulled herself through the wound in the ice, gasping, her coat crusted with frost, her face bruised and split at the lip. She landed on the valley floor on her knees, coughed once, and looked up at Cleo with an expression that held no calculation. The keys opened the wrong door. Cleo stared. You were gone. I was following the thread you refused to follow. Sabine rose, swaying. The oldest shrine beneath the fault? What Rogan never told anyone is that the second lock does not seal. It remembers. And it remembered you. Sanko moved before anyone could speak. She crossed the valley floor in 6 strides, grabbed Sabine by the collar, and dragged her toward the aperture's rim. You came through the wound. That means you are written into the ice now. You are a conduit whether you chose it or not. Sabine did not resist. I know. There is no time to argue, Sanko said. The Counter-Sigil needs an outer ring, 3 points. I can hold one. Kazimir can hold one. Sabine just became the 3rd. Cleo's scarred hand pulsed. The aperture groaned behind her, the woman's face pressing closer to the ice from the other side. Sabine tried to deliver me to Rogan, Cleo said. Sabine also stepped through a wound in reality to reach you, Sanko replied. Which version of her do you want to trust? The one she was, or the one she just became? The valley fell silent. The gray-robed vessel still knelt at the rim, her white eyes fixed on nothing. The genealogies lay scattered across the ice, their ink bleeding into the frost. Sabine met Cleo's gaze. I spent my life following orders so I would never have to choose. The keys showed me what I was building. I chose. Now I am here. Cleo looked at Kazimir. He did not answer for her. He stood at the edge of the aperture, his hand open, waiting. I said I would stay beside you, he said. I did not say I would decide for you. Cleo turned back to Sabine. Hold the ring. Do not let go until the ice takes you or the seal holds. Sabine nodded once. Sanko moved fast. She drew a circle in the frost with her crack-marked finger, the line burning silver-white as it carved into the ice. 3 points, one at the northern arc, one at the eastern, one at the southern. Cleo, the center. Kazimir, northern arc. Sabine, eastern. I will take southern. Yelena stepped forward with the recovered annotations clutched against her chest. I can read the sequence aloud. The scholar wrote the order of the Counter-Sigil in the margin of the 8th cycle record. Do it, Sanko said. Cleo walked to the center of the circle. Her scarred hand was already burning. The 7 circles spiraled across her palm, catching the light of the aperture, pulsing in rhythm with the groan of the ice. The woman on the other side pressed her palm flat against the frozen window. Not alone. Cleo pressed back. Yelena began to read. The words were old, older than the Drozdov genealogies, older than the carved mouths. They sounded like ice cracking on a river at thaw. Kazimir took his position at the northern arc and pressed his palm to the ice. The frost climbed his forearm, but he did not pull away. Sabine took the eastern arc. Her face was unreadable. Sanko took the southern arc. She was already bleeding from the crack-marked hand, the frost craft burning through her in visible waves. The Counter-Sigil began to take. The ice beneath Cleo's feet warmed. The aperture contracted, a finger's width, then another. The 7 mouths groaned. But the deeper aperture did not close. Something in the outer ring faltered. The eastern arc. Sabine's point. Cleo saw it happen. The frost climbed Sabine's arm too fast, reached her shoulder, her throat. Sabine's breath came in short, ragged gasps. She did not pull away. Sanko, Cleo said. She is taking too much. The outer ring holds or the seal fails. Sabine's knees buckled. The frost reached her jaw. Her lips were already gray, and then she straightened. Not slowly, not painfully. She straightened like a woman who had finished deciding something. The keys taught me one thing, Sabine said. Her voice was thin, cracking. Obedience is just another way of saying someone else chooses the cost. She pushed her hand deeper into the ice. The eastern arc flared, the aperture contracted, and the hand on the other side of the window pressed through, not grasping, not pulling, open, waiting. Cleo looked at Kazimir. He was still holding the northern arc, the frost at his elbow, his face light in concentration. She looked at the hand. She reached out, and she took it. Chapter 74. The hand in hers was warm. Not ice warm. Not the searing cold of the aperture frost. Living ward, like skin that had been pressed against a lamp long enough to hold heat. Cleo held on. The woman on the other side did not pull. She waited. Her palm fit against Cleo's like the second half of a seal, the 7 circles on Cleo's scar flaring once, twice, then settling into a low pulse that matched the rhythm of blood rather than ice. The Counter-Sigil is not complete, Yelena said. Her voice sounded far away. The sequence requires the center to speak the binding word before the outer ring closes. Cleo looked at Kazimir. He still held the northern arc, frost climbing past his elbow, his jaw set against the cold. I do not know the word, she said. The 7th mouth answered for her. It spoke through all 7 carved openings at once, a sound that was not sound, pressure that drove through her skull and settled behind her eyes. The 7 mouths moved, stone grinding against stone, and each one shaped a different syllable. Strike. Cleo saw Petar ease, her trust earned but not sealed by anyone in writing. Abandon. She saw Marta, useful, weary, loyal, the woman who said she would burn alone before watching her die. Sever. She saw Sanko, still bleeding at the southern arc, the frostcraft eating through her like hunger. Take. Cleo saw Canarier, his hand on the northern arc, the frost climbing past his shoulder. His eyes were open, fixed on her, and in his gaze she saw every version of him that had died before reaching this moment. The 7th mouth spoke again, and this time it shaped a single word in a language older than the carved mouths, older than the Drozdov genealogies, older than the first closing. Choose. The eastern arc faltered. Cleo felt it before she saw it. Sabine's grip on the ice wavered. The frost had reached her throat, her jaw, the base of her skull. She was still upright, still pushing, but the seal at the eastern point was thinning, the silver-white light flickering like a lamp running out of oil. I can hold, Sabine said. Her voice cracked. Marta, Cleo said. Take the eastern arc. You have no frostcraft, but you have weight. Lean into it. Do not let her fall alone. Marta did not hesitate. She crossed the circle in 3 strides, dropped to her knees beside Sabine, and pressed both hands onto the ice at the eastern point. Her frost-burned fingers gripped the frozen surface, the tendons in her forearms standing out. I am not a conduit, Marta said. You do not have to be, Simone said. The circle only needs the pressure held. The ice does the work. Marta leaned. Sabine's breath evened. The eastern arc steadied. But the 7th mouth was not finished. It spoke again, and this time the pressure turned inward. Cleo felt it in her chest first, a pull toward the center of her ribs, a voice that was not a voice but a shape of meaning pressing into the space behind her lungs. You came here to save him. Cleo saw Kazimir as she had seen him first, shackled, proud, furious, a man she had taught for years as a character in a book. She had annotated his grief. She had marked his rage as structural. She had written essays about his transformation with the clinical distance of a scholar who would never have to look into his eyes. You studied him. You diagnosed him. You loved the version you could revise. The pressure changed. He knows this. Cleo looked at Kazimir. He had not looked away from her. The frost was at his collarbone now, silver-white veins spreading across his throat, but his gaze was steady. I know, he said. The words landed like a blow. You know what? Cleo asked. Every version of Mill you were taught to save, every ending you tried to prevent. I have been your text since before you crossed worlds. Her throat closed. But you also came here anyway, with the wrong face, the wrong reputation, no guarantee I would ever believe you. You came. The seventh mouth pressed harder. He will not survive the frost. The northern arc is already failing. His heart will stop before the circle closes. You chose him, and your choice will kill him. Cleo saw it, the frost at Cazimir's chest, the slowing pulse visible in the veins of his throat. He was still holding, still pushing, but his breath came slower, each exhale a fight. Say the binding word, Yelena said. The sequence is almost complete. The outer ring is closing, but the center must speak. Cleo's scarred hand pulsed against the woman's palm on the other side of the aperture. She looked at Marta and Sabine, holding the eastern arc, Sanko bleeding at the southern point, Yelena clutching the annotations as if they were the last pages of a book she had never finished reading. She looked at Kazimir. Unwritten, she said. The word landed like a stone in still water. The aperture contracted, not slowly, not incrementally, it snapped closed by a hand's width, the seven mouths grinding against each other, the ice groaning as the pressure shifted. The woman's hand tightened around Cleo's once, a brief, fierce squeeze, and then the ice sealed over the window, and the hand was gone. The valley shook. The Counter-Sigil held. Cleo stood at the center of the circle, her scarred palms smoking. The 7 circles burned so deep into her flesh that she could feel them in her bones. Kazimir was still standing. The frost had stopped at his collarbone. He let go of the northern arc and walked toward her, one step at a time, and when he reached the center of the circle, he did not speak. He took her smoking hand in both of his, pressed it against his chest, and held it there as if it were the only warm thing left in the world. The aperture is narrowed, Sanko said. Not sealed, the wound is smaller but it is still there. Cleo nodded. She looked down at her hand, still pressed against Kazimir's heart. I know. The eastern sky flickered. Cleo turned. A line of fresh ice stretched eastward from the aperture's rim, thin as a blade, cutting across the valley floor and disappearing into the treeland beyond the ridge, as if the enemy had merely changed fronts. Chapter 75. The valley exhaled. Not wind, not the slow settle of frost after a storm. Something deeper, a pressure release that ran through the stone beneath their feet and shuddered up through the ice-scarred ground until the old shrine's remaining walls groaned and tilted. The carved mouths around the aperture had gone still, their stone lips frozen mid-word. 7 shapes of ending that would never finish their sentence. Cleo's hand was still pressed against Kazimir's chest. She could feel his heart under her palm, fast and uneven, beating against the frost that had stopped at his collarbone. The silver-white veins had not retreated, but they had not advanced either. They lay against his skin like fossil tracks, frozen in place. The aperture, Yelena said, her voice cracked. It is holding. Cleo turned. The wound in the ice had contracted to a seam no wider than her forearm, a thin dark line across the valley floor where the 7 mouths had once ringed an open throat. The ice around it had healed into a rough scar of milky white, fused and uneven, as if the valley had knitted itself together in haste. But the line of fresh ice stretched eastward from the seam's edge, thin as a blade, cutting across the valley floor, through the collapsed shrine's foundation stones, and into the tree line beyond the ridge. It glowed faintly, a pale blue thread that pulsed once, twice, then settled into stillness. It is not sealed, Sanko said. She had let go of the southern arc. Her crack-marked hand hung at her side, leaking blood that froze before it hit the ground. Her pale eyes were fixed on the eastern line. It is narrowed, she continued. The wound is dormant. But the pressure that was coming through has redirected. The ice line is a channel now, not a breach. Something is traveling east. Marta pushed herself upright from where she had been holding the eastern arc. Her frost-burned fingers were split, the skin raw and bleeding, but she was standing. She looked at the empty space beside her. Sabine, she said. Cleo's stomach dropped. The eastern arc where Sabine had stood was empty. The ice around the point was brackened, curled inward like a flower that had frozen mid-bloom. There was no body, no blood, no sign that anyone had been there at all. She pushed deeper, Sanko said, when the frost reached her throat. She did not pull away, she pushed. Cleo let go of Kazimir's chest and walked to the spot. Her legs felt hollow, her scarred hand throbbing with each heartbeat. The blackened ice was smooth under her boots. No trace of Sabine Petar, no frozen hand reaching up, no shape pressed beneath the surface. She looked east. The blue thread pulsed. The frost took her, Yelena said. Her voice was small. No. Cleo shook her head. She chose to go. She said obedience was just another way of letting someone else choose the cost. She chose her own. The words hung in the frozen air. Kazimir reached her side. His breath was shallow, the frost at his collarbone catching the gray light, but he did not touch her. He stood beside her and looked east. We need to move, he said. Cleo nodded, but she did not move. She stood at the edge of the blackened ice where Sabine Petar had vanished, a woman who had spent her life building prisons of paperwork and procedure, who had delivered Cleo to Rogan, who had come through the wound anyway, not because she was forgiven, but because she had finally learned how to choose. The shrine groaned. Cleo turned. The old structure at the valley's edge was collapsing, its remaining walls buckling under the weight of the contracted aperture. Stone mouths cracked and fell, their carved lips splitting as the ice that had held them together for centuries turned brittle and useless. The roof caved inward with a sound like wet bone breaking. The valley was killing its own history. The shrine is dead, Yelena said. The aperture took its warmth to seal. There is nothing left. Sangote said nothing. He only stared at the dead mouth of the shrine, the cold finally winning. Chapter 76. The shrine finished dying in silence. Cleo stood at the edge of the collapsed valley while stone dust settled around her ankles and the last carved mouth split down its center, dropping its frozen jaw into the rubble. The sound was wet and final, a throat closing forever. She turned from the blackened ice where Sabine had been and walked back toward the survivors without speaking. Kazimir matched her stride halfway. His breathing had steadied, but the frost at his collarbone had not receded. Silver-white veins pressed against his skin like roots searching for deeper soil. He did not ask if she was all right. He simply walked beside her, and she let him. The wounded had gathered at the valley's eastern edge, where the ground rose into the tree line. Petar had organized them into a loose defensive circle, scouts watching the ridge, while Ivo worked through the injured with the grim economy of a man who had stopped counting hours. Yelena sat apart, ink-stained hands wrapped around her knees, staring at the blue thread of ice that cut through the collapsed shrine's foundation stones and disappeared into the trees. Cleo stopped at the center of the circle and faced them. She felt the weight of their eyes. Sanko's pale, analytical gaze, Marta's exhausted watchfulness, Petar's flat assessment, Ivo's clinical neutrality. The scout she had never spoken to, the couriers who had carried her orders, The survivors who had watched Lisenka Drozdova walk through their city for years and had learned to flinch at the sound of her boots on stone. "I am not Lisenka Drozdova," Cleo said. The words fell into the frozen air. No one moved. "The woman whose face I wear burned people. She branded them. She stood in tribunal chambers and delivered sentences she knew would break them, and she did it without hesitation because she was trained to believe cruelty was the only language that worked." Cleo paused. "I am not her, but I am standing in her body, and her face is the one you see when you look at me. I cannot ask you to forget what that face has done." A scout near the tree line shifted his weight. His hand stayed on his blade. "I am asking you to let me carry this group east," Cleo continued. "To let me use the knowledge I have and the choices I still own to get us somewhere the ice line cannot reach before it wakes. I am not asking for forgiveness. I am asking for a chance to prove that the woman who walked into this valley is not the same one who might walk out of it." Silence stretched. Then the scout near the tree line spoke. His voice was rough, scraped raw by cold and exhaustion. "You burned my sister's hands." Cleo felt the words land in her chest like a stone dropped into still water. "I remember the hearing," he said. He Stevers Wundlers. "You stood on the bench and told the tribunal she had withheld supplies from the northern garrisons. You read the sentence without looking at her face. The brandmasters took her fingers." Cleo did not look away. "Her name was Rosa," the scout said. "The Kretment days at head. I came me for." "The scouts, I stopped it down. We stopped the porp, still it. My seal's time was fail. I confish your follows." Case who had broken the shadow connection slights for I mithed into the thrath. "My can of world will waste." Leeson aground his winds walked to their steed on reeds and had learned to flinch at the sound of her boots on stone. "I am not Lisenka Drozdova," Cleo said. The words fell into the frozen air. No one moved. "The woman whose face I wear burned people. She branded them. She stood in tribunal chambers and delivered sentences she knew would break them, and she did it without hesitation because she was trained to believe cruelty was the only language that worked." Cleo paused. "I am not her, but I am standing in her body, and her face is the one you see when you look at me. I cannot ask you to forget what that face has done." A scout near the tree stand shifted his weight. His hand stayed on his blade. "I am asking you to let me carry this group east," Cleo continued. "To let me use the knowledge I have and the choices I still own to get us somewhere the ice line cannot reach before it wakes. I am not asking for forgiveness. I am asking for a chance to prove that the woman who walked into this valley is not the same one who might walk out of it." Silence stretched. Then the scout near the tree line spoke. His voice was rough, scraped raw by cold and exhaustion. "You brewed my sister's hands." Cleo felt the words land in her chest like a stone dropped into still water. "I remember the hearing," he said. "You stood on the bench and told the tribunal she had withheld supplies from the northern garrison. You read the sentence without looking at her face. The brandmasters took her fingers." Cleo did not look away. "Her name was Rosa," the scout said. "She died 3 winters ago. Infection from the wounds. She never held a cup again, never tied a knot, never signed her own name." The valley held its breath. "I do not have a way to undo that," Cleo said. "I cannot give her back her hands. I cannot give you back your sister. I can only tell you that the woman who did that is gone, and I am the one who has to live with the weight of her choices." The scout stared at her. Then he pulled his hand from his blade. "I do not forgive you," he said, "but I will walk east under your protection. Not because you deserve it, because the thing behind that ice line will not care whose sister I lost." Cleo nodded once. Sanko rose from where she had been kneeling beside the eastern ice line. Her crack-marked hand was wrapped in fresh bandages, blood already seeping through the fabric. 12 settlements along this route, she said, pointing east with her good hand. If the pressure is traveling underground, it will surface at the first inhabited well or spring it encounters. The nearest is 2 days' march. Then we march, Kazimir said. Cleo looked east. The blue thread pulsed once, faint and steady, cutting through stone and frozen earth like a vein waiting for a heartbeat. She turned to the group, to the scout who had lost his sister, to the survivors who had learned to fear Lisenka's face. We move before the light fails, she said. Anyone who cannot keep pace will be carried. No one argued. Yelena stood, her ink-stained hands shaking. She walked to Cleo's side and held out a folded scrap of parchment. I found this in the shrine rubble, she said. Beneath the seventh mouth, wedged into the stone where the frost had not reached. It was sealed with wax. The seal matches the one on Drozdov's personal correspondence. Cleo took the parchment. The wax was cracked, the seal half shattered. She broke the remains with her thumb and unfolded the page. The handwriting was Anselm's. If you are reading this, the aperture has narrowed but not sealed, and you are still alive. You think you have broken the cycle. You have only changed its address. The East does not answer to Frostmarch. It answers to something older. I spent 40 years trying to keep you from learning that name. You will learn it now. The first closing was never a seal. It was a treaty. And I was the one who broke it. Cleo read the letter twice, before she finished Chapter 77. The column moved east through failing light, the blue thread pulsing beneath the frozen ground like a vein waiting for the heart to wake. Cleo walked at the front with Kazimir beside her, the letter pressed against her ribs beneath her coat. She had read it 3 times now, each pass confirming what she had hoped was a trick of exhaustion. The first closing was never a seal. It was a treaty. And I was the one who broke it. The word sat in her chest like broken glass. Behind her, the column stretched in a loose line, Petar's scouts fanning wide, Sanko walking with her bandaged hand raised to read the ground, Marta carrying a wounded scout across her shoulders without complaint, Yelena clutching her annotations like a lifeline, Ivo moving from patient to patient with grim economy. The scout who had lost Rosa walked at the rear, his blade drawn, watching the tree line. They made camp at midnight in the lee of a collapsed watchtower, its roof caved in by frost that had not been there a week ago. Petar's scouts reported the nearest settlement was still a day and a half east, but the ice line was cutting faster than they could march. It is surfacing ahead of us, Sanko said, crouching beside the blue thread where it broke through the tower's foundation stones. The pressure is not following the road, it is following the water table. Cleo knelt beside her. The ice line glowed faintly in the dark, pulsing with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. How long until it reaches the first well? Tomorrow evening, maybe sooner. Sanko pressed her good hand to the ground, her pale eyes closing. There are other lines feeding into this one, smaller veins. They are converging from the south and north. A network, Yelena said, her voice thin. She had been quiet since the shrine collapsed, her hands trembling around the scholar's annotations. Not a single line. The entire eastern route is laced with them. Cleo stood and walked to the tower's broken wall. The night was cold and still, the stars hard and distant overhead. No wind, no sound. The wrong winter had not followed them east, but something else had taken its place. A silence that felt like waiting. Casimir appeared at her side, his breath fogging in the cold. The silver-white veins at his collarbone caught the starlight, fossil bright against his skin. You have not told me what the letter said, he said quietly. Cleo pulled it from her coat and handed it to him. He read it in silence, his face unreadable. When he finished, he folded it and gave it back. "Your father broke a treaty with something older than Fossmarch," he said, "and now that something knows you are here." "My father," Cleo repeated. "The man who raised Lisenka to be an instrument. The man who spent 40 years trying to keep me from learning the truth. Because he did not want you to know what he had done. Or because he wanted me to reach this point believing I had no choice but to finish what he started." Kazimir looked at her. The frost at his collarbone pulsed faintly, mirroring the rhythm of the ice line. "What do you believe?" Cleo stared at the blue thread cutting through the frozen ground. "I believe the treaty was never meant to hold forever. I believe Anselm broke it because he thought he could control the outcome. And I believe the thing that made the treaty is the same thing that has been waiting beyond the ridge since we left the shrine." She turned to face him. "I believe we are not heading toward a settlement. We are heading toward whatever wrote the treaty." Kazimir did not argue. He simply stepped closer, his hand finding hers, his fingers lacing through her scarred palm like he had done it 1,000 times before. "Then we go together," he said. Before dawn, the first scout returned. She came in fast, her coat crusted with frost that had not been there an hour earlier, her breath coming in sharp gasps. Petar caught her before she fell. "The river," she gasped. "The eastern fork. It is gone." "Gone how?" Petar demanded. "Not frozen. Gone. The channel is empty. Dry stone and cracked breath. The water turned to steam in the night and never came back." Petar looked at Cleo. "The river feeds 3 sediments," he said. "If it is gone, they have no water, no way to survive the winter." Cleo felt the ice line pulse beneath her boots. "It is not gone," she said. "It was taken." Sanko rose from where she had been kneeling beside the scout. Her bandaged hand was bleeding through again. "There are more reports coming in," she said. "The border shrines, they are waking." "Waking how?" Cleo asked. "Signals, light, sound. The scouts report that every shrine along the eastern route has begun to hum. Not words, not yet, but the frost inside them is moving." Yelena looked up from her annotations, her pale gray eyes wide. "Shrines only wake when something is coming through," she said, "or when something is already here." The column broke camp in gray dawn light and pushed east faster. The landscape changed as they marched. The familiar frozen ground gave way to terrain that did not match the maps Petar carried. Ridges appeared where no ridges should have been. Stream beds ran dry. Trees stood in clusters that Petar swore had not been there 3 days ago. "The geography is rewriting itself," Sanko said, her voice tight. "The ice line is not just traveling through the ground, it is reshaping the ground around it." Cleo thought of Drozda's letter. The first closing was never a seal. It was a treaty. A treaty was an agreement between 2 parties. If Anselm had broken it, then the other party was no longer bound by its terms. And the other party had been waiting a long time. By midday, they reached the ridge overlooking the Fost settlement. It was empty. Not destroyed, not burned. Empty, as if the people had simply walked away and left everything behind. Doors stood open, pots of food sat frozen on cooking hearths. A child's sled lay overturned in the town square, its rope trailing toward the eastern road. "The well," Sanko said. They found it in the center of the square. The water had turned to blue glowing ice, the same color as the vein beneath the ground. Frost patterns spiraled up the stone rim, forming a shape Cleo recognized. 7 concentric circles. Her scarred hand burned. "I know this pattern," Yelena whispered. "I have seen it in the annotations. It is the same mark that appears beneath the first Adejola entry in the genealogies." Cleo looked at the circles carved into the well stone. "It is not a mark," she said. "It is a signature." She turned to face the column. The survivors watched her, their faces pale, their hands on their blades. The first closing was treated between the deep ice and the people who built the shrines, she said. My father broke it, and now the deep ice is claiming the territory the treaty protected. She looked at the blue ice glowing in the well. My name appears 17 times in the Drozdov genealogies. Every Adejola who crossed into this world was a witness to the first closing, and every one of them failed to stop it from being broken. He paused. I am not here to witness the failure. She pulled the letter from her coat and held it up. I am here to write a new treaty. The ice in the well pulsed once, deep and slow, as if something beneath the ground had heard her. And from beyond the ridges, beyond the empty settlement, beyond the waking shrines and the rewriting geography, a sound rolled across the frozen plain. The sound of something vast, something old, answering her back. Chapter 78. The scout's report came in as the sun touched the ridge. 5 more settlements, Petar said, his voice flat. Empty, same as the first. Doors open, hearth fires still burning. People gone like they walked into the air. Cleo stood at the edge of the camp, her scarred palm pressed to the frozen ground. The pulse was rhythmic now. A heartbeat. Patient. Hungry. The ice line is ahead of us, she said. It surfaced before we reached the first settlement. It will keep surfacing faster than we can march. Sanko's bandaged hand dripped fresh blood onto the frost. Then we stopped marching. To what end? To think. Sanko's pale eyes held no apology. The ice line is rewriting geography. It is pulling water from the ground faster than we can move. If we keep pushing east blind, we will reach the next settlement after it is already empty, and the one after that until we run out of settlements and food and warmth. Cleo wanted to argue. The pressure behind her ribs said move, now, before the treaty she had promised to write became irrelevant. But Sanko was right. They made camp in the lee of a collapsed barn, its roof beams splintered under a weight of ice that had not been there 3 days ago. Marta distributed ration portions with grim efficiency. Ivo moved through the wounded, changing dressings, saying little. Yelena sat with the scholar's annotations spread across her knees, her ink-stained hands trembling as she traced the 7 circles pattern. Kazimir found Cleo at the edge of the camp, where the frost met the open plain. The eastern sky is changing, he said. She followed his gaze. The horizons had taken on a greenish cast, like old copper oxidizing. The color deepened as she watched, spreading upward from the ice line's terminus. It is not Aurora, she said. No, it is something else. Something that does not belong to winter. He stood beside her, close enough that she felt the frost radiating from his collarbone, where the silver-white veins had frozen into his skin. Permanent now. A map of what he had given. The column needs rest, he said, and you need to sleep. I will sleep when I have a treaty to offer. Kyo, his voice softened. You cannot write peace on an empty well. You have been running on nothing for 3 days. She turned to face him. The green light caught his face, making the scars look deeper, older. The first settlement was a signature, she said. The well, the 7 circles, the people gone. The entity is not attacking, it is claiming, and it is faster than us. Then we need a different strategy. We need more than strategy. We need leverage. Kazimir's hand found hers, his fingers lacing through her scarred palm with the ease of repetition. Then we find it together, he said. But not tonight. Tonight we rest. She wanted to refuse. The pressure in her ribs told her every hour of stillness was an hour the entity used to rewrite the East. But Kazimir was looking at her with that steady, patient gaze she had learned to trust, the one that did not try to manage her, but waited for her to arrive at her own decision. She let him lead her away from the camp. They walked past the collapsed barn, past the last sentry's posts, past the frozen stream that had once watered the settlement's fields. The green light spread above them, thin as breath, staining the stars. Kazimir stopped at a hollow where the land dipped, sheltered from the wind by a rise of cracked stone. Dead grass crunched under their boots. The ground here had not yet been claimed by the ice line. He sat first, pulling her down beside him, his back against the stone, his legs stretched out. She leaned into his side without thinking, her head finding the hollow of his shoulder like a muscle memory she had not known she was learning. "Tell me what you are afraid of," he said. It was not a demand, it was an invitation. She closed her eyes. "That I will write the treaty and it will not matter. That the entity will answer with the same hunger and we will be out of time. That 17 Ajalalus failed and I am not clever enough to be the one who succeeds." "You are not clever," he said. "You are stubborn. Which is better?" She laughed, a sound that surprised her. "I have watched you walk into every room expecting to be hated, and you stayed anyway," he said. "I have watched you take a brand meant for me. I have watched you hold a hand from beyond a wound in the world because you refused to let someone reach alone. That is not cleverness. That is something the previous 17 did not have." "Kazimir." "I am not finished." His voice was low, rough. "I do not know what the treaty looks like. I do not know if the entity will accept it, or if we will have to carve it into the ice with our own hands. But I know you will not stop, and I will be beside you when you do not." The green light moved above them, slow and vast. Somewhere beyond the ridge, the ice line was traveling through the water table, claiming wells and springs and the breath of sleeping villages. But here, in this hollow, the world had narrowed to the warmth of his body against hers and the steadiness of his hand holding hers. She turned toward him. His face was half in shadow, the frost veins at his collarbone catching the green light like buried silver. "There is no canon left," she said. "No script. I do not know what comes next." "Good." His free hand came up, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw. "Then we write it together." She kissed him. It was not the kiss of the watchroom, urgent and desperate against a closing door. It was slower, a question asked with the press of her mouth to his, her palm against his chest where the frost had stopped, where his heart beat beneath the silver-white roots. He answered by pulling her closer, his hands sliding into her hair, his breath catching against her lips. They stayed in the hollow until the green light deepened toward midnight and the stars began to disappear behind its spread. They talked in fragments, his voice low, hers quieter. They did not promise happiness. They promised to stay. When the ruined hand flared, it was not the sharp burning of the well. It was a pull, a thread from her palm to the east, drawing taut as a bowstring. Cleo opened her eyes. The green light was no longer above them. It was on the horizon, and it was closer. Kazimir's hand found hers, pressing the scarred palm flat against the ground. "It is not waiting," she said. His fingers tightened around hers. "Then we do not wait either." The thread pulled again, eastward, and the ground beneath them hummed with the answer of something vast and patient, and no longer asleep. Chapter 79. The column reached the citadel gates 3 hours before dawn, and Valdsara had become a city that no longer recognized itself. Cleo stopped at the outer bridge. The gates stood open, not breached, not broken, open in the way a mouth hung when the jaw had given out. Refugees crowded the inner courtyard, fires burning in braziers that had once been reserved for tribunal ceremony. Children slept against the base of the statue of the first frost warden, their breath fogging in the cold. A woman in a patched tribunal coat met them at the gate. She had the look of someone who had not slept in days. her eyes hollow, her hands raw from hauling stone. She introduced herself as Counselor Heta Varys, appointed 3 days ago by the survivors of the Eastern Ward collapse. "The Grand Magister's seat empty," she said, looking at Cleo without recognition. "We are running the city on what we remember of the law." Cleo did not correct her. The council convened in the old audience hall, where the ceiling had been shored up with timber and the frost lamps had been replaced with tallow candles that smoked and stank. 7 people sat at the long table. Cleo recognized one of them, Judge Rask, his broken legs still braced, his face thinner than when she had last seen him. He nodded at her once. Acknowledgement, not welcome. Kazimir stood at the wall behind Cleo. Marta had taken the survivors to the lower wards. Petar was scouting the eastern perimeter. Sanko sat at the table with her bandaged hand resting flat on the wood, blood already seeping through the linen. Heta Varys spoke first. "The winter stores are failing. The deep ice took the eastern granaries 3 nights ago. The wells on the western ridge froze solid. We have food for perhaps 4 weeks if we ration at half portions." "The tributaries are dead," said a man with a frost-scarred throat. "The river below the citadel stopped running. There is silt where there was current." Sanko leaned forward. "The ice line is following the water table. Every spring, every well, every stream between here and the eastern ridge is already claimed or will be within the week." "Then we dig deeper wells," said a woman with a merchant seal on her collar. "The ice will follow," Sanko said flatly. Silence. Cleo had not spoken since entering the hall. She felt the weight of their waiting, the way they looked at her and tried to match the face to the rumors. Lisenka Drozdova, who had taken the brand, Lisenka Drozdova, who had walked into the shrine valley and come back with a dead seal and a scarred hand and nothing else. She said, "The treaty my father broke was written with something older than Frostmarch. The entity is moving east. We cannot stop it by digging deeper wells or rationing grain. We can only meet it." "And do what?" Heta Varys asked. "Negotiate with winter." "Yes." The merchant's woman laughed, a short, sharp sound. "The Drozdova thinks she can talk to the ice." Cleo's ruined hand pressed flat against the table. The 7 circles burned once, a low throb that made the candle flames flicker. Her voice stayed calm. "I have held the hand of something that exists beyond the seal. I have spoken the true name of the first closing. I have taken the binding word from our own mouth and watched the aperture narrow. If you want to survive past the spring, you will stop treating me as the woman you remember and start treating me as the woman who has seen what is coming." The merchant's woman did not laugh again. Judge Rask broke the silence. "What do you need?" Cleo almost smiled. "A map, an archivist, and time I do not have." Sanko stood. "We need more than that." She turned to face the council, her crack-marked hand leaking blood onto the floor. "We need a coalition. Not Frostmarch, not the tribunal. Something that reaches past the porters, past the old houses, past the shrine network the Drozdovs built. The entity is older than this city. It will not be impressed by our titles." Heta Varys looked at her. "You are asking us to send messengers to the southern cities, to the free ports, to the coast. I am asking you to send messengers to everyone who has ever fought the ice and survived." The hall went quiet again. Cleo felt Kazimir's presence at her back, steady and silent. She did not turn around. Heta Varys said, "We will discuss it." "There is nothing to discuss," Cleo said. But before she could finish, the door at the far end of the hall opened. A woman stood in the threshold. She wore a coat of pale silk that caught the candlelight like water over stone. Ice did not cling to her sleeves. Her boots were dry. Her face was smooth, unmarked by frost, and her eyes were the color of ash. She looked past the council, past Sanko, past the merchant's woman and Judge Rask and Haida Varys. She looked at Cleo. "I was told I would find an Adejola here," the woman said. "I was told she could write a treaty where her bloodline failed." The silk shimmered as she stepped forward. The candle flames stilled. She stopped at the edge of the table and held out her hand. Her palm was bare. No scar, no sigil, no frost. "I am the Eastern Emissary," she said. "I carry the voice of the one who wrote the first closing. And I have been sent to ask how long you intend to keep the ice waiting." Cleo's ruined hand burned. The 7 circles pulsed in rhythm with something beneath the floor, beneath the city, beneath the frozen ground that ran east toward the ridge where the green light waited. She looked at the emissary's unmarked palm, looked at her own scarred hand pressed against the table. "I will write the treaty," Cleo said, "but I need to know who I am writing it for." The emissary smiled. It was not warm. "You are writing it for the one who has been watching since before your world knew this one existed," she said, "and she has asked for you by name. Not Lisenka, not Drozdova. She asked for Adejola." The candle flames went out. In the sudden dark, Cleo heard Kazimir's breath catch. She heard Santo Kos. She heard the scrape of a chair as someone stood too fast. But she also heard something else. Something beneath the silence, a low hum that vibrated through the stone floor and up through her scarred palm. The emissary's voice came out of the dark. "She is waiting, Cleo Adejola. She has been waiting since before your 17 witnesses crossed the ice. She will wait until you are ready. But she will not wait forever." The hum grew, the floor trembled, and somewhere east, beyond the ridge, the green light rose above the horizon and bled across the stars like a wound whitening in the sky. Chapter 80. The dart held for 3 breaths. Then Cleo's scarred hand flared, the 7 circles burning through the flesh like embers pressed into paper, and the candle flames returned. The emissary had not moved. Her hand still hung in the air between them, palm open, unmarked, patient. Cleo looked at the bare skin. No scar, no sigil, not frost. A hand that had never been written into the ice. "If she has been watching since before my world knew this one existed," Cleo said, "then she already knows what I'm going to ask." The emissary's smile did not change. "She does, but she wants to hear you say it." Kazimir stepped forward, not past Cleo, beside her. His shoulder brushed hers, and she felt help cord radiating from the silver-white veins at his collarbone. Permanent now, a map of what he had given. "Do not bargain with riddles," he said. "If your mistress wants a treaty, she can speak plainly, or she can wait until spring thaws her ice, and we see what melts first." The emissary's eyes flicked to him, measured him, found something that made her tilt her head. "You are the one who refused the warlord's throne," she said, "the one who chose the prisoners instead. I am the one who is tired of watching people speak for powers that will not show their faces." A beat of silence. The emissary lowered her hand. "Fair," she said. "Then I will speak plainly." She turned to face the council, though her words were for Cleo. "The break at Valsarat has been felt across every frozen fault line from the coast to the deep ranges. The narrowing of the 7th mouth was not a victory. It was an announcement. Every old power that has been sleeping beneath the ice for centuries now knows that something has changed, that the seal was never a seal at all, and that someone finally refused the script." The merchant's woman made a sound like a choked laugh. "You are saying we made it worse?" The emissary looked at her with flat courtesy. "I am saying you made it miserable. The wound was always there. You simply stopped pretending it was healed. Cleo's ruined hand throbbed. The 7 circles pulsed in sequence, slow and deliberate, like a heartbeat she had never felt before. What does she want from me? Cleo asked. An audience. Not a letter, not a messenger, not a sealed document delivered by a child with frost-scarred hands. You, in person, at the ridge where the first closing was written. And if I refuse? The emissary's face stayed smooth, but something shifted behind her eyes. Then she will come here. And you will have your audience anyway, but it will not be a negotiation. The hall was silent. Even the candle flames seemed to hold still. Cleo felt Kazimir's hand find hers. Not gripping, resting. A presence. A choice. She did not pull away. How long do I have? The emissary looked at the eastern window. The green light had climbed higher, bleeding across the sky like a slow dawn from a world that did not belong to winter. She is already here, the emissary said. She has been here since the first settlement emptied. She will be at the ridge by sunrise. Cleo looked at the council. At Heda Varys, whose face was carved from exhaustion and hope she could not afford. At Judge Rosk, whose broken leg had not healed right, but who had not stopped working. At Sanko, whose crack-marked hand was a map of everything she had sacrificed. At Marta, standing in the shadows with frost-burned fingers and a face that had seen too many Lisenkas walk toward ruin. She turned to the emissary. I will go. Kazimir's hand tightened. Do not say it, Cleo said, still looking at the emissary. Do not tell me I do not have to do this alone. I know, but I am not going to write a treaty by committee, and I am not going to send someone else to face what I started. She kissed him, briefly, fiercely, in front of the council, in front of the emissary, in front of every witness who had ever called Lisenka Drozdova a monster. She did not care. When she pulled back, the emissary was waiting with flat courtesy. Sunrise, she said. The ridge. Do not bring an army. I will bring one person. The emissary inclined her head. That is acceptable. She turned and walked toward the door. At the threshold, she paused. She wanted me to tell you one more thing. Something she said you would understand. Cleo waited. The first time you read her story, the emissary said, you wrote in the margin that the ending was wrong, that the villainess deserved better than a death that meant nothing. Cleo's throat closed. The emissary stepped through the door and vanished into the pre-dawn dark. The hall stayed silent. The candle flames flickered. The green light on the eastern horizon pulsed once, twice, and then began to spread. Sanko was the first to speak. Sunrise is 3 hours away. Then we have 3 hours, Cleo said. She did not let go of Kazimir's hand.
The council began to move, voices raising in argument and fear, questions and demands, the machinery of survival grinding into motion around her. Heda Varys was already ordering rainers. Judge Ross was pulling a map from his coat. Sanko was arguing with the merchant's woman about supplies. Cleo stood at the center of it all and felt the hall beneath her feet grow deeper, stronger, a heartbeat in the stone that had been waiting since before the first Adelo crossed the ice. Kazimir's thumb traced the edge of her scar. Are you afraid? He asked. Yes. Good. So am I. She almost laughed. Almost. The eastern sky bloomed. The green light spread like water poured across glass, like ink bleeding through parchment, like a woman writing her name across a horizon that had never belonged to winter. And something in it answered. Not words, not sound. A pressure that pressed against Cleo's chest, her throat, her ruined palm, a recognition that passed through her like a second pulse. She looked at Kazimir. She did not look away. We go together, she said. The hum beneath the stone deepened. The green light burned.
And somewhere beyond the ridge, the one who had been waiting since before the first cycle, turned her face toward the dawn and prepared to receive the woman who had finally broken the script.